Washington in the slot. Williams was looking there, closed off. Comes back. Boy, that head is on a swivel. It is really impressive. And now a touchdown throw.
Jiminy. Austin Jones in the backfield, and here goes Caleb Williams. Go deep, young man, and run out. Touchdown, Brendan Rice.
Great job getting the ball out. Amazing. Now 3rd and 3. Williams keeps it. Caleb Williams to the 10, to the 5. Touchdown!
Hello and welcome, everybody. The day is here. The draft, the Bears, the Barroom Network, and it is day one. My name is John Buffone, and with me is the Barroom's lead analyst, Danny Shimon, and NFL draft analyst, Jordan Silveira. We are going to be hanging out with you for the next 25 hours or so because the draft is a long slog, but the Bears are set to make history tonight. Danny, how you feeling? This is like your Christmas, man.
Yeah, this is Christmas morning for me right now. I'm ready to open up these gifts and talk about these prospects. But, man, if I can get an ounce of some of that energy you got there, John, I'll be ready to go.
You know how I roll. Jordan, how you doing, buddy? Oh, and you start off
muted. I'm muted, Jordan. Come on, man.
I'm blessed, fellas. I'm blessed. It's Drasmus. I could not be more excited to be talking prospects with Danny, John, the host with the most. I'm excited to get started. It's Drasmus, baby. Let's go.
Gentlemen, the draft is about to get underway. The Bears are about to go on the clock, which means they'll probably have to wait 10 or 15 minutes before they actually make the pick, which we all think, unless something absolutely catastrophic happens, that it's going to be Caleb Williams. But so let's start with that. And then we can go into all the talk around the number 9 pick. Is it going to be a trade down? Is it going to be a lineman? Is it going to be a wide receiver? Are they going to go defense? Because there might only be like 6 defensive players taken in the first round this year. So, Danny, I'm going to start with you. Caleb Williams going off the clock. I mean, this was kind of we probably for the last couple 6, 8, 9, 10 weeks, depending on who you are, knew this was coming. But today is the day. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, I mean, for me, Caleb Williams was a top-rated quarterback in this class, and obviously we knew that once the Justin Fields thing was traded, he was traded. I think it was going to be a quarterback, and it was going to be Caleb Williams. And depending on who you listen to, who you believe, that this was a fait accompli prior to even the combine. That the Bears had made up their mind that they were going to go and move on from Justin and go ahead and draft Caleb Williams number 1. And again, it makes sense. He's a top-rated quarterback. He's been deemed like the best quarterback, coming out since his high school when he was a 5-star recruit, went to Oklahoma, then transferred over to USC, won the Heisman Trophy 2 years ago. Continued to have, a good season last year as well. But for me, he's the most talented actual thrower of the football. There might be some debate in terms of who's the actual best overall quarterback and who plays in structure, blah, 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 and all that stuff. But, his ability to create stuff, off of broken plays, off platform throws, we've all talked about it. The question with Caleb is, the structure you're going to put around him in terms of the offense and all that stuff. So that's something that we'll talk about probably in the future with Shane Waldron. But yeah, in terms of the most talented quarterback, he for me is my number 1 quarterback in this draft, and he's going to be the first pick here within 10, 15 minutes or so.
Jordan, we talked about this before we went on the air. You said that this could be the best quarterback to ever put on a Bears jersey, which is a bold statement, but is that how you feel?
It is. I mean, at the end of the day, John, the reality is that this kid is, I've called him a QB virtuoso. I wouldn't, now again, it's not even my top quarterback in this class, but when you consider what Caleb Williams brings to the table, this is truly a transcendent talent to the likes of, I mean, is there even a question? Jay Cutler is an incredibly talented player. This guy, Caleb Williams, goes just as far. He's just as creative in often ways that are better than Jay Cutler. So to me, I think that this really represents a new chapter in the Chicago Bears history, and something that I personally felt as early as week 2, right after that Tampa Bay Buccaneers game last season, that we were kind of closing the book on the Justin Fields chapter and opening it up to the presumptive number 1 pick, Caleb Williams, and we're just a few minutes away.
Guys, in the pantheon of first-round quarterbacks of the Chicago Bears, now we can go all the way back. I mean, but let's just start. And I was a young lad.
Not a pretty sight, John. It's not.
I was gonna say I was a young lad when they had Cade McNown, and then you go and you have Rex Grossman, and then Trubisky, and then everyone, all the stuff in between there. It's just kind of, maybe this is a silly question as I'm asking it right now, but Danny, is this the best prospect that they'd ever got in the first round?
Yes, in terms of just elite, talent, in terms of his ability to make talk about earlier off-platform throws, his ability to create when the pocket breaks down. And what you like about Caleb is he'll escape the pocket and he doesn't look to run right away. He'll keep his eyes downfield and he throws very accurate football on the run, whether he's going left or right. And he'll find guys down the football field. And another thing for me, what's elite about him is his release, his ability to put the ball down by his hip, and then all of a sudden pick it up and just releases it with a matter of split seconds. I think that's something that he has that's special about him. And again, we talked about some of the pocket stuff, and again, his pocket runners is there. His ability to step up in the pocket is there. I think these are all things you look for. And yeah, and I agree. Other than Jay Cutler, I think this will be the most talented thrower of the football that the Bears have had at quarterback. I think Jay might have more overall athletic skills, more athletic ability, but in terms of just pure thrower of the football, I think Caleb will be probably the best thrower of the football in Bears history.
Jordan, after all those names I just mentioned in the first round, I've already blanked on Justin Fields just because it's just such recently. If you don't even think about it, as this was just a couple years ago, we were talking about taking him in the first round. What is your sense around Caleb Williams, and how does it differ from your sense of whenever the Bears drafted Justin Fields?
Yeah, at the end of the day, John, I was incredibly excited about Justin Fields and what that athletic package looked like, but there was obviously some concerns. I mean, the reality is when you see 3 other quarterbacks and he's the 4th, and you're seeing team after team pass him 10 picks in a row, there are some concerns to glean and look back on with Justin Fields. But when you talk about Caleb Williams, I mean, this guy's, he's a made man. He's the first millionaire in college football and NIL and athletics, and that's its own prospect. But when you talk about the confidence to come into a Lincoln Riley system with a 5-star like Spencer Rattler, to unseat him, to dethrone him, and then all of a sudden declare that this is my team and I'm going to be able to follow Lincoln Riley and I'm going to put USC football back on the map. He has been that guy from a very young age. And so to sit there and think that you're drafting this level, this caliber of a player is simply incredible. And then to even just add the cherry on top, it's not even your pick. You're acquiring the best player in the draft on many people's boards, and you still have your own pick at 9, and we can talk all day about the supporting cast that he's walking into. This is just a great time to be a Bears fan.
Yeah, and it's funny how a lot of these ripple effects things take effect in the NFL, because remember when Deshaun Watson was going to get traded from Houston, and a lot of people thought he was going to go to Carolina. Well, if he goes to Carolina, they don't end up trading the Bears for Bryce Young. They probably don't end up being that bad. And who knows if the Bears end up having this number 1 overall pick that turns in to Caleb Williams. So it's just funny how one move that really doesn't seem to affect the Bears could have actually really impacted the Bears. Now, Danny, one thing that, during the draft process, it's always picking apart. You got to find the weaknesses. There is no perfect prospect. There's always going to be some kind of deficiency or something you're going to go back on and say, well, I didn't like that so much. And so the thing that people point to with Caleb Williams is that game against Notre Dame. And I believe that we do have the statistics on that game there. 23 of 37 for 199 yards, 1 touchdown, 3 interceptions. Also, rushed the ball 13 times for just 8 yards. That's the game that everyone points to and say, well, that was probably the best defense he was going to face, or pro-style defense he was going to face, and it didn't turn out very well for them. What are your thoughts for that particular game, and should Bears fans be worried about that at all?
I mean, there's no perfect prospect, right? And I know Caleb's been touted as generational and all that stuff, and I've talked about before. I don't like that term, and he's a guy that's going to need some work, right? My concerns with him, obviously, the height. He's about 6'2", which is okay. The 33 fumbles in his career, and he talked about that game versus Notre Dame. You put out that's probably his worst game in his collegiate career. But then you talk to, you hear Lincoln Riley in some interviews, and he said that basically what happened was Notre Dame came out with a whole new different kind of defensive system or scheme that for that one game to try and contain Caleb Williams and that USC offense. And I think that's something they hadn't seen on tape. So that might fall onto the coaching staff in terms of making their adjustments at the half and all that stuff. So, kind of taking everything into context and seeing what happened there with some of the stuff that came out afterwards. The thing that concerning more about that game against Notre Dame, and I've mentioned this before, is some of the body language stuff we saw with Caleb on the sidelines. Coaches were kind of telling him he was kind of shoving him away and pushing him off, but this is where Ryan Poles and his lieutenants, Ian Cunningham and everybody else, did need to do their due diligence, and I'm assuming they've done that and gone ahead and took a look at this kid's, background and all that stuff in terms of coaching and does he accept coaching and all that stuff. That was one of the things we talked about beginning of the season was, what kind of person is he? Is he coachable? Is he someone that's a me instead of a we guy? And I feel like everything he's done, post draft or this pre-draft process, I should say, has been, on point. And he's a guy that's come on and said, he hasn't liked the party, he hasn't go. This is something he's been concentrating on, being the one pick overall in the draft since he was 9 years old. So this is a focus that he's had, and he's a super focused kid, super focused athlete. And he threw out some stuff like, he's chasing the GOAT in terms of Tom Brady, and he's chasing those 8 rings. And I'm like, let's get one first. But he's a guy that believes in that stuff. He believes in putting stuff out there, manifesting, his goals and kind of following that. So he's a goal-driven athlete, and he's a guy that's going to come out there and I believe, give these guys, give the Bears a solid, like I said, probably the best actual throwing quarterback they've had in their franchise history. So the Notre Dame game is a blip on the radar for him, but you go back and watch last year's tape and the previous year, there's not much out there that you can say, you're right. The fumbles are an issue for me. And that's something he's going to have to correct here at the next level. 33 fumbles in his career in college, so that's something he has to clean up. And I've talked about earlier about playing instruction and all that stuff. But other than that, I mean, he's a guy that if you have a plan for him, you have a system built around his strengths, and hopefully Shane Waldron does that, I think he's a guy that can come in and hit the ground running. Now, I'm not predicting 4,000 yards like I've seen some people do on Twitter, or 30 touchdowns. Let's pump the brakes on that. Let's see how this kid adjusts and what he comes out with. But if I'm Shane Waldron and the Bears offensive coaches, I build everything around him in terms of make sure the rushing attack is going, and then you kind of use his strengths in terms of throwing the ball downfield, making off-platform throws, so on and so forth.
Well, on the stage right now, we have Roger Goodell, Eminem, Barry Sanders, and a bunch of the other Detroit Lions. So it looks like the Bears are about to go on the clock. But, Jordan, I'm going to keep this conversation going. You said that Caleb Williams isn't even the highest drafted quarterback in this class for you. So what do you see as some of the things that they may need to address moving forward or maybe polish up a little bit?
Yeah, John, the good thing about this is that Caleb Williams is such an incredible prospect that even with some of my concerns, I think that when you're looking at it, would you rather have it that way or would you rather have some other concerns? I think that you're falling on the positive side of that. And what, some of the things that Danny talked about is, ball security is a little bit of an issue, particularly fumbles. He needs to keep 2 hands on the ball when he's trying to create. Speaking of creation, I think that's one of his strongest suits. But, the reality is sometimes you need to understand that you can make a profit and you'll never go broke. What that means is essentially take the completions. This is the NFL. This is going to be NFL defenses trying to put a roof on this offense, trying to make sure that you can't create explosive plays. And I think from a coaching perspective for the Chicago Bears, it's inspiring to think that at the end of the day, I'd prefer, and this is, a personal preference, but I would prefer to coach down a player, asking him to rein it in rather than trying to cajole and push him to go further. And I think with Caleb Williams, all the tools are there. I mean, we're speaking about this Notre Dame game, and certainly that's one of his worst in his collegiate career. But I also saw a kid that was willing to battle back. He even to this day, he owns up to it. He recognizes that he put his team in a bad position. But even after that, didn't hang his head, found a way to try to stay in the games, found a way to try to produce. And at the end of the day, it didn't go out. It didn't work well. It didn't end up in a win. But I also think you saw a more mature Caleb try to play within structure. And, at this point, it's a belabored situation, but that USC offense isn't necessarily fantastic. The offensive line was leaking pressure consistently. So I think that when you project Caleb Williams, there's a lot of the ingredients in the right spot in what you're hoping for in a prospect. And you're just trying to tweak a couple knobs, pull a couple levers, turn a couple dials to really hone in on the prospect that Caleb Williams is. And I think that it's a really promising prospect, all in all consideration.
And so I think a biggest part about a rookie quarterback is the infrastructure in which you built before he gets there. And so we've seen that with the Bears plenty of times. We saw what was there when Trubisky got there in the first year. We saw what was there when Fields was there for the first year. Danny, the Bears have done a much better job of building an infrastructure for a rookie quarterback going into this year. Is this one of the better landing spots for a rookie quarterback right now? It's weird to say that about the Chicago Bears, but is this a really solid situation for a rookie quarterback to go into?
I think you can say, John, this is probably the best situation that the top overall pick could go into. But in terms of, best overall situation a rookie quarterback can go into, no, I think Minnesota, who's expected to draft a quarterback in this draft, is probably going to be the best situation for a rookie quarterback going to, because you have an offensive play caller in Kevin O'Connell, who's proven to be one of the better offensive play callers in the league. You got Justin Jefferson, you got Jordan Addison at receiver, you got T.J. Hawkinson, you got a developing young offensive line, and you got a defense that can get the ball, take the ball away for you. So I think Minnesota is the best overall in terms of best landing spot for a rookie quarterback. But in terms of the first overall pick, look at last year with Bryce Young. They give so much to go ahead and get Bryce Young, get that first pick, that they have built nothing around him. Adam Thielen, who's, God bless his heart, had to get a 1,000-yard season, but, he's not what he was, a couple years ago with Minnesota. So, and that was his number one receiver. So I think, and then Bryce Young paid the price, got beat up. And I think that's, something that now Carolina's looking at. All right, we got to build this kid's confidence back up and build everything around him. So yeah, for a first overall pick, I think Bears have done a good job in terms of, bringing in, obviously DJ Moore's there with Cole Kmet, the trade for Keenan Allen gives you a nice veteran receiver there. Hopefully they can get another receiver in Rome Odunze here, who's the guy I want at number 9. And, they can continue to build on there and then fortify some more of that offensive line, up front for Caleb. But yeah, and I talked about Shane Waldron. This is going to be very important for them to develop a system based off of their quarterback strengths. And that's something that previous regimes, previous coaching staffs, John, you and I have talked about, previous coaching staff that haven't done that. And hopefully with Shane Waldron, who's been an NFL play caller, in his previous, stop with Seattle, has had a Pro Bowl quarterback in Russell Wilson. He's had a Pro Bowl quarterback in Geno Smith, and 2 different type of quarterbacks. Hopefully that the belief is that he can go ahead and do that and create an offense, a scheme that can just plug in Caleb Williams and see him have success early on in his career.
Jordan, how confident are you in this infrastructure and the basically the overall setting that the Bears have built for a young quarterback? How confident are you that this is going to be a successful atmosphere for a young quarterback to succeed?
That's a hell of a catch-22 question, John. I think I really agree with Danny that I think the Minnesota Vikings provide the best supporting cast for a rookie quarterback in the NFL. But let's be very clear. The Chicago Bears are not far behind. It's a very close race in the NFC North for a rookie quarterback supporting cast. I certainly think this is the best supporting cast that you could imagine a rookie quarterback to have in Chicago Bears history. With respect to the personnel, the scheme, I think that a lot of that is, it's an ideal for now. We're going to kind of see it play out and see what it looks like. Certainly, Caleb Williams comes from a history with Lincoln Riley in a Mike Leach air raid style scheme and offense, which is really about playing point guard and creating outside on the perimeter, spreading out defenses. I don't necessarily think that that's everything that you're going to see with the Shane Waldron offense, but I certainly think the Bears could have gone in a lot of different directions that I wouldn't have found as positive as going and getting the Shane Waldron type candidate. A candidate such as Shane Waldron that has success dating back to his time with Seattle, dating back to his time under, a great offensive wonderkin mind like Sean McVay. I think that there's a lot of promise there. But right now we're still at the stage where let's wait to see it play out. But I think that there's certainly hope and optimism that should be had.
Yeah, Danny, I think as Bears fans, we're used to getting snake bitten on some of these things. So how confident are you that the Shane Waldron system will be a good fit for Caleb Williams?
Well, I'm not 100% confident. It's the positive is that he's done it before, John. The Bears have had a history of hiring first-time head coaches who hire first-time coordinators, who hire first-time, so on and so forth. And it's just, this is a guy they brought in here who's got experience, and he's got, like I said, success with 2 different types of quarterbacks, which is something that's encouraging, right? And his introductory press conference, he talked about, it's a system that where he's going to make it quarterback friendly. He's going to seeing what the quarterback does. At that point, obviously, the conversation was it Justin? Was it a rookie? So on and so forth. And he's going to build that system around them. And I think this is something that we're going to keep an eye on, right? And early on in training camp, early on in the season, see how this system is being built around this rookie quarterback. And again, my thing is, you guys have known me for all these years. You build it up front with the offensive line, you build it with the running game, and then you go play action, and you have a quarterback now. Well, we've had a quarterback a couple of years now, but a quarterback now, again, you can throw the ball over multiple different layers of the football field, can layer it, and also go deep. So that's something that's I'm going to see. I want to see some more here of multifaceted formations, motions. Start off with the running attack, and then now allow Caleb to work down the football field with some of these receivers that they brought in these last couple of years.
Gentlemen, the pick is in. I wonder who it's going to be. So now we're just waiting for Roger Goodell to come out on the stage and announce it. So while we're waiting for that, and I'm sure more analysis coming on this pick, let's go ahead and talk a little bit. Well, as we see, if you're watching the ESPN telecast, everyone in the Bears war room is high-fiving each other as if they just pulled off a heist, which in reality they kind of did against Carolina. But I think most of them knew where they were going with this throughout the whole process. But I think the draft really gets interesting around. We kind of think Jaden Daniels is going second. I mean, I think that's pretty safe to say, but I think number 3 is where the draft really gets excited here. Real quick, just give me your one-word answer. Who goes 3, Danny?
Who goes 3? I think is Drake Maye, but who's making a pick is a better question.
Jordan, who's going 3?
I share that with Danny. I mean, look, I put out at midnight to start my draftsmith that JJ McCarthy will be New England Patriots today.
There's the alarm. That's a little jingle we got going on here. And the Bears, oh my goodness, they select Caleb Williams. Wow.
Good thing I'm sitting down, guys. Good thing I'm sitting down.
While it's not a shocker, it is historic. The Bears pick number 1 overall. I believe the first time they've picked a quarterback with the number 1 overall pick, if my historians are, keeping me up to date here. So the Bears, they take Caleb Williams, a historic pick for them. Wasn't their original pick. They get it from Carolina, but they go and they get their franchise quarterback in Caleb Williams. So, guys, I mean, we've been talking about this since it happened as we see Caleb Williams walk out onto the stage to, I assume, accept a Bears jersey. But Danny, how does this feel? I mean, as a Bears fan, it's easy to be cynical, or it's easy to look at what can go wrong, or pick out some bad scenarios here. But you got to feel excited if you're a Bears fan, correct?
John, I was excited in 2021 when they took Justin Fields, and I told all our listeners, I said, the Bears have their franchise quarterback, and what the Bears did after that to Justin was, in my opinion, total organizational malpractice for the kid. So again, we've been talking about this prior to here. We're like, you bring in this talented quarterback, talented athlete. Let's build around him. Let's play to his strengths. Let's not fiddle around here and just say, all right, we got him and we're done. So what they do from here on out is what we're going to, monitor and judge the Bears by. So far they've been off to a good start in terms of getting some weapons for him. But now let's see them go ahead and build, like we talked about, that infrastructure around him in terms of offensively, and let him be the face of your franchise. And don't fail this kid like you failed Justin Fields and some of the other guys, right? So that's my thing. Is now it's on the Bears, it's on Ryan Poles, it's on the coaching staff to go ahead and, you have a talented quarterback, go ahead and make it happen for this kid.
Yeah, I'm sorry. My eyes are glued to the TV as Caleb Williams dancing around with his Bears jersey just brings, warms my heart to see Caleb Williams so excited holding a Bears jersey. Jordan, how do you feel right now? I mean, we knew this was coming. This is not something that they got. I mean, back when they drafted Fields, they moved up and got him, so it was a little bit of a surprise at the time. But we knew this was coming. But it still is official. He's holding a Bears jersey. It has his last name on it. It is official that Caleb Williams is a Chicago Bear. How do you feel?
It is time for the city of Chicago to party, John. This is something that I don't think that people realize, that back when the Bears had the number 1 pick last year, there were talks that had Caleb Williams been in the 2023 NFL draft, you would not have seen the Bears move back. There would have been a discussion to take Caleb Williams there and cut the Justin Fields experiment a year early. To then be able to secure that future today, to lock it in and stamp it in, that's your quarterback of the future. I've comped him to Dak Prescott gone wild, and I mean that in the best possible way. I mean, this is a stellar prospect. Again, as I've said, he's not necessarily my top quarterback, but that doesn't mean I don't like the kid. That doesn't mean that I don't think that he has impressive skills, traits, and attributes. And I do believe that his ceiling is sky high. The city of Chicago should feel so emboldened and impassioned and emblazoned by the selection of this kid and being able to say, that's the quarterback of the future. Under this Ryan Poles regime, he finally got his guy.
Now, Danny, them taking Caleb Williams number 1 overall, all of the hype around Caleb Williams, all of the news stories around him, the narratives, whatever you want to say, now puts a heck of a lot of pressure on this kid to perform almost out of the gate.
Right.
what are some reasonable expectations? Because people are saying, well, the Bears have never had a 4,000-yard passer. They never had a quarterback throw for 30 touchdowns. They're going to get one They're going to get one next year.
Let's pump the brakes on those guys. Let's pump the brakes on those. Does Caleb Williams have the talent to eventually be that first ever quarterback to throw for 4,000 yards and throw for 30 touchdowns? He's got the talent, right? And like I said, he's going to be probably the most talented natural thrower of the football the Bears have had a quarterback in their franchise history. But let's go ahead and remember, this is going to be an organizational development tool here. This is going to be a rookie. He's going to come in. He's going to make mistakes. He's going to have those Notre Dame type of games, right? Where he's got 3 interceptions and 1 touchdown, and everyone's going to call into our post-game show, John. You and I, we're feeling those calls, and they're going to be like, oh, this guy's a bust. And all of a sudden, there's already things on Twitter, if you're going right now, people calling him a bust. So let's pump the brakes on that. Let's just let this kid come in and get comfortable. He's got the immense talent, right? He's got the swagger of an Aaron Rodgers. That's the guy who he's kind of modeled his game after. That's who's been his role model. So he's a guy that's going to come in there and think he can make every single throw and be that alpha dog from day one. So let's let him grow into that role. Let's protect him from himself at times, right? Jordan and I talked about the fumbles. That's something in his game right now that does concern me. He's going to have to go ahead and clean that up. Obviously, in the NFL, the ball is very, very it's a big priority. You turn the ball over, that's not a good thing, right? So let's work on that. Let's build a running game around him. Let's fortify the offensive line. That last game against Green Bay, that offensive line looked putrid, and that's the last memory I have of that season offensive line. So, fixing that offensive line, making sure all the leaky holes in there are fixed, are going to be a priority here. They've already invested some veterans in there, nothing big, no big names or anything like that, but they've invested some veterans. Hopefully they can solidify that, build that rushing attack behind him, and now add some more weapons around them in terms of receiver. Remember, they've got Keenan Allen, they've got DJ Moore. They signed Colin Johnson back, who's a former University of Texas receiver, but he hasn't really done much in the NFL. They have Tyler Scott, last year's 5th-round pick, but they got to add, in my opinion, they got to add 2 more receivers here, whether it's a rookie and another veteran, or if it's 2 rookies from this draft class. You got to add some more talent at the outside skill positions, in my opinion, for Caleb Williams. And again, let's bring him in slowly. Let's go ahead and kind of let him get his feet wet, and then now once he's gotten comfortable, now you can show off some of the immense talent he has.
Well, the pick is in for the Commanders, and most likely it's going to be Jayden Daniels. So, Jordan, as you look over these two quarterback prospects, how does Caleb compare to Jalen? What are they compare and contrast to, and what are the Bears getting, and what are the Commanders most likely getting here?
Yeah, I'm not trying to dampen down, John, on the Commanders and the Washington football team, but they're selecting a quarterback. This is my 4th-ranked quarterback. And a little bit of inside baseball here. Jayden Daniels and I actually share the same high school. He was coached by Coach Rogers at Cajon High School in San Bernardino, California. I'm very familiar with his story. I know that would seem like a reason to be biased and root for the kid, but again, another stellar prospect that provides a lot of unique tools, but certainly is the better athlete than Caleb Williams. The arm talent isn't necessarily special in any way. I think that he lacks the velocity and the ability to drive the ball in the ways that the NFL can demand in tighter windows, windows closing quicker with faster players. But I do think he's a bit of a dart thrower, and I mean that in a positive and complimentary way. He's got an ability to kind of drop balls in the hoop. We've seen quarterbacks have those competitions where they're trying to drop a ball in a trash can 50 yards down the field. Jayden Daniels absolutely has those tools, and he's shown incredible progress in the last 2 years at LSU. So I think the question and the bit of a hesitation I have is how much of that is recency bias, how much of that carries on
Oh, there it is, the jingle, and it is Jayden Daniels, the LSU quarterback, going number 2 to the Washington Commanders, as we kind of assumed so. Now is when the draft gets really interesting. But Danny, real quick, what was your breakdown on Jayden Daniels, and what are the Commanders getting in their potential franchise quarterback?
Yeah, Jayden Daniels coming out of high school as a 4-star dual threat athlete, and obviously, he's a 5th-year college player. Went to Arizona State first 3 years, and the last 2 years, as Jordan mentioned, he's been at LSU. And for me, he's a guy that plays in rhythm, plays in structure. In terms of his footwork, it always seems like it's clean in the pocket, it's always ready to throw the football, get rid of the football. But some of the concerns with me with Jayden, for me, is he a one-year wonder? And I think that's a criticism that a lot of people kind of labeled on Joe Burrow. Same thing, went to Ohio State and transferred to LSU, but Joe had a phenomenal final year at LSU with terrific targets, and it's kind of similar here with Jayden. Final year at LSU, it hasn't had this type of production at all in his collegiate career. blows up with over 3,800 yards, 40 touchdowns, is a true legit dual threat quarterback. But that's some of the things that's a question I had about him. The other question I had about him is obviously the size. He measures at 210, but he's a really thin frame, and I heard he didn't even play at 210. He played at 189 to 195, and that's going to get you killed in the NFL. And he takes a lot of shots in terms of putting his body in positions where defenders kept clean shots at him. A couple times he was knocked out of football games, so that's a concern there as well. And the other thing for me is he's a guy, unlike Caleb, when he leaves the pocket, he's tucking the ball and he's running. He doesn't even give a chance for his receivers to look downfield and see if he can get a guy open. So that's something he's going to have to work on at the next level. It's kind of, if you leave the pocket, we know you have the talent to run with the football. He's dynamic in terms of as a runner, but he's got to be able to learn and be able to pick guys in zones, especially, and make plays. Once you escape eluded pressure, find guys down the football field. Don't just tuck it and run as your first option. So that's why, for me, those concerns, made Caleb number one and made Jayden Daniels number two for me.
Gentlemen, this is where the draft gets really interesting because the Patriots are currently on the clock, but we're not sure if they're going to stay there. We don't know who could potentially move up. Who is it going to be for? There's been a lot of talk around JJ McCarthy, a lot of talk about Drake Maye, about who's in love with Drake Maye, who's in love with McCarthy. Jordan, still 5 minutes left for the Patriots to pull the trigger on something here. What are you anticipating?
I think that, I'd love to be proven wrong, John, but this is something that I planted my flag on at midnight today, saying that JJ McCarthy would be the Patriots quarterback this year. I don't know if it's happening at 3. I think personally that they'd like to see if you can trade back with the New York Giants or Minnesota Vikings, over-leverage them, overstretch them on the compensation, and then use all of that extra fat, if you will, on the compensation that you've got to move back up and get JJ McCarthy at a much more tolerable level. And I think that would be a great move. Just a little bit on Jayden Daniels, though, if I could. This is an example too of Caleb Williams. Just for the audience here, Caleb Williams is my number 3 prospect overall on my big board, so you're not reaching too far there. And again, I'm a little different on Caleb Williams than most. Jayden Daniels, I understand that I said I was a little lower on him. That is my 27th prospect in this big board. So, to me, I understand that I have a little bit of a different flavor, but I'm with Danny here. The reality is I know that you could look back to that same school, that Joe Burrow story, but at the end of the day, Joe Burrow won games. Joe Burrow found a way to close the deal at a national championship level. Joe Burrow he had some all-star, receivers, but he didn't have a first-round left tackle in that group. So I think, I wish these kids nothing but the best. I have no reason to wish ill will on Jayden Daniels, but I think that at the end of the day, I'd be a little worried about what that's going to look like in a few years in Washington.
Well, guys, the pick is in for the Patriots, so it looks like they're actually going to pick here. Danny, you have it. Go ahead and throw it out. Who are they taking?
Drake Maye.
Wow.
The Patriots are taking Drake Maye. Throw all the bells and whistles up. We got that. You got it ready to go. I'll wait for you. Just go ahead and interrupt. There it is. So it looks like the Patriots are going to take Drake Maye. Instead of trading down, they get their quarterback of the future. But Danny, they ain't a lot to work with there in New England. If there's one fan base that knows about bringing a rookie quarterback into a bad situation, it'd be Bears fans. So what is Drake Maye walking into? And is this a guy that should maybe be sitting for at least a half a season before he gets thrown to the dogs, especially in New England where they don't have a lot to work with?
Yes, to answer your question, yes, flat out, he should be sitting a season. Only 21 years old, a 2-year starter at North Carolina. And people are going to look at that North Carolina uniform and automatically think of Trubisky. And I'm telling you right now, he's not Mitch Trubisky. This guy is 6'4", 223. He comes from an athletic family. This guy can make all NFL-type throws. He's athletic for a guy that big. He's not just a statue back there. But his thing is, coming into the season, it was Drake Maye or Caleb Williams for number 1 overall. And Drake Maye and Caleb Williams were neck and neck. But then I think where Drake happened to him, and again, it's a new offensive coaching staff, new offensive coordinator. He lost, his Josh Dobbs Josh Downs, his primary receiver last year to the Colts this year. A couple of offensive linemen left, so it was a kind of a whole new thing for him, and he struggled. Right? There's games where he looked great. There's games against Clemson, games against Minnesota, where he threw some interceptions. I'm like, what the hell are you doing? And just the reads, the inconsistencies in terms of his footwork, in terms of accuracy on the football field. So he's a guy that can go in and sit. Now, teams that were looking at trading up here for Drake Maye, I heard were Minnesota, obviously, who have Josh McCown, who was his high school football coach, and then also you have the Giants, right? And those are the two teams that are kind of jockeying here. Now, I believe if that had happened, obviously Minnesota is probably the best. I've talked about earlier, the best situation for rookie quarterback. I'm not sure that would have been the case for Drake Maye, only because I feel this is a kid that does need to sit. And I know all general managers were going to say, hey, he's going to sit. He's not going to start. But I think it's going to happen in New England because they have Jacoby Brissett there, a guy who's respected, a guy that the organization likes, that they know he was there before. I think they're going to bring him, Jacoby Brissett, in. They're going to bring Drake Maye in and just let him kind of sit and learn behind that veteran quarterback. And I think maybe within week 6, week 7, see how he's progressing. I think maybe then you also depends on what the Patriots are doing, and in terms of the season, then maybe you could plug in Drake Maye. But a lot of people are talking about the Patriots. They should trade down, recruit picks, draft everything around them, and then find your quarterback. But when you're in position number 3 to get a guy that potentially could be your franchise quarterback, it's easier to fill around him than it is to get that franchise quarterback. So I think New England did a good job here, sticking, making their pick. And then also, now you have a veteran that can start for them. Now you got to go and fill around them, and they need offensive linemen. They need, receivers, similar to what the Bears had when they brought in Justin Fields, right? So that's something that, for me, Drake Maye has got to sit. And I think this New England spot, even though it's barren, the cupboard is barren, I think it's a place where he could actually sit, and they let Jacoby Brissett play for the first year.
Jordan, what do you feel about this being a landing spot for Drake Maye? First, give your thoughts on Drake Maye, and then whether or not going to New England is a good fit for him. What do you think about that?
John, he's my quarterback 1 in the class. He's my second overall prospect, going number 3 overall to the Patriots. I certainly thought that JJ McCarthy made sense here, just because I felt like Robert and Jonathan Kraft ownership would have found a way to kind of push in and say that we want that Michigan quarterback. I'm excited. Again, we're talking my top quarterback. I differ from Danny a little bit. I think any quarterback really would benefit from sitting a little bit. So I don't necessarily differ there, but I think Drake Maye showed on film a lot of advanced aspects to his game. Sure, the footwork needs to be clean, but I saw he set protections in Phil Longo's offense. They trusted him to be able to orchestrate that offense even with less around him. Also faced a lot of pressure, didn't have a great supporting cast, but he is the prototype. He is what you're looking for in a quarterback. 6'4", 230, full field thrower. He can make a throw at any single level, any single yard. He makes you defend every single blade of grass. And I think that he also has a scrambling ability that I don't think is rated highly enough. So if he had to be thrown out there, I think he would find a way to swim, if you would. But I certainly agree with Danny. Jacoby Brissett is an A+ level backup person to mentor a quarterback, and I think Drake Maye is in a good spot if they're willing to sit and be patient with him. I also am a little higher on the New England Patriots surroundings than most people. I'm not telling you they're competing for a championship, but I also think that the coaching staff and the new regime there is in a lot better spot than people want to admit.
So New England gets their franchise quarterback, the Commanders get their franchise quarterback, and the Bears get their franchise quarterback at number 1. It's kind of nice as a Bears fan to just watch all this chaos potentially play out because they had the number 1 pick, because things would have been a lot different if the Bears were at the 2, 3, or 4 spot, because now – I thought the 3rd pick was where things were all hell was going to break loose. It could be number 4 pick because Arizona could be trading out of this because we got 3 quarterbacks off the board. There's 3 others that could potentially have a first-round grade, but 3 of them are already off the board in the first 3 picks. Danny, what could potentially happen with this pick with the Cardinals? Because they could go just take Marvin Harrison Jr. and just be done with it, or they can see who's going to try to move up and potentially get JJ McCarthy, who's been linked to the Giants because he himself said on the Rich Eisen show that he's had a lot of contact with the New York Giants, which I'm sure they're thrilled that he put that out there. But
right.
What do you think about what could happen here in the 4th?
Well, right now it's a game of chicken, John. It's between the Giants and the Vikings. Who's going to blink first? The Giants go and give what Arizona wants to jump up here and secure JJ McCarthy, or do they just kind of sit there and see what happens here at 4 and 5? Now, I know the Cardinals want to get enough draft capital where they can trade down and trade back up again to get a receiver, right? They don't want to fall out of the Marvin Harrison Jr., Malik Nabers, or Rome Odunze area. So that's question here. Can either Minnesota or the Giants make it valuable for them to go and come up?
And we got the pick is in. The Cardinals are going to make this pick. And they go ahead and they take Marvin Harrison Jr. And the first wide receiver off the board, the first non-quarterback off the board, and he goes to Arizona to team up with Kyler Murray there. And Jordan, I'm going to start with you. Now the first wide receivers off the board, things are getting a little interesting. Was this the right thing to do, or would you have traded back?
No, the reality is, John, is that Monty Ossenfort, the GM for the Cardinals, has a boatload of picks. He did all that trading back last year to acquire all these assets. I mean, at a certain point, you're rich enough. And so this is my top prospect on the board. This is the bluest of the blue chippers that you're going to find in this class. And especially at a position that, I don't want to say it's rare, but X-archetype wide receivers are not as plentiful as they used to be. You're finding a lot smaller, faster, shiftier frames. And Marvin Harrison Jr. comes with the bloodlines, is incredibly refined, has good size, has GPS clocking upwards of 23 miles per hour. What makes him the bluest of the blue chip prospects to me is he has an exceptional understanding of field awareness and body control. I mean, he's got touchdowns against Quinyon Mitchell. He's embarrassed Kalen King, the Penn State corner. He's done this year in and year out. And this is really the magnum opus of Brian Hartline, the offensive coordinator for the Ohio State Buckeyes. This is his best prospect that he's pushed out. And that's considering guys like Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave. So this makes sense. Go get Kyler Murray, a stud receiver. This is almost I don't want prospect is ever bust proof, John, but this is about as close as you're going to get to it.
Now, Danny, with the selection of Marvin Harrison Jr. here, we thought maybe there'd be someone moving up to get a quarterback there, but that takes one of the big three off the board, which kind of starts playing in to what the Bears could potentially do at number 9. Marvin Harrison Jr. off the board at 4. Now you have Rome Odunze and Malik Nabers still on the board, but do either one of them last until number 9 now, with the Chargers picking 5th and the Giants picking 6th? You think the Giants might maybe try to sweat it out for JJ McCarthy at 6, or what could we potentially see here?
Well, this is where it gets interesting. Again, I think it's a back and forth now between the Giants and the Vikings. We talked about McCarthy came out there and said that he liked the Giants, and the interview went there. Do they sit back and say, all right, if he falls to us, we'll take him. If he doesn't, we'll just take the best available receiver. So we'll see what happens here. But I think this is where Minnesota, if it's getting a little hairy for Minnesota now. There's rumors that they like Michael Penix Jr. and that'd be something that they could look at instead of 11 and just take him. So we'll see if that's true or not. But I mean, it's right now it's a cat and mouse game. Let's see if Minnesota puts all their chips in and go get JJ McCarthy, or do they just or the Giants to say, you know what, we can move up one spot and get him, secure him, or do we just sit here number 6? And if he falls to us, he falls to us. If not, then we'll just move on. So it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, Jordan, what do you do? You're the Chargers at 5. Obviously, I mean, you should be flexible to move out of that spot. But if they do make this pick, where do they go? Do they take someone like it's pretty high for a Brock Bowers? You go and you get like a Malik Nabers to team up with Justin Herbert. What do you do there?
Yeah, John, Jim Harbaugh is offensive line, run the ball. I want to run the ball, run power at you 75 times a game. So I think at the end of the day, this is an offensive lineman, but I also think this is JJ McCarthy territory. And how fitting, how poetic that his college coach is going to be able to negotiate the terms for JJ McCarthy's arrival point in the NFL. And not that I'm alluding to the fact that I think, they've got some backroom deal where JJ is saying, hey, make sure you give me to this team. But I also do think that if there's a best case scenario for JJ McCarthy, it's having Jim Harbaugh in his corner, being able to try and do the best he can to set up JJ for success. And to me, I really do believe that's the Minnesota Vikings.
And if the Chargers do stay here and pick, I think some of the guys you can look at, it's obviously, I don't think it's going to be a quarterback. I think it's going to be either JC Latham, the right tackle from Alabama,
Yep.
Joe Alt, the All-Pro, All-American from Notre Dame, could be a guy there as well. I think that's where Jim Harbaugh wants to start. He wants to build. Look at his history. Even at Michigan, he built through the trenches. His offensive defensive lines were tough and they're strong. They were the strength of that team in both teams, whether it's the 49ers, whether it's Stanford, whether it's Michigan. So I think this is where he's going to go for here. Now, the only thing is, the wrinkle is they have traded a lot of weapons away or let go a lot of weapons that the quarterback needs. Could they be tempted here with a Rome Odunze? Could they be tempted here with a Malik Nabers, a receiver? But I think if they stay here and make the pick, I think Jim Harbaugh sticks to his roots, and it's going to be a guy in the trenches, whether it's JC Latham or Joel.
Jordan, I'm going to go to a question that we got in the chat room here from Vince. It says, who does Harrison remind you of? If you had a comp, who would you say that Marvin Harrison Jr. reminds you of?
It's a great question by Vince. To me, Marvin Harrison Jr., the guy I've compared him to is Larry Fitzgerald. Not necessarily, again, he has plenty speed. It shows in GPS numbers, but isn't the same as a Malik Nabers. Isn't going to wow you. Isn't going to blow your eyes out of your sockets by his speed, but has relatively sure hands, understands the nuances of route running, understands tempo with his routes, understands how to play leverage to the ball, boxing out, finding blind spots in the DBs. So this is the type of prospect you're getting, a real true refined professional before he even walks through the door. And to me, that is what Larry Fitzgerald was coming out of Pittsburgh when he went to the Cardinals.
Danny, as we're waiting for the Chargers to see if they're going to trade this pick or if they're going to take this pick, let's go back to Caleb Williams and what the Bears have ready for him as far as the infrastructure goes. Who do you think will be his safety blanket in year one? Is it going to be one of the tight ends, Cole Kmet, or is it going to be DJ Moore, or could it be Keenan Allen? He's already trying to build a rapport with some of those guys. Who do you think Caleb Williams is going to be the most comfortable with in year one?
Well, typically for all quarterbacks, a tight end, if you have a pass catching tight end, he's your safety blanket, right? So the first guy I think of is Cole Kmet, but him and Keenan Allen have the relationship in terms of off the football field. So they might not be best friends or anything like that, but they have some sort of bond there. And Keenan Allen is a pretty good route runner. So if anything, I think he might lead a little more towards that veteran there. But I mean, Cole Kmet could be an option, DJ Moore could be an option, and obviously, I think Keenan Allen. But I just think he's got to come in and just not say, all right, this is my top guy or whatever. He's got to build a rapport with everyone. And I think that's what Caleb's going to do. And everything in the pre-draft process, he's nailed it. He's talked about making, getting in there, working hard, working with his teammates, getting to know all of them. Obviously, DJ Moore and Cole Kmet were at that dinner when the Bears brought in Caleb Williams for that 30 visit. So there were two of the veterans that were there to meet him. So maybe that's already kind of started there. But yeah, typically when you look for a blanket, a security blanket for a quarterback, the tight end's the first guy you look at.
Jordan, speaking of security blankets, they go out and they get DeAndre Swift in the offseason. How big of an impact do you think having that guy in the backfield, if any, because they do have a pretty solid running room as is, but what do you think that DeAndre Swift means for this offense and Caleb Williams?
Yeah, John, I'm not the biggest fan of Swift, but I also am not here to knock the kid. I think that he's been productive everywhere he's been. He was drafted in the second round with the Detroit Lions and was even, I hold Howie Roseman in high regard, and for Howie Roseman to pull the wheels on the trade to get him into Philadelphia last year and had a 1,000-yard rusher. There's no knock on DeAndre Swift. I think my biggest concern with him is, can he stay healthy? And some of his field vision, I don't always think he hits the right hole. He's not as patient as I'd like, but he's a good receiving outlet out of the backfield, and I certainly think he brings a different dynamic than what you have in Roschon Johnson and Khalil Herbert, who I don't want to say has fallen out of favor, but certainly I think that this is really the role. If you're looking at what Khalil Herbert would have brought, DeAndre Swift was really brought in and, one of the first signings, if not the first in free agency to fill that. So that is going to be his running mate. And to be frank, I think, when you look at Marshawn Lloyd, the USC running back, I don't necessarily think that DeAndre Swift is all too different. Not saying that the comp, not saying the same player, but DeAndre Swift has a lot of what Marshawn Lloyd had at USC for Caleb Williams.
Let's go to a quote from former GM Andrew Brandt on between Caleb Williams and Marvin Harrison. Two of the top 4 picks, Williams and Harrison, will negotiate their rookie contract, mostly predetermined by the CBA, without traditional agents. Advisors, yes. Agents, no. Bears fans were no strangers to this. We saw it happen with Roquan Smith. Danny, any cause for concern there? What does that mean? Anything? Big deal, little deal, no deal?
No, because the way they have set it up, and he explained it, Caleb, is that he doesn't have an agent per se, but he's got lawyers. He's got guys that have done negotiating contracts for them. So, and like Rand just mentioned in a tweet, this is already all predetermined within the CBA. There's not like the old days where you sit there and you hold out for all this other money. It's already, this is your range. This is what you're going to get. It's pretty much just sign the contract. Cross the T's, dot the I's. So he's got professional lawyers. He's got like a PR team. This guy is like I said. At 9, him and his dad sat down and kind of, projected all this. They kind of laid a plan out for how this is going to happen. So the kid is really ready to come in and hit the ground running.
Oh, and we got a pick. It is in, and the Los Angeles Chargers will select Joe Alt, offensive tackle out of Notre Dame. So they, true to form, like we were saying, Jim Harbaugh is going to go beefy up front. He's going to try to run the football, and that starts with drafting Joe Alt. Jordan, you talked about this earlier. Does this pick make sense for the Chargers?
Not as much to me, John. Not that it's a bad pick. Joe Alt is my second offensive tackle just behind JC Latham. I thought JC Latham would have made a lot more sense considering that you have a left tackle there already in Rashawn Slater. I don't necessarily understand why you wouldn't want the natural right tackle. That really fits what Jim Harbaugh's after. But there's no doubt that Joe Alt is a rare prospect, has a lot of desirable traits. Again, not necessarily my top guy, but I think that he brings an interesting skill set. I'm just curious about, they must feel comfortable being able to move him to right tackle. And at the end of the day, my pro zero comp for him as a taller Lane Johnson. He's a guy that at 6'9" still has an incredible ability with footwork to mirror and really anchor down. I do think he gives up a little more ground than I'd like in anchoring, but his positioning, his hand placement, he's young to the offensive tackle game. So we're really talking about a tremendous upside here if you can really find a way to refine him.
Danny, what do you think about this pick of Alt, and what's his ceiling, I guess?
Yeah, for me, he was my fourth-rated player overall, my top 100. He's a guy that plays left tackle at Notre Dame. But watching his tape, breaking him down. Obviously, Jordan talked about the size, 6'9", 321 with 34.25-inch arms. But he's a guy at left tackle. I did see him get stressed a little bit with speed, right? So I think he's a guy eventually. I saw as a guy that will kick into right tackle, or kick over, I should say, to right tackle. So I think with the Chargers, they would have Rashawn Slater on the outside there at left tackle. So I think he starts off at right tackle, which I think that's going to be his permanent position. I would have given him a shot to play. For example, the Bears drafted him. I would have given him a shot to play left tackle, but I thought in the end he was going to be a right tackle. So it looks like Harbaugh's just going to come in and bring him here and put him at a right tackle. They have their bookend tackles. And again, Jim Harbaugh builds this team up front, guys. He's not going to go for the pretty boys and the receivers and all that stuff. Plus, it's a deep draft in terms of receivers. So, they'll be able to get a receiver in a second, third round that's going to come in and probably start for them as well. So, great pick, great Jim Harbaugh pick. And I think this is a guy that's going to be a bookend, and his dad was a right tackle. So he's moving to a position where his dad played as well. So a former Pro Bowl player for the Chiefs. So I think it's a great pick. It was between Alt and JC Latham for me all along. I didn't think that they're going to, unless they traded, I don't think they're going to move off of those two guys. And I think, and obviously he goes with the higher rated player, Joe Alt.
Danny, quick follow-up to that. Do you think the Chargers felt comfortable going with an offensive tackle here because of the depth at wide receiver in this draft, and they can address that later on?
Yes, definitely. This is a draft where you're going to have, anywhere from 20 to 30 receivers taken overall. I mean, it's a deep class. And again, you go into that second round, you're going to you'll find guys that can come in. And last year, Puka Nacua, a 5th-round pick, came in and contributed as a rookie, right? So, Tank Dell, I believe, was a 3rd or 4th-round pick with the Texans. You find these kids are going to come in and they're going to be able to contribute. And there's all kinds of receivers. There's quick gadget guys. There are slot receivers. There are big X receivers. There are Z's out there. So he's going to be able to go and get his guys in terms of receiver. But again, it's hard to find guys 6'9", 321 with 34-inch arms that are athletic enough to play left tackle, but also are going to be day one starter at right tackle. You got bookend tackles, and you just got to love it. And I love the way Jim Harbaugh builds his football teams.
Jordan, the Giants currently on the clock. Are they running to write JJ McCarthy's name on a card, or what do you think happens here?
It wouldn't surprise me, John. The reality is that Joe Schoen and Brian Daboll have not had a chance or been given the opportunity to select a quarterback under their regime. I think it's a little bit of a hairy situation walking into a regime that I certainly think is a little bit on the hot seat. The seat is certainly warm. If you don't win this year, what is the future there? So that worries me a little bit as a big JJ McCarthy fan about, the stability walking into New York. But I also think that Brian Daboll is one of the smartest minds. He's actually the coach I wish would have been the Bears head coach when they hired Matt Eberflus to kind of steward a Justin Fields along. And I certainly think that Brian Daboll would be able to develop JJ McCarthy, and Joe Schoen is, cut from the Brandon Bean clock and, does business pretty well. And I think that team also, similar to the Patriots, isn't necessarily talked about as well as they're built. They do have some pieces there. And we're talking about wide receiver depth. There is depth there in the second and third round to kind of put weapons around him. In the offensive line, they spent a ton of resources in free agency to make sure that if they were going to put, a quarterback there, he'd be.
Not JJ.
Well,
Good.
We find out now the Giants go and they make their pick, and they were going to take Malik Nabers, wide receiver out of LSU.
That was a smoke screen. The JJ was all smoke screen.
I wonder if he knew that.
But I'll tell you what, Danny, this makes me a little bit happy. At the end of the day, like I said, I could have seen him working in New York, but I also think that there's something that's really underrated that's not talked about enough is how much John Mara and the Tisch family, the ownership for the Giants, really like and support Daniel Jones and feel like he hasn't been given a fair shake early on with Gettleman and with, the previous regime there before Daboll. And obviously they had one good year under Daboll, but he did have the torn ACL last year. So I think this is about them trying to reload, and they haven't had a difference maker at wide receiver since Odell Beckham Jr. And sure enough, not that Odell Beckham is the comp that I have from Malik Nabers. That would actually be Brandon Ayuk, but another explosive can opener wide receiver for the Giants.
Yeah,
that's one thing that this does is I'm sorry, John. This makes the Bears pick at number 9 very, very much in play now for a trade target, right? If you're Denver now at 12, If you're Minnesota, possibly 11. Now, will the Bears trade within division, give them their future quarterback? We'll see what happens. But or Minnesota can just sit there 11 and let JJ just fall to them. So that's going to be something we're going to keep an eye on here, because the next two picks with Tennessee and with Atlanta, you don't think they want to go quarterback, or they could be trade out spots as well. But if they stick and make their picks, I think now with the Bears at number 9, a team that wants a quarterback could come up and get JJ McCarthy.
Well, yeah, because the Minnesota Vikings fans were probably sweating that one out, thinking they might have been missing out on the quarterback, and then the Giants take Nabers. So now you have 7 and 8, because I don't think the Bears are going to trade that pick to the Vikings. I just don't see that happening, and say, hey, go ahead and get your quarterback, and if it really works out well, then we can be the schmucks again that gave you that pick. So I think that the 7 and 8 spot are going to be very interesting, because I don't see the Titans taking quarterback. I don't see the Falcons taking a quarterback. So 7 and 8 might be a place where we see someone jump in, and specifically the Minnesota Vikings could be the Raiders if they want to get up there and get their guy. We'll see. But now with Nabers and Marvin Harrison Jr. off the board, I think we have, and Aldo, you're in the back there, I believe we do have a quick video from Glenn Morgan of NBC Sports Chicago talking about the possibility of the Bears trading down with a team they traded down with in last year's draft. It's just something to think about. If we have that, go ahead and roll it.
The Eagles and Howie Roseman always trades up, and he's made several moves with the Bears, so they have that relationship. And if that were the pick, say, to move back, and you can acquire maybe a second-round pick in addition to moving back to 22, I think wide receivers like Brian Thomas Jr. from LSU will be there. I'm really high on him, exceptionally high on wide receivers from LSU or Ohio State. Those guys are always trained exceptionally well and very good route runners, and seem to have very little, almost a seamless transition to the NFL. Or if he's gone, A.D. Mitchell out of Texas, Adonai Mitchell, physical receiver, big receiver.
So there you go. There, the possibility of the Bears trading back with the Eagles there. That's not a team that I originally anticipated, but Jordan, do you think that's a possibility?
Yeah, it's interesting. Howie Roseman's going to get after it. He knows no pause button to the pursuit to greatness there in Philadelphia. So certainly an opportunity. We're going to have to see it play out. But I don't mean to say I'm getting giddy. I'm giddy for this whole event, John and Danny. But JJ McCarthy's my guy, and I think that we're getting awfully close to somebody making a move, whether that's the Broncos, the Raiders, or the Vikings, and I really don't think he's going to enter a bad situation there.
The one thing every Tennessee guys keep an eye on is Rome Odunze. I know for a fact they love Rome Odunze, and Tennessee could go shock everyone and say, all right, wait, you just paid a bunch of money to Ridley to get him from Jacksonville. You have DeAndre Hopkins, but again, Hopkins is getting up there in age. I think Rome Odunze will be a nice kind of slip in there to take over for Hopkins eventually. And they have a young quarterback in Will Levis. They're going to give him some weapons on the outside. So keep an eye at there with Rome Odunze. Other than that, I think possibility here of Latham at tackle could be one. Olu Fashanu could be one here as well. With left tackle could be there. They have an offensive-minded coach now, and Brian Callahan. His father is the offensive line coach here. So if he wants to go offensive line, I think this is something we keep an eye on. So it's either offensive lineman, either Latham or Fashanu here for Tennessee, or possibly Rome Odunze.
Danny, if they go Rome Odunze and all three of those wide receivers are off the board, would that be an inkling for you to say that the Bears are definitely going to try to trade back out of that number 9 pick?
Well, I would trade that. I would trade back, but again, you need a partner. You need someone that's willing to come up here and give you something to move back, right? You still have blue chip players here available on the board, and a guy that I'm high on more than a lot of people are JC Latham and Taliese Fuaga. I absolutely love these two guys. They're both maulers in their own way. Latham more of a traditional a power right tackle. A lot of scouts I talked to thought he's probably better suited for a power gap scheme, but I think he's got the athletic feet to play in a zone scheme as well. So he might not be the exact right.
Looks like we got a pick, and they're going to take JC Latham. The Titans are going to take JC Latham. You were just talking about him, Danny. You're pretty high on him, so go ahead and break this down. Is that a good pick?
Yeah, Latham for me was my 12th overall player. He's one of my blue chip players in this class, and again, he's just a power guy. He's a guy that big, strong, 6'5", 300 plus pounds, but he has the feet that I think could even eventually play left tackle if he wanted to. So, but I think he's going to be a mauler on that right side for the Titans. Obviously, we talked about Callan and his father being that offensive line coach. He's a guru in terms of picking offensive linemen. He picked, Latham here, and they're going to go ahead and fortify the offensive line in front of their young quarterback and Will Levis. So, and that's to me, it's a solid home run pick for the Titans. And now we're at number 8, where will we see a trade up here? Will we see possibly Atlanta going with the first defensive player? This is getting interesting, guys. This is getting exciting right now.
Yeah, I mean, Jordan, the Titans go out and they get an offensive tackle. Or does that show you that they're really going to give Will Levis a try this year? That they're really going to see what they got here?
John, I thought that was the plan as soon as they started to go into signing, Calvin Ridley and Tony Pollard. But this really affirms it. And, like father, like son, at the end of the day, DeJuan Jones, I know is an off topic, but Ohio State last year, that was my tackle 1. And I'm not saying that this is the exact same fit, but JC Latham is a guy that has a lot of those same traits. And to me, he is my offensive tackle 1. He fits what they're looking to achieve, and he doesn't lose on tape. I mean, I'm not kidding. I got giddy watching JC Latham tape over the summer because he doesn't lose. When he loses, it's all mental errors. Well, guess what? When you have the best offensive line coach in the NFL, I'd like to think that he's going to be able to coach up those mental aspects and those mental errors, missed assignments. And when it comes to the fact of the matter is that when JC Latham puts hands on you, it's game over. You're done. The play is over, and he looks to finish too. Getting him in the run game, he's going to displace and move people off the ball. So I really think that this is a home run hit for Ran Carthon and the Titans to continue to try to shore up that offensive line after taking Peter Skoronski last year.
Danny, if the Falcons trade out or someone jumps up to get McCarthy or they go offense on this one, still not one defensive player taken, is it a possibility that the Bears could stay put at number 9 and say, hey, we're gonna stick around, we're gonna take Dallas Turner, or they're gonna maybe they like Latu out of UCLA, they're gonna stay put because they want to accent the other side of that line from Montez Sweat? Is that a possibility, or could they trade down and get one of those guys?
In my opinion, they could trade down because I think a number 9 is a bit too rich for any of those 3 guys, and all 3 of them are my top 15 players. But I think if you trade down to that 15, 16, 17 range, I think any one of those 3 would fit. Obviously, Latu is in my opinion, the best pass rusher in this draft in terms of hand usage and all that stuff. Versus more of a complete player, if you will. He's a power rusher, kind of similar, and not with the length of a Montez Sweat, but he's similar kind of game. He bullies offensive tackles into the backfield. He's more of a straight line athlete. Is not a guy that's got that natural bend in the ankle flexion. You see some of these elite pass rushers, but he's a hell of a competitor, a hell of a player. And Dallas Turner is the wild card for me. He's a guy that's got a ton of upside, a ton of talent. He's got the length, he's got the twitch you're looking for, he's got the first step quickness, but I think he's just not a developed product there. He's a guy that's going to need some time to go ahead and put that whole complete game together. So, that's why none of these guys for me is a top 9, not top 10 pick. It's more of a guy I would trade back. Now, it takes 2 to tango, right? And that's the thing is like, who is willing to come up here? Is someone willing to jump Minnesota for that quarterback? Is someone willing to come up and get the first defensive player in the draft potentially? Is someone looking for, the Saints are desperate for a tackle, right? We've seen Alt go, we've seen JC Latham go, right? Can we see Fuaga come up? Someone come up for Fuaga here as well. So, this is something that we can keep an eye on. Obviously, Rome Odunze is a guy. If the Bears stick at number 9, that's who I want. That's what I'm going to pound on the table for is Rome Odunze, because I want this guy and I want him and Caleb to kind of grow and develop together here as Bears. But this is getting interesting, guys. It's right now. It's the thing is Minnesota's sitting there saying, all right, do we do this? Do we jump up to number 8? Do we wait number 11? Is there another team now? Is it the Broncos? Is it the Raiders sitting back there saying, do we come up and get JJ, or are they just happy saying, all right, let JJ go and we'll take Michael Penix Jr., right? And the Rams, guys, are sneaky. I've been talking about all this draft process. The Rams are heavily scouting these quarterbacks. The Rams could jump up here and make a big pick. They're number 19. They can go up to number 9. Let's say, for example, the Bears, give the Bears a first-round pick this year, maybe a second, maybe even a pick next year as well, because the Bears, Rams don't care about first-round picks. So, maybe they come up here and they get their quarterback of the future that's going to succeed Matthew Stafford in a year or 2. So, this is going to be interesting. And JJ is young. Was he 21, 22? So if he's a guy who can come back and sit there for a year behind a Stafford or something like that, a veteran, and kind of, get up to speed there and then take over when that veteran retires. So things are getting interesting here. If Atlanta makes a pick, a defensive player, and now we're talking about big time potential trade here for a quarterback, for a tackle, for a receiver, see what happens.
Jordan, with Rome Odunze, if he's there at number 9, it's such a tempting thing. It's such a shiny toy that you'd love to see on your team. But are you okay staying put, picking Odunze, and then having 2 more picks for the entire draft?
John, the reality is you have a ton of different avenues you can go, but I got to say for me, and I'm not the Bears fan here, but to me, there is no better pick than Rome Odunze. I think if he's there, it would be inexcusable and gross negligence to move off of it. And it's not because he needs to play right away, but this is a future plan. This is how good and well-run organizations operate. When you talk about teams like the Bengals that find a way to get a Dax Hill so Jesse Bates can walk out the door. When Trey Hendrickson's preparing to ask for a trade, they've drafted the UNC kid, Miles Murphy, a couple years ago. So the reality is this is what good organizations do. You bring in a Rome Odunze so that if Keenan Allen needs to walk out the door, Rome Odunze can groom into the X role. I'd argue he's one of the best X wide receivers in this class. He was my wide receiver too, only behind Marvin Harrison Jr. So the fact that Odunze is there, I don't know how you walk away from it. It would be, again, I would find it unconscionable.
We'll see if it's actually going to happen. If the Bears come out of this draft with Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze, and they added to what they already have, what, Danny, is regardless
two
of how
blue chip players, two of my top three guys in this entire top 100 entire draft. My top guy was Marvin Harrison Jr. Number 2 was Rome Odunze, and number 3 is Caleb Williams. You come out with Caleb Williams and Rome Odunze, you come out 2 of my top 3 100. Right there, you have a solid foundation at both receiver and quarterback. Now, again, I don't like the fact you only have 2 other picks left, but the one thing that we have to sit there and say, like, all right, I'm assuming those other 2 picks are going to be defensive oriented in terms of defensive line, edge guys, so on and so forth. But there's going to be another wave of free agency here, guys. Let's not forget about that, right? So after the draft, there's another way where your teams are going to cut guys because they've drafted the replacements already in this draft, and we'll see what happens there. And so there's another avenue where they can go and help improve the team. And we also going to have a lot of undrafted free agents here as well. So we'll see what they do there.
Well, the pick is in. Oh, there it is. The Falcons are taking. Waiting for the graphic. Michael Penix Jr.
There we go.
Wow.
Ooh.
No, they're not. Is that real?
I heard that the Falcons were looking at quarterback, and Michael Penix Jr. I'm telling you, JJ McCarthy isn't doing all that good there, Jordan.
Wow.
Danny, that's fine by me. We could talk about JJ McCarthy we've picked, but this is funny.
That's got to be the first. That is the first shocker of the evening. Michael Penix Jr., who some people had out of the first round, will be going number 8 to the Falcons to back up Kirk Cousins. But Danny, I'll start with you. Is this a good opportunity? Because he's not going to start this year, obviously.
He's not. But the thing with Michael Penix Jr., he's a 6th-year player. He's going to be, 24 this year? So, and you just signed Kirk Cousins to a 2 or 3 year contract. So is he going to be, 27, 28 years old when he first starts to play? That's interesting, but this is the first shocker of the draft. And I mean, I know Michael Penix was liked, and I heard he was going to go in top 16, but I didn't think top 10. So listen, this kid is one of the more talented quarterbacks in terms of throwing the football in the draft. We saw that game against that playoff game against Texas. I mean, he made NFL type throws in between 2 or 3 defenders. But then we also saw the Michigan game, right, where pressure rattled him. And this is where he's a guy that needs an offensive line in front of him. Now, I think he's going to sit a couple years behind Kirk Cousins and sitting back there and learn. But I think, this is a guy that's got super talent in terms of arm talent, the ability to make all NFL throws. A lefty, the ball explodes out of his hand. But again, if you're Atlanta, you just went all in, right, with your quarterback and Kirk Cousins. I would think you can bring some more weapons here to support him, and maybe Rome Odunze, maybe get a defensive guy. So this is a shocker. I love Michael Penix as a player, but going here, number 8, I think is too rich. Plus, I think going to a team where he's going to have a sit for 2-3 years, and he's going to be 27, 28 years old when he gets in there, that's a curious move.
Guys, I know we got to talk about the Bears at number 9, and it's coming up, and it's coming in hot probably. But Jordan, number 8 for Michael Penix, I feel like they probably could have traded back and still been able to draft him where you wanted him. But I understand if you like a guy, you go get him. But what do you feel about this?
Atlanta, pass rush. You ever heard of her? No, because they're not interested in pass rush. And I mean, look, at the end of the day, and I can't wait to talk to JJ McCarthy with Danny. It's certainly interesting. I can't help but go a little bit, conspiracy here. Is it because Kirk Cousins isn't quite as healthy as maybe we think, and they may need to have a backup plan? Is it the fact that we aren't prepared to watch a season go down the tank if Kirk Cousins gets hurt? And Michael Penix is one of those guys that can come in right away and play because of the experience. I think he's a good kid. I like Penix a lot. I think that he needs an incredibly wide base to be able to throw the ball. And I didn't love his ability to create. I know he runs a 4.5 when it's on a straight line, but he didn't show it. In college, I also think that as good as he was at throwing the ball, and he can spin it incredibly, I watched his receivers bail him out a lot more than was needed. When you talk about guys like Rome Odunze and Jalen McMillan and Jalen Polk with all those contested catches, why were they contested? I promise you it's not because those wide receivers couldn't separate on any single route. It's a rich take. I had a second round grade on Michael Penix, and I was being quite generous. So at the end of the day, I mean, good luck to them. Is it an Arthur Blank move? Who knows? But it's shocking to me. Good luck, Atlanta.
I'm looking at the chat room. Larry brings up, thanks, Ryan Pace. I forgot that he's over there. That's a good be. He may have had his hand in that as well. Warthog saying Pace and Lovey are still hidden Bears fans, maybe because they're setting up for Rome Odunze to potentially become a Chicago Bear. Now, I don't want to get ahead of myself here, Danny, but what are we going to see happen here?
You stick and pick, John. You go Rome Odunze. If you're not going to stick and pick and you want to recoup some draft capital and you want to trade back and think you can get a receiver in the second round, fine. I'm okay with that, but do not pick anything. Don't stick here and pick anything other than Rome Odunze because he's my highest rated player right now on my board, number 2 overall on my top 100. If you're going to stick here, you got to take Rome Odunze, in my opinion.
Jordan, is that the pick? I mean, I'm not saying like, it has to be.
It has to be. I'm kidding. I would never log off and stop this great time with you fellas, but if he's not the pick, I'm going to be upset. Nicholas West, I talked to him, privately. At the end of the day, he was really hoping Penix would be a Raider. I'm sorry, buddy. It's not happening. But this is tough. I cannot believe, Danny, I cannot believe that Rome Odunze is here at 9. I know it was like, it was kind of string theory, like maybe, Pepe Sylvia, like maybe if you go left and right and up and down, maybe we can find a way to get Rome Odunze at 9. It happened.
Well, they're talking. People were talking about how they're going to have to move up if they want to get him, and now he's there at 9. And I'm sure Vikings fans are happy too because they may be able to get McCarthy at number 11 without having to move up at all and still have their their 2 first overall or 2 first round picks. But the story at hand is. You
don't even want me to talk about Minnesota getting McCarthy at 11, not having to move him. Oh my! You're not even ready for it.
I like how Danny is giving me a fist pump, so that means something. What do you know, Danny? I don't even. I know.
Rome Odunze, number 9 pick for the Bears.
Beautiful.
Put it on, Dodo. Throw it on there. Danny knows it. We're throwing it on there.
As it should have been. As it should be.
The pick is in.
Go for
the Chicago Bears. Buckle up. Put the graphic up. Oh no, I want to see it. I want to see his face there. I want to see it. I'm going to see. We lost it. We don't have it. Go figure. That's great. That's on brand, but that's okay. Rome Odunze is a Chicago Bear.
There's no way that here we go. Pepe Sylvia again. Were Caleb and Rome in on it? Did they not? I mean, they're talking about,
They were on the plane together, right?
Oh my God. Look, fellas, I've not made this a secret. Like, if JJ McCarthy goes to the Vikings, I'm rooting for the Vikings more than the Bears, and I know that's sacrilege here. But the reality is that the Bears have built a monster. Ryan Poles, kudos to you, sir. The fact that you're going to get Rome Odunze to be the successor to Keenan Allen when he finally turns out, and Rome Odunze doesn't need to be relied on as your star player. He can play your power slot if you need. You can move DJ Moore inside. This is masterful level operations here. Like, this is incredible.
The Bears went. And this is something that kind of bothers me a little bit because the Bears went from giving Justin Fields nothing, right? Nothing. Dante Pettis and Byron Pringle to now his quarterback has got Rome Odunze, DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, Cole Kmet, Joe Everett. So but the Bears might have the best receiving corps in the division now. Oh, that's how much I love Rome Odunze.
Danny, we talked about, if you want to talk about what they've traded, so essentially this draft class has been what? Caleb Williams, Rome Odunze, and then Keenan Allen and Montez Sweat. That's been their draft class so far.
Yes.
So
good point.
How much better?
And Ryan Bates. Ryan Bates is also part of that because they traded a 5th round pick for Ryan Bates. That could be the starting center. So this has been Montez Sweat, Rome Odunze, and Caleb Williams with this draft. If this all pans out, if these players all hit their potential. we talked about it right coming into this offseason, right? This is a organizational moment. This is a moment where you build pillars to a potential championship caliber team. And again, it's all potential now. We obviously Caleb and Rome cannot live up to potential, but just the football character of Rome Odunze, bringing him in here and just the work ethic. And again, he's a guy that teams kind of fell off because of the fact that, he didn't create as much separation as Nabers and some of the other guys, but his ability to go up and make contested catches. He's got the strongest hands in the draft, in my opinion. He's a guy that has a good runner. He can look over the shoulder, either shoulder, be able to look the ball in. Okay, great runner. This guy runs, and he's at 6'2", 200 pounds. He could run a whip route and sink his hips and separate from the defensive backs within that 5-yard range. This is a guy that's going to be a quarterback's best friend. Already, Caleb and him have a relationship coming to the draft. This is a home run pick for me, in my opinion, for Ryan Poles and the Bears. Now, again, the thing that sucks, you have to wait now a round and a half to get another pick. But you have two of my top 3 guys and the top 100 guys, and this is a hell of a pick. And I said, if you stick, you got to take Rome Odunze.
Yeah, listen, Danny. Bears fans are going to be fine not having another pick for a couple rounds just because of what they just got in picks 1 through 9. Jordan, a lot of the comps to Rome Odunze.
We have a trade, guys. We have a trade. New York trades down. Minnesota bumps up.
Okay, Minnesota just traded up to number 10. So this is probably where I'll get to that in a second. But Jordan, what are the comps to Rome Odunze? I've heard Terrell Owens. I've heard some. What do you have?
You're asking the right guy here, John. I know people aren't going to love this, but I encourage you, please go back and watch the film and tell me that he's a bad player. Miles Austin is the guy that I compared Rome Odunze to. Miles Austin was
very.
That's fine, Danny. That's fine. Because you can talk about Devontae Adams. I like to give my guys a chance to get there. Devontae Adams is a freak of freaks, and Rome Odunze is incredible, but I don't think people understand what Miles Austin was for the Dallas Cowboys at his peak. I mean, look no further than the Kansas City Chiefs game back when he put up record numbers. So, I mean, to me, Miles Austin is the guy. This is my number 5 player in the draft, and you're getting him at 9. I mean, it's incredible. So, to me, this is, I know people want to go Devontae Adams. They want to go X, Y, or Z. And look, Danny, I appreciate it. I respect your opinion, but you're talking about the greatest wide receiver in the NFL for a few years and arguably still top 3, top 5. That's really high praise to be heaping on Rome Odunze.
I'm talking about his game, Jordan. I'm not saying he's going to become a top 5 or top 3 receiver. And I'm talking about his game reminds me of Devontae Adams in terms of body control, in terms of being able to look over either shoulder and look the ball in and make contested catches with guys draped over him. He was higher rated for me than Malik Nabers, who everyone in the NFL seemed to fall in love with. So because Nabers created separation because of that 4.35 speed. The biggest knock on Rome Odunze was his speed. What was he going to run at? He ran a 4.45 at the combine. So maybe he doesn't play at a 4.45, but he plays at a 4.5, low 4.5s for sure. And again, just the contested catch ability this guy does. You see him in the red zone, be able to go hot. He's got a 39-inch vertical at 6'2", 200 pounds. And talk about back shoulder throws. That's what Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams were known for in terms of at Green Bay. Just the back shoulder throws, the body control to be able to contour, extend away from your frame. Rome Odunze gives you all of that, and that's why I comped him to Devontae Adams. I'm not saying he's going to be better than Devontae Adams, but that's the guy I'm watching him. That's what. And Matt Waldman, we had him on last night on Drafts on Tap. His first name he came out with. I didn't say anything to him. His first comp was Devontae Adams as well. So his game reminds you of Devontae Adams, and that's why I comped him to him. Even a poor man's Allen Robinson, if that's what he is, I mean, that gives you some of that kind of ability as well. So, he's a guy that's got not first speed and first ability to not create that much separation. Dude, but when you're 6'2", 200 pounds, have the strongest hands in the draft at receiver, and can jump a 39-inch vertical and around 4.45, 540, I'm sorry. This is a guy that for back-to-back years had produced, 1,145 yards last year, averaged 15.3 yards a catch. This year had 1,640 yards, I think almost 18 yards a catch, had 20 touchdowns the last 2 years. So this is a guy that's been balling and making plays a lot, at Washington there. So I'm telling you, this is a guy that, and I think Jordan, you mentioned earlier, with Keenan Allen coming in as a free agent, going to be 32 years old. If he leaves, hopefully he has a great year and you get a comp pick for him, maybe a 3rd-round pick or whatnot. But then, but Rome Odunze going to slip right in. I think he is a perfect complement to a DJ Moore.
And I want to follow up real quick with you, Danny, because you look at the body types of the 3 receivers they now have, DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, and Rome Odunze. How does he compare and contrast to those body types, and what can he do that maybe the other guys won't be able to do?
Right. So I see DJ Moore as a Z. I see Rome Odunze as your X, and I see Keenan Allen can play either slot or he can play either position as well. So I would line them up that way. I would line up, with Keenan in the slot or Rome on the outside and DJ Moore on the outside as well. And we talk about Tyler Scott in there as well, giving you some of that deep speed element. So if you go 4 wide receivers now, you got guys that can threat every level of the football for you. You got DJ Moore running the intermediate routes. You got Keenan Allen running the shorter crossers in the middle of the field. And you got Rome Odunze who can make plays down the football field. Again, he's a guy that doesn't necessarily going to blow by guys like say, for example, like Xavier Worthy or even Malik Nabers. But he's a guy, even if he's covered, he's open. That's the type of receiver he is. Because even if a corner is in phase, Rome's got the body control, the ability to extend away from his frame, the strong hands to go up and make those plays on the football field where, as soon as Caleb and him get in rhythm, I can see big time plays down the football field between him and Rome Odunze.
Let's look at the compensation here from that for that trade that the Vikings just made. The Jets get number 11, the number 129 and 157 for that number 10 and the 203 to the Vikings. So the Vikings move up a spot, which means, Jordan, they were probably afraid someone was going to leapfrog them there. They probably thought that number 10 pick was for sale, and they needed to get up there because they needed to get JJ McCarthy.
And that's the pick, guys. It's JJ McCarthy.
As it should be.
So they go up and they wanted to secure their guy. They played with fire a little bit. Didn't go 6 to the Giants. They didn't move up to 7 or 8 to take him. They wait and they move up, and the pick is in. JJ McCarthy goes to the Vikings. He's going to be their new quarterback in town. But my question to you, Jordan, is I know you're high on him. Is he a guy that's going to have to sit behind Sam Darnold for a period of time?
I think that this is a big misnomer. That's, again, I'm going to go back to it, John, that I think every rookie quarterback would benefit from sitting. But I don't think people recognize that this is one of the quarterbacks, similar to Drake Maye, that had to set protections, had to set checks, didn't have to look over the sideline at a card to make his play calls, comes from a pro-style run game, is a key fit for a quarterback whisperer, if you will, and Kevin O'Connell, a guy that literally was able to install a playbook and find a way to win games with Josh Dobbs and Nick Mullins and everything else last year and keep them competitive. So to me, there is no better supporting cast than a rookie quarterback can go to. And certainly I can wax poetic about JJ McCarthy, for the remainder of this draft. But the one thing I really would like to kind of stamp my approval on this pick for is that at the end of the day, and I know this is a hot take, but JJ McCarthy is the quarterback that I would have felt most comfortable in this draft hitching my franchise to, not for what he represents today, but for what he can be as he develops. This is a 21-year-old kid that turned 21 in January. You haven't seen his body fill out. You haven't seen his arm fill out. You haven't seen his mental game fill out. The ceiling is exponential, and I understand that scares a lot of people projecting, but this kid he's got the intangibles, he's got the arm talent, he's got athleticism. I've got tape of him breaking Travon Walker, the former number 1 pick of the draft, out of his ankles, throwing against Nakobe Dean and Kaylee Ringo. This is a solid pick, and I really don't think that there's a better place for somebody to cultivate and develop him like Kevin O'Connell would.
We have a quick video from Nick Bumgarner, who covers Michigan. Writes for theathletic.com. He had an opinion on JJ McCarthy's weaknesses and his strengths. Once again, this is a guy that covers Michigan, so let's see what he had to say about this.
Problem with him is just sort of consistency, doing things that he's not comfortable with. Michigan did a really good job of masking his problem spots. Like, you'll note whenever he rolls out to throw, it's always to the right? Like most everything that they did with him is to the right, because when he's asked to do anything to the left, it becomes an inconsistent kind of an adventure. But, the end-all point of JJ McCarthy, and the reason why NFL teams have really liked him for probably 2 years, quite a bit, actually. We started hearing about him midway through like his freshman season, is the arm talent. He's got the twitchy, spine like Patrick Mahomes has. He can get the ball out from any angle with big-time velocity. And he plays the game with an aggressive mindset that, Bears fans will, it's like Jim Harbaugh. He plays football. That's the NFL comp.
So there you go. Jordan, I know you were high on him. What do you think about that analysis there?
I think it's spot on. I mean, look, I'm not telling you that JJ McCarthy's a perfect prospect, but I'm telling you about what you can envision him becoming. He has all the tools. This is a 5-star quarterback that was, I don't want to say sheltered, but kind of the diamond in the rough, covered up to play professional football, understands how to win tough and ugly games, understands what it is to be in a professional setting, played for the bluest of the blue blood programs in college football, and found ways to win. Went to the Horseshoe, beat Ohio State 3 years in a row, went up, took some lumps against TCU, found a way to fight back in that game. If you're going to hear me talk about Caleb Williams and what he did in Notre Dame, I think JJ McCarthy showed the same thing when he faced adversity. People talk about the Penn State game. Yeah, I saw a kid that faced adversity as Jim Harbaugh was suspended multiple times this year, found ways to beat Nick Saban in Alabama in what would be his final game, coaching up with 2 first-round corners in Kool-Aid McKinstry and Terrion Arnold. This is a quarterback that has shown when he's asked to respond in high-leverage situations, he does it time and time again, and he's going to a phenomenal supporting cast. And, oh, by the way, that defense is nothing to mess with either, and that's what he's going to be practicing against with Brian Flores, my favorite defensive mind in the game. So I think this is ideal for me as just kind of a natural observer. The NFC North got supercharged, and I cannot wait to see the battles here.
Yeah, Danny, you talked about Minnesota potentially being the best landing spot for a young quarterback. How does this fit JJ McCarthy?
Yeah, I'm not as high on JJ as Jordan is. He was 21 overall on my top 100, but he's a guy that I remember. I don't know if it was one of the Buffone 55 shows or it was one of the post-game shows where you guys asked me, all to ask me about quarterbacks. I'm like, scouts are telling me JJ McCarthy is going in the first round. I think both you guys' jaws dropped and you're like, JJ McCarthy. I'm like, yeah, scouts have loved this kid forever, and it's new to some of the people who don't follow this this stuff, but they like his moxie. They think he's got that it factor in terms of leadership. He's a guy that is one of those old school, like comes in early, stays late, digests the playbook, is really smart, plays in a pro style offense like Jordan mentioned, and the scouts love that, coaches love that. The more coaches got into scouting him, the more his stock went up, right? And Jordan, I think you nailed it. I think obviously I'm not as high on JJ as you are, but I think his wild plays for me were not as much as some of the other quarterbacks in this class. But I think there's the one knock on him, that Penn State game where I think they ran the ball 28 times in a row. I watched that game, and if you watch that game over again, they couldn't block Chop Robinson and Adisa Isaac. So they were going to get this guy killed. So they were going to win this game, and Penn State couldn't stop him run wise. So like, what the hell am I going to get a quarterback killed? Let's go and run the ball. And that's one of the reasons why he ended the ball off 28 times. But I think, John, to your point, he goes into the perfect spot with Kevin O'Connell, who I have big time admiration for. He was a guy that I mentioned as a potential head coach candidate here with the Bears when the Bears hired Eberflus. Hell of a play caller. Receivers in terms of Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison and TJ Hawkinson, and they just signed Aaron Jones from the Packers as well. So they got the run game. So I think he fits in a perfect spot. Sam Donald's been put in there as a stopgap right now. Now I think JJ is that kind of quarterback where he'll take over. Eventually, pick is in.
And we got a pick from the Jets. The pick is in, and the New York Jets have selected. Olu Fashanu. I always screw up his last name, but a tackle from Penn State. They finally get some protection up there for Aaron Rodgers. Jordan, I'll go to you first. Was this the right pick, or should they, with limited playmakers left on the board potentially for those, the top 10 ranking, was this where they should have gone?
John, this is not just the right pick, it's the responsible pick, and it's one that I didn't personally think that Joe Douglas and the New York Jets, Aaron Rodgers-led, decision makers would have made. I thought that Aaron Rodgers would have found a way to demand a receiving weapon, but this is the responsible and correct pick. Olu Fashanu represents a left tackle. He's, left tackle, I believe, 4 on my board. And this is a situation where his pass pro sets are a beauty to watch. He's a technician. I don't think he sustains necessarily in the run game. But you're talking about Tyron Smith, who's a fantastic player, but has not found a way to stay healthy. And you don't want to watch yourself wash another season down the drain because you can't protect Aaron Rodgers. And so to me, this is not just the correct move. It's the responsible move to make sure that you stand a better chance to keep that championship window open, as opposed to taking a tight end. And, I understand he's much more than a tight end or another receiver, but to me, you needed offensive line help. And this is them kind of similar, to the Giants, making sure that by hook or crook, we're not going to have our quarterback end up on IR because we couldn't protect him this year.
Yeah, Danny Fashanu goes to the Jets where, some people said Brock Bowers or someone to get more playmakers for Aaron Rodgers. Was this the right position and the right player to take at this point?
I think it was the right position, right? For me, my higher rated player right now is Fuaga, but again, there's conversation about, is he a guard, is he a right tackle? In terms of pure left tackle, Fashanu is the best guy available. Now he's overall on my board. He was 19, but he's a guy that is a left tackle, and 6'6", 312, 34-inch arms. This is a guy that's got the feet, he's got the size, he's got the length to play left tackle at the next level. Like Jordan touched on a little bit, the one thing is he doesn't do well in terms of power. He's a guy that gets inverted a lot with speed to rushers that convert speed to power, and you can see him walk back. So he needs some time to develop, right? So I think he's a guy that goes to his team now where he doesn't necessarily have to be a starter, week one. They have Tyron Smith there, assuming he stays healthy throughout the year. He can maybe take a redshirt year back, or maybe spot start if Tyron Smith gets injured here and there. But I think he goes to a team where, he's going to develop into a starting caliber left tackle down the road. I don't think he's a day one or week one starting caliber left tackle. I mean, right now he's better as a pass protector than he is as a run blocker. So, I mean, there's some development there, but I think he goes to a nice spot. So this tells me that Joe Douglas is saying, you know what, Aaron Rodgers, because I know Aaron Rodgers wanted another pass catcher, and I think Brock Bowers was the guy that they were thinking highly of there. But they said, you know what, we're going to just try and protect you. We're going to do the right thing for the organization, and bringing in a kid like Olu Fashanu. They have two 33-year-old tackles right now, and Morgan Moses at only on 1 year contract, and then we talked about Tyron Smith only on 1 year contract, but both have injury history. So this is the right move for the organization. I'm not sure in terms of how Aaron Rodgers will see it. Now, it is a guy that's going to protect his blind side. So you think, Mr. Aaron Rodgers will be a little happy there, but we'll see how it comes out.
Jordan, I'm not a draft expert like you are, or a prospect expert like you are. So some of maybe the knock on Fashanu was he's not exactly a road grader, but he is pretty good in pass pro. Is that something where he said, if you're the Jets, say, okay, we don't really need a road grader right now. We need someone to keep Aaron Rodgers upright. Is that maybe the thought process here?
That's the exact right thought process, John, is that at the end of the day, Aaron Rodgers is not the road grader. You're not asking Aaron Rodgers to run option and QB power. I want to keep him upright as he's dicing up defenses and being surgical in the pass game. And Olu Fashanu is a young player, comes from a blue blood program with respect to getting offensive linemen technical and ready to block the pro level. And I think his upside's tremendous. And this is just as much of a now pick as insurance as it is for the future to make sure that whoever the succession plan is at QB a year or two down the road, you have a bookend left tackle. And this is hopefully a much surer pick than what Mekhi Becton was for Joe Douglas when he first came there to New York.
Well, gentlemen, the pick is in for the Broncos. We're still waiting on who that is, but
I can tell you what it is.
Oh, well, the hell, Dan, why don't you just go ahead and tell us?
The sixth quarterback in the first 12 picks, Bo Nix.
Bo Nix is going to be a Bronco, the sixth quarterback taken off the board in pick 12? Half the picks so far have been quarterbacks. That is wild. And then the first shocker was Penix going number 8 to the Falcons. The Broncos get Bo Nix at 12. You know what? I'll wait for the graphic there. There it is. Bo Nix going to the Broncos. So, Jordan, was this their guy? Because a lot of times they were talking about, I listened to a lot of the national chatter and what some of the hyperbole is, but they said if the Broncos were going to get a guy, then Bo Nix might be that good fit because he might resemble Drew Brees the most in that Sean Payton system. What say you about Bo Nix going to Denver?
Again, John, I don't know if I'm ever ready to call a player a Hall of Fame, comp, but I do think that there's certainly some similarities there. I think that you can rest easy if you're a Broncos fan, understanding that Sean Payton even found a way to kind of course correct Russell Wilson as best as he could last year. I think that this goes back to Teddy Bridgewater being a Saints quarterback and having to insert himself and play well enough for the Saints. So I trust that Sean Payton can find a way to maximize Bo Nix. I think it's certainly rich. I had a second-round grade on Bo Nix. But I understand, and in many ways, I think that you could argue there's some more appealing aspects to his game than even Michael Penix. He's got some athleticism that I don't think a lot of people understand. He can create a little bit. Just because you didn't see him throw the ball down the field, it doesn't mean he's incapable of it. He's got a few plays that show that he's got an arm. But most importantly, he's a point guard. He understands how to get the ball out of his hands, how to distribute and play his role and protect the ball. And with somebody with as much experience as Bo Nix has, that also plays into Sean Payton. Sean Payton it's well documented. He's not interested in developing a quarterback and having to go through those growing pains. Bo Nix kind of gives him the on-ramp to start sooner.
Yeah, Danny, what do you think about Bo Nix being a Bronco? Is that going to be a good fit there? Was that a good landing spot for him personally?
I called it, guys. I said it like 3 weeks ago. 4 weeks ago. I don't know about on air, but I have a friend who was a Broncos fan. He asked me what I think. I said Bo Nix is going to be a Bronco. And the only question was, were they going to trade down and get him? Because I think 12 is a little rich for Bo Nix. So, I put on his tape, and Jordan, you touched on a little bit in terms of this guy's got 61 career starts, fifth year player, started as a freshman at Auburn, played 3 years there, and Oregon really kind of his career took off there. But I put on his tape, and really I was tired of watching him play. And the only reason I say that is because true, he's got some athleticism, right? He can move around with his feet, and he's a guy that has some decent pocket pressure, but a lot of the throws were either behind the line of scrimmage or like 5 yards after the line of scrimmage. But one thing what Sean Payton wants, and he wants a guy that processes quickly and gets the ball out of his hands and gets it to his playmakers. And I think the only thing with Russell Wilson why it didn't work there is because of the fact Russell liked to hold on to the ball a bit too long and didn't play in rhythm and on the offense, and didn't keep the offense on rhythm there. So anyway, he's got a couple playmakers there with Cortland Sutton and Mims, the kid from last year that they drafted. So he's got some talent there on offense. I think what Sean Payton's going to try and do is just I can mimic what he did with Drew Brees, and I just quickly 1, 2, 3, bam, balls out of his hands, into the hands of his playmakers. Now, there are some games where you watch and those are pretty deep ball to Troy Franklin, who's going to probably get drafted tomorrow or in the third round. But then I watched him at the Senior Bowl, and he struggled. He struggled getting the ball down the football field with accuracy. Either the ball was bouncing or the ball was being overthrown the receiver. So again, those are receivers. That's an all-star game. You haven't really worked with these guys for that much, but that's an area where he's going to have to work on, right, in terms of just getting that accuracy down the football field with that deep threat. Because again, with Sean Payton, he's a guy that's going to call this game, and it'll take 1 or 2 shots down the football field. So he's a perfect fit for where he went with that coach in terms of that style as well.
So that brings up Las Vegas, who now is left without an ability to pick one of those first round quarterbacks. Jordan, is this a situation where they may they'll be like, hey, we'll wait till the next round and take a Spencer Rattler or a Plumlee out of UCF, or even by the Pratt out of Tulane? Are they going to maybe get a mid-round quarterback now as their solution?
John, it's tough. I think that you have to be disappointed if you're the Las Vegas Raiders, and if you're a fan of the Las Vegas Raiders, I think it's a tough sell. I think one of the things that was talked about why Antonio Pierce kind of won that job, and I'm not sure how many are privy to this, but he had found a way to kind of bend the ear of Mark Davis, the owner, and said, really what I can sell you on is that we're going to go get the guy. We're going to go get the quarterback. We're going to be aggressive. And that was an answer that was reported wasn't necessarily coming out of the mouths of other prospective head coaches, because they thought that the team wasn't ready for a quarterback. And while I may agree with that, it still is a little bit disappointing to say, you know what, we're rolling out with Gardner Minshew and Aiden O'Connell this year, and we're hoping that it works out. And so unfortunately they didn't. And Tom Telesco doesn't have a history of trading up in the draft. So they didn't move up. It's not all that shocking. But I also think, as much as this may be hard for Raiders fans, I also think that the team isn't necessarily ready to blast off with a rookie quarterback. And unfortunately, that's the cost of winning with Antonio Pierce. You won too many games. You put yourself kind of out of pole position for one of these quarterbacks. And so you need to find a way to build other spots of the roster and come back potentially with a Shedeur Sanders, a Quinn Ewers, Cam Ward, somebody next year in that quarterback class.
Yeah, Danny, what do you think the quarterback position looks like for Las Vegas right now?
Well, they have Gardner Minshew, and they have Aiden O'Connell, and that's all they have right now. So I know in terms of veteran free agents, Ryan Tannehill is out there. There could be a couple guys that get cut loose here after the draft. But in terms of young guys, the next guy on my board is Spencer Rattler, and that's like third, fourth round range, and he's a guy again, talented in terms of throwing, but also inconsistent. So we'll see what happens. They were the team that was kind of earmarked for Michael Penix Jr. And obviously, I think Atlanta taking him at number 8 not only shocked us, but shocked probably the Raiders as well, as in my opinion. So I think they're kind of sitting there saying, all right, I think they're going to go with their next need is probably offensive lineman. And my guy, I think Fuaga goes here to the Raiders at this next pick.
So as we're going on, I wanted to go to a question that we got about is it possible that the Bears could trade back into the first round? I believe Ralph Love asked this. Is it possible that the Bears trade back into the first round to address defense? I don't see how they have the ammunition to do that, or unless you're trading next year's picks and you're in love with somebody on the defensive side of the ball. I'd like both of your opinions on this. Danny, go ahead, and then Jordan, go ahead and jump in right after him.
No, you nailed it, John. You have to give up next year's probably first, and maybe even other draft capital. And I don't think it's worthy to do that. I mean, yes, the defensive line is a major need, and I've been one of the proponents about fixing that. But you have to pick 75. You may get a guy that comes in there, be an edge guy, someone could produce, maybe even an interior defensive lineman like a Mason Smith. I know a guy that both Jordan and I are high on is Mason Smith. So a guy that's not athletic, he has the tools, but it hasn't really fully developed yet. So trading back into the first round, I think it's just too much in terms of draft capital, especially you don't have a second round pick. So you're giving up multiple picks, right? So I wouldn't do that. So let's, they got 2 of the top 3 with that. Pick is in. And it is Brock Bowers. Okay. So the Raiders shock everyone and go Brock Bowers. It's a little bit of
excited about that pick.
Yeah, you want to go ahead and jump in on Brock Bowers there?
Yeah, Danny, to me, Brock Bowers is a really interesting prospect in the sense that when you talk about, I mean, this is something that Bears fans should be all too familiar with. Their offensive coordinator is Luke Getsy, and he certainly found a way to maximize a Cole Kmet. And I'm not saying they're the similar players, but if there's something that Luke Getsy comes from that Green Bay history is they like their tight ends and they find ways to maximize them. And I think that if there's something that you're looking for, when you talk about weapons on the Raiders, yeah, they have some interesting players. They have, the Cincinnati Trey Tucker, the wide receiver, the speedy guy. They have obviously Devontae Adams. But when you talked about tight end, this really creates a 12 personnel dream, if you will. You have Michael Mayer, the big wide tight end. That's your more Cole Kmet style player. And then you have kind of an H-back, an F, a flanker, if you will, kind of going to play that joker role in this offense and in Brock Bowers. And so I think that's it's a nice consolation prize getting a blue chipper this late, considering that you missed out on the quarterbacks.
Yeah, for me, I just don't know how it's. I mean, you need a quarterback, right? Obviously, the quarterbacks weren't there; they didn't reach. But you also need an offensive line. You lost your starting right tackle to the Giants. That's a position of need there. And I think with Fuaga, I think sitting out there at number 13 here, I think would have been a nice neat pick, and it goes right in that same spot. So. So it's a bit of obviously I think Bowers will be a good player. He's, like I said, a move tight end, a guy who's talented in terms of his pass catcher, not much in terms of inline. So we'll see how they go there. But with Devontae Adams and some of the other talent they have on the outside, you add they took the kid from Notre Dame last year in the second round. I'm drawing a blank on his name.
Michael Mayer,
thank you. So that's another high pick. So, but he's more of an inline wide tight end, and this guy would be more of the flank. I just think that. I think with Michael Penix going off the board, I think that kind of shocked the Raiders, and they kind of went in a panic mode, even though it was like 5 picks earlier. And I think they just recouped and said, all right, let's take the best player on our board, highest rated player. And I think Brock Bowers was just sitting there. It's like, all right, we'll take on the pass catcher for the quarterback to be determined later. And if it's Gardner Minshew or if it's Aiden O'Connell, we'll see how it happens. But it's interesting to see if there's anything going on post draft with the Raiders in terms of finding one of these veteran quarterbacks that might come lose, might probably lose. I'm trying to think at the top of my head. What team could possibly look to trade a quarterback or something that might come? Again, Ryan Tannehill is out there as a veteran. I'm not sure if that's something that they'll be interested in or not. But Getsy comes from that Matt LaFleur offense, so we'll see if that's something that maybe they're just comfortable rolling with Gardner Minshew and O'Connell.
I think that's probably the case, Danny. And I mean, look, at the end of the day, I'm not trying to besmirch Gardner Minshew or Aiden O'Connell. I think Aiden O'Connell showed, I'm not telling you he's a starter, but showed some decent abilities last year in a tough situation. And Gardner Minshew, I mean, played well enough to almost have the Colts on the verge of the playoffs last year. So Gardner Minshew can play some quarterback for you. It's not sexy. It's not ideal. It's not what you want to watch if you're a Raiders fan. But if I could try to spindle a little bit of hope here for Raiders fans, any that are watching this, is that at the end of the day, you're right, Danny. Taliese Fuaga would have been a great option at right tackle. But this allows you to kind of have Michael Mayer, who's an inline tight end, help support that right tackle, whoever that is. And you're just going to live in 12 personnel and run the ball with Zeus, the running back from Georgia that's, is coming into his third year now that Josh Jacobs isn't there. You're going to protect and insulate those quarterbacks from trouble by rolling out 12 personnel and using Brock Bowers to just rip up the seam and rip into windows of zones. And I think that, again, it's not maybe what you wanted as a Raiders fan, but I don't think it's all that bad. And Luke Getsy, if there's one thing that you can hang your hat on, I'm curious what you think about this, Danny. We just had to watch 2 years of Luke Getsy. I think one of the best things you could say about him is he knows how to use tight ends.
Well, I mean, Cole Kmet developed this last couple of years, so I mean that's obviously something that you could hang his hat on. But in terms of everything else, Luke Getsy, I have a lot of problems. I don't think we have enough show to talk about Luke Getsy and the problems I had with him. But it's definitely something that we'll see how it turns out. But I just think that the Penix going to Atlanta, shocked us. I think shocked the Raiders, and it took them a while for them to recover. So I think that was their plan A, and then their plan B. I think they just went, like I said, went with best player on the board. So, so here, tight ends, we just all those flashing up here. Tight ends, the last 9 tight ends picked over the first 3 rounds in last year's NFL draft. So a ton of them went last year, right? And we saw a ton of them make some some impact there. With Dalton Kincaid with Buffalo, obviously Sam Laporta with the Lions. Talking about Michael Mayer earlier. Luke Musgrave kind of came on towards the end with the Packers. There's some other guys there. They're younger guys. Darnell Washington got in there a little bit, but his impact wasn't as much as the other 3. So tight ends are becoming more and more valuable in the offense. And again, Brock Bowers gives you a nice compliment to last year's second round pick, and Michael Mayer. But again, I just think, I have a feeling, I don't know for sure, but I feel like they're shocked by that Atlanta pick, and I think they're just kind of left like, all right, best player on our board, let's go and take this guy.
I'm back, fellas. I had a power surge. I was so much energy between Rome Odunze and Caleb Williams that my computer shorted out. But I'm back and I'm ready to go. As we saw, Brock Bowers goes to the Raiders. Do you think, fellas, there's a real possibility there that the Raiders didn't even want to pick, but who was going to move up for anything? What could you possibly move up for at this point if you had that pick?
John, this is a tough thing, and I don't mean to call out just one specific person, but I see Nicholas West in the chat talking to, I know he's a Raiders fan, and I think that unfortunately we really got to hone in on the fact that, and I'm looking forward to after we're off the show and trying to find out some background information on why the Falcons decided to get so garish about moving up, or not moving up, but just sticking and picking a guy like Michael Penix, who I don't think anybody saw that, and that really kind of put a tailspin on what the predictions the way the board fell. And to the point that Danny made, and I know, John, you probably heard some of it in the back, is just that in reality, when you're the Raiders and you're Tom Telesco and you're Antonio Pierce, what are your options? What are you going to do? You're going to reach for Rattler here? There's nobody to go back for. You can't go back to 20 and grab anybody. So at the end of the day, this is a Tom Telesco special. What does Tom Telesco do well? He finds a way to pick the most pure blue player on the board. That's what he did with Herbert. It's what he did with Rashawn Slater. It's what he did with Derwin James. It's what he did with Joey Bosa. This is what he does. He's not a crazy GM that's moving about. He's just going to sit and pick. And Brock Bowers, without a doubt, was one of the few blue chip players left on the board, and that's what the Raiders get.
It just seems like the Raiders were a couple picks too short. Do we have a pick? Do we have an alert? It sounds like we got ones that looks like the New Orleans Saints taking.
This is Fuaga, right? It's got to be Fuaga. Yep.
Fuaga.
Taliese Fuaga.
Yep. Danny, I know you were pretty high on this guy. He goes to New Orleans. How's he going to fit in with the Saints?
Yeah, Saints are in dire need of tackles, guys. I mean, their left tackle a couple years ago, Trevor Penning, a first-round pick, has been so far a bust. The right tackle, Ryan Ramczyk, who's been a pretty good player, he's injured, and there's a concern that he might not even be ready for this entire season. So they needed a right tackle. I think Fuaga fits in nicely there, right tackle. And even when Ramczyk comes back, he kicks inside to right guard. And this kid's explosive off the snap. He engages quickly. His ability to elevate to the next level is really elite there. The shorter arms than what I would like in my tackles, 33 and 1/8. But he plays with such a mean, nasty temperament. He's a guy, again, a lot of people call him like a road grader. He's a guy that moves people off line of scrimmage, against their will. So I think he fits in nicely with that offense. And again, he's going to fill the need now at right tackle until Ramczyk comes back. When Ramczyk comes back, you kick Fuaga inside the right guard. Nice fortified offensive line there. So this is the guy I thought the Raiders were going to go with, because they have a need at right tackle as well. So, but he goes here to the Saints.
How do you feel about this pick, Jordan?
I love this pick. I mean, the reality is it's a real sad story with Ryan Ramczyk and the fact that his career is hanging in the balance, but you needed a right tackle to be able to fill that role. And I know Danny and I maybe saw Tevin Jenkins a little bit different, but the reason I bring him up is Taliese Fuaga, what he reminds me of is he reminds me of Tevin Jenkins playing at OK State, a guy that didn't necessarily have the arm length that you were looking for. I think he moves better than what his size would indicate, and he's probably a better athlete than Tevin Jenkins. That's where the real difference is. He flies out to the perimeter on screens and things of that sort. He really gets moving, and then in the run game, he's an ass kicker. I mean, he's a bulldog. He's a glass eater, a junkyard dog, a war daddy, if you want to call him. Like, I can pull out all the names here for you, John, but the reality is that he gets after it. And what I love, too, is that in pass pro, he uses single hands to defend against rushers. He's not committing to two-hand punches. And he showed advanced hand technique using Hamilton techniques, which is, essentially forklifting the DN's arm up when he's trying to long arm you. So to me, watch the tape against Laiatu Latu, everybody's favorite refined edge rusher. he put Laiatu Latu in jail for a whole game. Just like, hey, you're not doing anything. And this is the type of tackle you're getting. So for the Saints, you missed on Trevor Penning a couple years ago. Fuaga represents the Ramczyk replacement if you need. He can bump into guard if you need. There's a lot of options here, and I think this is a good one by Mickey Loomis.
I wanted to. Eric asked, when does the defensive draft start?
It's a great.
It's all offensive players. I think the first defensive player coming off the board should be coming off here rather soon with the Colts. Who's up next? Right? We're at 15 right now, right? Or at 13?
So who do you anticipate being the first defensive player off the board?
I think right now. Obviously everyone thinks edge rusher with Turner and Verse, but I think Chris Ballard with the Colts goes Quinyon Mitchell, corner out of Toledo. I think that's Chris Ballard special. When he was here with the Bears, he was known for his ability to scout and find cornerbacks. And I think moving on with the Colts, that's a need for the Colts right now is a corner. So so that could be something that right there with at number 15. Number 15, they go with Quinyon Mitchell. Now, the other thing that they're looking for weapons for their young quarterback. And Richardson's coming back from his injury last year, so a receiver, maybe Brock Bowers would have been an option here for the Colts, possibly if he was still on the board, but he's gone now. And my next best player in terms of receivers is Brian Thomas Jr. And I don't think he's worth the 15th overall pick here. So plus deep receiver draft, we keep talking about this. You can get a receiver second, third round here for the Colts. So I think the first defensive player comes off here with Colts, and I think it's Quinyon Mitchell.
What do you think, Jordan? Who's the first defensive player, and do you think he goes to the Colts or somewhere else?
John, I don't mean to be so chalk with Danny here, but we agree. And in this case, it's funny, John. We talked about this yesterday. You asked me what was one of the big storylines, and I told you, when is the first defensive player going to come off the board? This draft in the offense was so top heavy that it's amazing to me that we're here at 15 and you haven't seen a single defensive player come off the board. At some point, you got to be able to stop these scoring offenses. And so this is a tough watch, but understanding what Chris Ballard goes after, Chris Ballard, I don't know Chris Ballard, but we sure see players the same way. He likes them big, strong, and fast. And that's what Quinyon Mitchell represents from Toledo. 20 reps on the bench press, 4.33, 6 foot 220. I know that the pick's not in, so I've got some comps. And if it ends up being Quinyon Mitchell, I'd love to, divulge those. But I think that at the end of the day, it is a corner. They desperately need corner help for Gus Bradley in that cover 3 system. And they haven't had it. Juju Brents was their second round pick last year. They've got a couple options, but really that is the piece that's needed. And the offensive weapons are gone. To Danny's point, I guess you could take Brian Thomas. And I'm not saying that Brian Thomas is incredibly talented, but Alec Pierce, I think I could totally see in the Colts building them feeling like he hasn't got a fair shake when he was playing with Matt Ryan. And then, Anthony Richardson was hurt last year. And I just think there's a lot of sameness in the archetype between Brian Thomas Jr. and Alec Pierce. They're both tall, fast, vertical weapons. But at the end of the day, I think to Danny's point, it's rather rich if you're taking them at 15.
Danny, is this a mixture of just a lot of teams needed offensive help, or is this a watered down defensive class, or like I said, is it a mixture of both?
No, I think that offensive talent outweighs the defensive talent in this class, and we talked about when I was going through putting my my top 100 there. I'm looking at it right now. I had Quinyon Mitchell in my top 10, but him and Laiatu Latu were in my top 12. So only 2 defensive players. So I had 10 other offensive players in that draft. It's a heavy draft in terms of offense, right? We got the quarterback, run, we got the receivers, we got the offensive linemen, we got Bowers at the 1 tight end. So I think once we get maybe a couple more receivers out there, is there any more offensive linemen left out there in terms of Graham Barton's going to go, but Troy Fautanu from Washington is probably going to go here in the next couple of picks here as well. But I guess once those guys start dropping, I think we'll see a run on defensive players. But again, the edge guys, I kept saying, even though the Bears are desperate need of an edge guy, number 9 was just too rich for any of these 3 guys. All 3 present intriguing, intriguing traits. I love Latu, but again, it was just too rich. They weren't complete players, and I think trading down would have been the best way to go if you're going to get an edge guy. But staying where they were, number 9, Odunze was the best pick, and I think that was again home run. So we should see some defensive players coming off here soon.
Now, Jordan, last year we saw a resurgence of the running back position in the draft with Gibbs and Bijan Robinson both going high. Any chance at all that a running back goes in the first round, or is this a day 2 thing?
This is a day 2 thing, and I even think you will probably see 1-3. Yeah, and I'm more with Danny on that. I just think that inherently you get some team that finds that they really like a running back. It's their flavor. They have a need. So I do think you'll see some Yeah, well, Braylon Allen's my running back one. I know that's not a popular take. I understand people love Brooks and Estime and these others. But I think that you'll find a team or two that probably look in the second round and go, well, look, we don't love any of the D tackles, don't love any of the ends, the receivers left. Let's just go get the running back we totally love and can be a workhorse for us. And that's why I think a guy like Braylon Allen, who can just be a 3-down yard churner, is somebody that, a GM would find and go, look, it's maybe not the best pick. It's maybe not what we'd want, but I know that I can put that guy on the field. He'll block and he'll just continue to churn yards for us.
Yeah, Danny, one of the teams that just pops out in my mind is Dallas, who needs a starting running back. So is that potentially a team that just says, we need one. We fell in love with this guy. Let's at least get him in the second round.
I think they can wait to the third round potentially. I mean, these guys all can go late second, early third. So I think Dallas could wait there as well. I mean, Dallas' primary need at 24 is going to be interior offensive lineman, whether it's a tackle, whether it's a guard or center or whoever. But they need help on the offensive line, and they need stat. Now, the one thing that earlier was reported that they have met with Ezekiel Elliott. There's a talk about a reunion there with Zeke and the Cowboys. So that could be something that they could look into there. But again, that's post draft there. But
is in, and the Indianapolis Colts will be selecting Laiatu Latu. The first way, you were right, Dan. The first defensive players off the board, but not
different position. The position. I absolutely love this guy, man. Let's talk about a technician. This guy's hand usage in terms of getting after the quarterback is one of the best I've seen since Joey Bosa, right? And I mean, his ability to get after it. You put on his tape, and he is just electric in terms of getting that first step quickness. Using hhis hands to get that leverage on a tackle. He can play on any side of the tackle and get inside and come from any sort of angle as well. So the one knock on him, or a couple knocks on him, is a medical issue, right? And the Colts taking him number 15, so I'm assuming the medical has cleared him. But he went to Washington, played there first 2 years, had a neck injury his second year. The Washington coaches, or medical staff, said that you can't play. If you play, you risk getting paralyzed for the rest of your life. So he retired for a year, took a year off, came back to UCLA, and has been healthy since then. And has been a wrecking machine in terms of getting after the quarterback. The other knock on him is he's not a full player. I mean, he's not a really good in terms of defensive run player, right? He's more of a guy that's going to come in and probably maybe be a situational pass rusher. But he's a guy like I was talking about in terms of bringing him in and put him here at the Bears, opposite of Montez Sweat. I guarantee you he got a minimum 8 sacks next year if he was on the Bears team opposite of Montez Sweat. But again, there's some knocks on him. That's why he was going, in the 15th pick here, not top 10. But this is a hell of a pick, and I think Chris Ballard's going to like this pick eventually.
Jordan, how you feel about the first defensive player off the board? Right pick?
Not who I would have gone with, but and it's shocking to me that he's even going Laiatu Latu, that is, going over Dallas Turner. But at the end of the day, you look at what the Colts have tried to do with Chris Ballard, and I don't want to say they've missed, but it just hasn't been the home run hits that you're hoping for. It's Kwity Paye, it's Dayo Ingbo, it's a few others at edge, and it just hasn't resulted in them having a star edge rusher. And I also don't necessarily, I may be a little lower on Latu than Danny is, but I don't see a star edge rusher here. I see a guy that certainly is ready-made. There's not a lot of development you need to do, so you're hoping you can kind of fast track getting him onto the field, and he certainly can be a game. I don't want to call him a game wrecker, but a nuisance, a pest, a gnat at a barbecue when it comes to pass rush. His sequencing is really what makes him special. His ability to sequence different pass rush moves. He's got it all in his toolbox, but I don't think talking about Chris Ballard, big, strong, fast. Latu's big. He's not the strongest. He's not the fastest. So it's a little bit off kilter. And I don't want to say I wouldn't have drafted him, but the medical concerns really scare me. And I understand any player can get hurt at any given time on any given play. But when you're talking about upside, I don't think if you were dedicating yourself to edge, I don't think Latu was necessarily the highest ceiling there.
Yeah, Danny, I mean, I know you're pretty high on him, but are you surprised that he goes ahead of Dallas Turner?
Maybe a little bit. I mean, Turner, again, he's also a guy that's got this length, it's got the youth, it's got the twitchness about him. He's a little bit overall better defensive player in terms of run defender, I should say. But he's not developed yet. He's another guy that left you wanting more. And all three of these edge guys for me, right? Dallas, Jared Verson, and Laiatu. And again, this was based off of the Bears, right? The Bears scheme. These my top 10 fits here. So, but for me personally, I think Laiatu was the best edge rusher, the best actual pure pass rusher in this draft. My next guy would be Jared Verson. He's more of a complete defensive player. He can play the run, he can play the pass, but also doesn't have the length that Eberflus team likes or some other defensive coordinators like, and doesn't have the bend like some elite pass rushers have. So, but Turner does have that bend, does have that twitch, does have the length, but he's not developed there overall. So I think him dropping this far is a little bit of a surprise for me. But in terms of Laiatu going prior or before Turner. It's not, because again, for me, he was the best pure pass rusher in this draft.
Jordan, as we get to pick 16 with the Seahawks on the clock, now you got a lot of places where there aren't a lot of those offensive playmakers left. There's no quarterbacks left to trade up for. There's no other wide receivers to trade up for. Now some of these teams might be looking to like get out of the first round because they just want to acquire picks. Could we just see a straight chalk pick here? Because unless somebody at the end of the first round says, hey, we need to go get, if some of these edge rushers do fall to 28, 29, is that the only way that we see any more action in the first round?
Yeah. Danny, you were waving your finger. You got something?
No, I was just saying, keep an eye on the Eagles, guys. Eagles have been working the phones trying to get up for a cornerback. The best two cornerbacks in the draft, in my opinion, are still out there. So, this could be a position where Seattle, they could go Troy Fautanu here at tackle. They could go best player available on their board, but they could also trade down and recoup some picks. It's a new regime there, new coaching staff, so they're probably trying to fill in some gaps there as well. So Eagles could be on the pry here, try and move and get that first corner, because Jacksonville is going to take them if they don't jump here at number 16. So sorry to interrupt. Just want to.
No, it's all good, Danny. Yeah, John. To me, I think that Danny's kind of hanging around the right neighborhood if the Seahawks stick and pick. I do think interior offensive line is worthy, and that would be a Graham Barton or Troy Fautanu, a guy that has familiarity with Grubbs, the new offensive coordinator. The Seahawks. Personally, on a personal level, fan fiction, I'd like to see Cooper DeJean in Seattle. I think that Mike Macdonald could weaponize him the way that Kyle Hamilton, different players, but in a similar use. They did just lose Quandre Diggs. They cut him this offseason. They do have a need at safety. So there's a few options they could go here. But to Danny's point, I do think that this would be an opportunity for them to move back. And the last thing I'd add about this is Mike Macdonald, who comes from that Jim Harbaugh, same as Jesse Minter, that style of defense. And this is all rooted in the Rex Ryan, historical Buddy Ryan viewpoint of defensive schemes, and what they believe is building a run wall, if you will, just a defensive line that you can't run against. So we kind of dictate the terms, and then once we force you that you can't run and you're now passing, we can pin our ears back and get after it with exotic coverages and rush packages. So I think a guy like a Byron Murphy could be an interesting player. He can move up and down the line. He has experience doing it at Texas. So this could be the first time that you see that IDL come off the board.
Turner could also be a guy, edge guy as well, because he's a hybrid in terms of, is he a outside linebacker? Could he be a defensive end guy? I think Jared Verse is more of a hand in the ground defensive end, but Turner could do a little bit of standing up. You could, if you want to put a hand in the ground, you could do that as well. So I keep an eye on Turner. Fautanu and Turner are the guys I think you would look here for Seattle possibly.
Guys, and I'll start with you, Danny. Any other wide receivers that could potentially go in the first round on the back end here?
Oh, tons of them. You got Xavier Worthy. You got A.D. Mitchell. You got Xavier Legette, maybe. Brian Thomas Jr. We already talked about. This is a chock full loaded class. We still got. Keon Coleman is a guy that I personally love, but he went a 4.6 140, even though he doesn't play anywhere near a 4.6 140 on his tape. I think he's a guy that potentially could go in that bottom half of the first round as well, too. So, we'll see how it plays out. A ton of receivers here, guys. That's why I think, even if the Bears had, say, traded down and they'd lost out on Odunze, they could have probably got their pick of their best defensive player on the board if they had traded down and still got a receiver, later on in the draft as well. But that I'm not picking. I'm not nitpicking. I'm happy with they stuck in pick there. So I'm just saying that just trying to kind of elaborate how deep of a class this is at receiver.
Jordan, we're talking. Did Danny reference the speed of the receivers? I believe we have a graphic of some of the fastest receivers in the draft. Let's go ahead and bring up that graphic now. Do you see the speed there? You have Worthy, Thomas, Mitchell, Walker, and Cowing there. Which one of these guys that's on this board could you see going first as far as fit and whoever's left picking in this first round?
Yeah, John, to me, Brian Thomas Jr. makes the most sense. You don't see him built that big, that fast, and still with room to develop, still not everything seen on tape. And so I could easily see a team like the Jaguars that was trying for a guy like Calvin Ridley and weren't able to cash in. I desperately think that they're trying to get a weapon for Trevor Lawrence to throw to. So Brian Thomas Jr. makes a lot of sense. But again, as Danny's talking about, Adonai Mitchell, A.D. Mitchell, Xavier Worthy, Keon Coleman, Ladd McConkey, Ricky Pearsall, there's going to be a lot of
Pick is in. The Seahawks in Seattle are going to choose.
Called it.
Byron Murphy. He goes off the board. He called it. Good call there. Jordan, immediate analysis on Murphy going to Seattle.
John, I'm glad I was able to hit one. I missed on JJ McCarthy, but this is where the reality is that Byron Murphy, this is what we're talking about. He's got an ability to play up and down the defensive line, and Mike Macdonald's going to love having that piece. And he's I'm trying to find a better word than what I'd like to call him, but he's kind of a brick house, if you know what I'm talking about, and the ability to muscle down and anchor and drop. He uses a knee drop or a corkscrew technique to defend the run, despite being at a diminutive frame. But his best days, I think, are ahead. I do have concerns about how much more room he has to develop in that frame, but he's an electric player, and I just hope that he learns to finish better. He's my IDL 2, my defensive tackle 2 in this class behind Johnny Newton. And really what that comes down to is I understand all the intrigue with Byron Murphy. I just had some concerns about conditioning and his ability to finish on tape, but his versatility is what really, I think, sold the deal for Mike Macdonald here in his first draft with the Seahawks.
Yeah, it's Mike Macdonald's first pick, Danny, and does this fit his system, and what can he do within that system?
Does he fit the system? I don't think he does. To be honest with you, I saw a little bit surprised here with this pick. I mean, as Jordan mentioned, they play a physical brand of a 3-4 type of hybrid defense. So for me, I looked at, and now he played in an odd man front at Texas, Byron Murphy, that is, and I think he was misused there. I think he's not a guy that should be used as a 2-gapper. He's more of a guy that should be able to hit those gaps and penetrate and get upfield. I think he's got that twitch. He's got that first step quickness. The production wasn't there in terms of sacks. Now he is a 1-year starter for Texas, right? But when you put on a tape, all you heard about was a Sweat, the defensive tackle from Texas. He's just a big run plugger in the middle of the defensive line. This guy, Byron Murphy, was the guy that was really making things happen for the University of Texas there in that defensive line. So he's not an ideal fit for me. I think he's more of a traditional 4-3 technique. And that's why I kind of project him at the next level. So we'll see how he works out here. But McDonald has a great success in terms of building that defense with the Ravens. So I think if he thinks he can fit in the system, obviously that's him. But definitely goes in that slot where it's good value for the pick. To me, it's not an ideal fit with the team.
Yeah, Jordan, you talked about your concerns with him physically with the frame. Any additional concerns with that Mike or that McDonald system?
Well, John, at the end of the day, you saw what Mike Macdonald was able to do with Justin Madubuike last year, who just got a big payday, and he's not necessarily the biggest guy either. And so it's not that I'm, dismissing Danny's concerns. I just think that at the end of the day, this is a defensive coordinator that finds a way to maximize talent, and he's going to find a way to create one-on-one matchups for Byron Murphy. And I don't think that they're planning on using him in a zero or even a shade nose technique. I think he's going to be playing some 4-eye. I think he's going to be playing some 2-eye. I think he's going to be lining up at 5-tech. They're going to find ways to get him to just physically abuse guards and tackles when he's too strong for tackles and too explosive for guards. And I think that this is with Danny here, I don't think the production's where I want it to be. Look at one tape. If you want to go back and watch a tape, watch Alabama. He's an incredible disruptor. That's his best thing, is he will find a way to disrupt every play. You have to consider and game plan for him, but he doesn't finish a lot. And I often found that when he wasn't able to make a play, you could see him kind of loafing out there, and that bothered me, whether that's a conditioning issue, whether it's him feeling like I don't have a chance to make the play. I want players where they're just constantly playing like it's their last down of football in their career, and I didn't see that from him. But again, he is relatively young and underdeveloped in his own right. He's a former running back, and he's put on a lot of weight, but with respect to how much further he's going to grow or fill out, he's already a tank. So I just don't know how much more you're going to get out of him. But again, if you're talking about lining up with a defensive coordinator, I think Mike Macdonald is about as good as you're going to get.
We're moving on to pick 17 eventually, and that's going to be the Jacksonville Jaguars. Danny, you said that they could be in line to take a cornerback here. Is the obvious pick here Mitchell out of Toledo?
The highest rated player on my board right now, John, is Quinyon Mitchell. He's my 9th rated player overall. I actually love this kid from out of Toledo. But they lost Calvin Ridley, and they have obviously Trevor Lawrence there, so they might want to look to fill with one of these receivers we talked about earlier. Brian Thomas Jr. I think would fit in nicely there with Jacksonville. So I think Quinyon Mitchell, maybe Terrion Arnold, the top corners, whoever they want there. I don't think Dallas Turner's a fit here. They already have their edge guys, with Josh Allen, the other Josh Allen, and the aforementioned the guy they took from Georgia a couple years ago, number 1 overall, which I'm drawing a blank on his name, but Jordan's gonna help me fill in the blank there.
I'm gonna fail you. Who?
The Georgia guy they picked number 1.
Tyson Campbell?
No, the defensive end from Georgia.
Trevon Walker.
Thank you. Yeah, Trevon Walker. So they have the ends guys. So I think they have the top 2 corners on the board here. So if they want to go corner, they can go corner here, or they can go Brian Thomas Jr. kind of help fill in that void left by Calvin Ridley leaving.
Yeah, Jordan, as far as cornerbacks go, if they decide to go that way, are you would Mitchell, Arnold,
Mitchell's John Mitchell's the 12th best player on my board, but I know one thing about the GM there in Jacksonville, and that's Trent Baalke. And what he likes is
we got to trade, guys. Sorry to interrupt. We got to trade. Minnesota traded with the Jaguars.
Minnesota moves back in.
Quinyon Mitchell for Brian Flores. We're talking about manning him up, locking him up.
Like corner? You think corner? They go corner him?
Who do they have, Danny? It hasn't worked out there. They've got Byron Murphy on a deal that that's. And I know it's just pun, Byron Murphy, but the Byron Murphy, the corner that went to the Cardinals, is their best corner. And outside of that, they've got a Caleb Evans. They've got a few other options. But to me, that would make a ton of sense. Go get Brian Flores, a piece that's going to lock down Rome Odunze. And I'm just using him as an example, but that NFC North wide receiving core, whether now with the Bears, with the Packers that are only getting better, you need corners. And Terrion Arnold's a smart player. It could be him, but
the only other thing I can think of is you know how he likes to get creative, Flores. Could a guy like Cooper DeJean?
Danny, don't you dare tempt me like that. Don't you do it to me, Danny.
I know Josh Metellus, and Flores made Josh Metellus into a Pro Bowl player, basically. But I think that guy could be out there. Or I know they lost. They signed Greenyard from Houston to replace Daniel Hunter. Could they looking at Dallas Turner, edge guy here?
Who is it?
We're about to find out. The Vikings will be selecting
Dallas Turner.
Yep, he's Dallas Turner. Edge rusher is going to Minnesota. They moved up to get him. They must have thought somebody else was going to take him ahead of their next pick. Jordan, you like this pick?
I love it. The reality is, John, you're not going to find me arguing with a lot of what Brian Flores wants and what he gets. This man found a way to produce a defense with a bunch of Mike Zimmer pieces. Danny's talking about Josh Metellus became a legitimate player. Harrison Smith, Hitman Harry at his old age, found a way to produce. And so to me, you're just giving gas to the fire with Brian Flores. And you want to tell me that you're now giving him a Dallas Turner, an edge that I've comped. And I'm not saying he's going to become this, but what he reminds me a lot of is Khalil Mack coming out of Buffalo, a guy that had physical tools that wasn't necessarily developed. And if you can develop him, and I think that at the end of the day, when you're talking about Van Ginkel and Grenard and now Dallas Turner, this is a great pick, and they needed edge help. And my goodness, the cost to move up 6 picks was nothing.
Yeah, Danny, you feel like you kind of alluded to it right before the pick was made. Does that make sense? It makes sense in your eyes.
Yeah, it makes sense. Obviously, Brian Flores did a masterful job last year, and like Jordan said, taking what was left over there from the previous regime and making it a hell of a defense, right? He took Josh Metellus, who was basically a special teams guy, and made him into a Pro Bowl, kind of a Swiss Army knife in terms of a linebacker, safety. He played all different positions. So bringing him a guy like Dallas Turner, again, quick twitch, he's got the length, he's got the first step quickness, he's got the ability to get after the quarterback. At 10 sacks this past year. He's a guy that can get after the quarterback. Again, doesn't have to be necessarily come in and be a starter day one. Might be. I know they went and signed Grenard from Houston to replace Daniel Hunter, but this is going to be a guy that's going to be. I see him lined up all over the place in terms of on the edge, in the middle of the defensive line. I think you give Brian Flores another weapon here. I think in Minnesota, everybody was kind of writing them off after they lost Kirk Cousins, but they got a quarterback in JJ McCarthy. No matter how much I don't agree with Jordan in terms of how high he is, but he's a guy that could be coached up really well by Kevin O'Connell. And if he's not starting week one, you have a Sam Darnold who, all you need is average quarterback play from Minnesota, and you have a hell of a team now. You have a running attack. You have receivers on the outside. You have the defense. You have a defensive coordinator that's got weapons now to go after the quarterback. So NFC North is having a hell of a night tonight, in my opinion. And Detroit hasn't even picked yet, and neither has Green Bay. So we'll see what they do. But this is obviously he's the highest rated player on their board, not the highest rated player on my board, but he definitely is a guy that comes in there. He's going to be another weapon for Brian Flores, and that is scary if you're Caleb Williams and the Bears.
Danny, was he your top edge?
For me personally, he's not. I mean, my top edge was Laiatu because I think he's a better pass rusher. He was my third higher rated edge. He was my top rated edge in terms of for the Bears scheme if they're going to pick a guy, because I think obviously Eberflus likes the length, likes the athletic ability, likes the quick twitch stuff. But in terms of production, I think you saw flashes with Dallas Turner on tape. You saw some of his ability to be able to play the run on tape, but it just wasn't consistent enough for me. He's a guy for me is still going to get better, needs to be coached up a little bit. So that's why he wasn't my top edge. I thought more immediate impact in terms of the pass rush would come from Laiatu and Jared Verse as well. So, but for the Bears, he would have been my top edge. But for me personally, he wasn't my top edge.
Yeah, Jordan, I was going to ask you, we were talking about the NFC North. How has the landscape just in the last 2 hours here changed as far as JJ McCarthy now in there, Caleb Williams now in there, Rome Odunze now in there, Dallas Turner now in there? What has this done to the dynamic of this division, which is now really competitive as far as when you take a look around?
John, this is Draftsmith that I said at the beginning, and I really don't want to watch my mouth because I don't want to write checks I can't cash. But to me, this is impressive what the Vikings are doing. And Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah, cook, sir, continue to cook, because this is just incredible. You were able to land JJ McCarthy at a really reasonable price. You played patient and waited. And again, all I have to do is tell people, watch what Kevin O'Connell did with players that are not even a fraction of the talent that JJ McCarthy has on short time frames. And now he's going to be able to insert him into an offense with the best wide receiver in the NFL. Jordan Addison, who found a way to produce when he was the focal point, when TJ Hawkinson and Justin Jefferson were out. And now you added the Bears killer in himself, which is Aaron Jones. If he can stay healthy, good luck. And then you start talking about a defense that they've now bolstered it for Brian Flores. And nobody's hiring Brian Flores for whatever reason. And obviously there's a lot with the lawsuit. But you've got a situation now where he's found a way to bolster it. And JJ McCarthy's actually quite familiar with Dallas Turner. Dallas Turner gave him a nice lick in the Rose Bowl game on that amazing catch that he had on that, reverse play. But anyways, the reality is that him at edge, this is a guy that I know Danny's not as high on him, but this is a Nick Saban taught edge. For as much as you're saying he didn't produce, the guy still put up 10 sacks and found a way to be one of the leaders on that defense. And he plays the run incredibly hard. He's willing to drive a shoulder and really long arm and find a way to stand his ground. And I think that with a guy like Brian Flores, I don't want to say the ceiling's the roof, but the reality is he's going to find ways to get him, action onto the passer. And if I'm Caleb Williams, I'm not saying that Caleb Williams makes a lot of defenders look like fools, but it just got a lot more challenging for the Bears, who have a great wide receiver now, and Rome Odunze have a quarterback. But guess what? The Vikings found a way to find a double dip and bolster that defense while bolstering the offense. I love it.
Yeah, and I was going to ask, now we have that dynamic of JJ McCarthy being compared to Caleb Williams being compared to JJ McCarthy. They're in the same draft class. They're in the same division. They could be potentially be playing each other twice a year, depending on when McCarthy gets put into the starting role. Do you think that puts any added pressure onto Caleb Williams, or is that just inconsequential and that'll just be a media talking point?
I think it's largely inconsequential, John. But I mean, if you want to have a real discussion, I think that there's a real point to be had about, and I understand it's a new era. We're going to see how things change with the Bears. But who do you feel more confident in? And based on their history of being able to develop quarterbacks and be able to operate a franchise organizationally sound and structured and not dysfunctional? I don't know about you, but I personally think that the Vikings are kind of the class standard.
We got another pick. The Bengals were on the clock, and the Cincinnati Bengals have selected Amarius Mims, and he is heading to Cincinnati. Wow, Jordan, I saw the emotion on your face there. What do you think about Mims going to Cincy?
Beautiful. Amarius Mims is a challenging eval because he didn't play a lot. But honestly, John, he is one of the most intriguing blue chip traits in this class that you don't see tackles built like him. And I don't think that he's necessarily raw. I just don't think he had a lot of time and chances to play. He almost transferred out of Georgia before coming back. And, he's faced against the Ohio State rushers. He's obviously gone against Dallas Turner and many others. My issue with him is I call him a Ferrari athlete. What that means is he's got incredible skill and talent and traits, but he has a tendency, and Nate Wiggins, who we're going to talk about hopefully tonight, there's a few athletes like this that when they redline their motor, all of a sudden durability and reliability becomes a concern. And as we know in football, availability is your best ability, and Amarius Mims hasn't been able to provide that. But when you're talking about a Bengals offensive line that just added Trent Brown and, obviously has Orlando Brown, this is the guy that kind of comes in if you decide to release or get rid of Zeus Brown or Trent Brown in the future. So this is, earlier, Joe, we were talking about organizations that are sound and structured and make smart decisions, winning organizations. They're always finding a way to be forward thinking and planting pieces for the next guy. This is what Amarius Mims represents. This is the Dax Hill for Jesse Bates. This is the DJ Turner for when Chidobe Awuzie leaves. This is the Miles Murphy for when Trey. It's always Duke Tobin does a fantastic job of making sure that there's always an answer, always a plan for the next guy up.
Yeah, Danny, Mims goes to Cincinnati. They're trying to keep Joe Burrow healthy. They're trying to keep him upright. How do you feel about it?
This is a beast. I mean, this guy is, the only thing with him is like you watch his tape and you see the size of 6'8", 340, 36 and 8 arm length, and he looks athletic. He doesn't move like a man who's 340 pounds. So the only thing I like about him is limited experience. Only has 8 starts under his belt, so he doesn't have that much experience. But he goes to a spot with Cincinnati where he doesn't have to start right away, where you have Trent Brown and you have the other guy on left tackle. So you can go ahead and let him play here and kind of learn and get the experience. But yeah, this is a guy for me. He's a right tackle. And I think you could plug and play here after Trent Brown leaves after this year. You can plug him in and he's your starter for next year. So definitely a guy that they're going to probably put on the bench in redshirt. But man, he's athletically and that size, that length. This is the guy that's going to be offensive line coaches drool when you see this guy play.
John, I had Amarius Mims at 13 overall on my board, just 2 slots behind Joe Alt at 11. And I mean, that tells you the type of value they're getting here. Like I said, the concern is kind of keep you on the field. But with respect to the athletic skill, the way that he's built, the way that he moves, the length, what he's shown against qualified edge rushers, this is a guy that at 18, it's worth the swing. You're hoping that you can find a way to keep him healthy. And as he gets more experience, he's going to become just a rock star and a bookend for Joe Burrow.
Speaking of that durability, Danny, I wanted to ask you, is this a guy, because the question always comes up if you're a first-round pick, if you're put in that position to start, whether it's through injury or whatever, can he be a plug-and-play guy if someone goes down in training camp or something happens in week 1 or 2? Can he be a plug-and-play guy?
I mean, this guy's a 5-star high school recruit. This is a guy that is athletically talented to plug and play. I mean, like I said, 6'8", 340 pounds, but he's raw and he only had 8 starts under his belt. So putting him out there week 1 because of an injury, it would scare me, especially with a franchise quarterback like Joe Burrow. You don't want him to get killed. So ideally, I want this kid to sit. I want him to learn. And next year he's a plug and play starter for you at right tackle. So it would worry me a little bit. But again, you have to get him in camp, get him in OTAs, see how he picks up the offense, see how he moves, see how he lines up against NFL competition. So that's one thing. But the other thing with the Bengals is to keep in mind is Trey Hendrickson has asked for a trade. Now the Bengals are pretty bad in terms of acquiescing and giving these players their trade requests. So I just mentioned him right now is because that's an edge guy. That if he's available and the Bears need an edge guy opposite of Montez Sweat, that's a guy to keep an eye on. But we'll see if Cincinnati goes and allows that kid to go ahead and get traded.
We're moving on to pick 19, which is the Rams. There was a lot of talk about the Rams potentially taking a quarterback to succeed Matthew Stafford. Now, all 6 of them are off the board at this point. So, Jordan, if you're looking at the Rams and what they could potentially need, once again, it's going to be hard to trade down unless somebody really wants, a cornerback or they really want to go up and get the last edge rusher. What do you think the Rams could potentially do?
I think that I'd love to see Jared Verse be the pick here. And the reason for that is because at the end of the day, look, I love Michael Hoyt and what he was able to provide, and he's a serviceable player, but you had him out there trying to play edge, and it just wasn't enough. And you talk about putting Jared Verse opposite Byron Young, the edge that they drafted in the middle rounds, day 2 last year from Tennessee. I think that provides some juice on the edge on a defense that's lacking. And the reality is you just lost the best defense player, arguably of all time, in Aaron Donald. And you're not going to find an Aaron Donald replacement, but you certainly can't continue to let Aaron Donald walk out the door and then also not fill the edge position. So I think to me, you got to go edge. But I will say that the problem is that Sean McVay and Les Snead, they are all about, the offense, push. We're not taking any steps back. We'll find a way to patch it together with bubble gums and Q-tips and sticks and stones on the defensive side. And so I would not at all be surprised. I don't really think it's likely here, but you see a guy like Brian Thomas get a real can opener, a guy that can really take the ball the distance, open up explosive plays. And I think there's really no offensive player that I'm not going to trust to succeed in Sean McVay's offense.
Do either one of you or both of you agree there's probably not a D tackle left that you would take at this position, or is there?
Well, Johnny Newton from Illinois is a guy I can see. I have him a second round grade on him, but I can see him going in the bottom half of the first round. So if you want a Johnny Newton, you might have to trade down to get the value right of the pick. But I agree with Jordan. I think Jared Verse is the player here, edge guy. You could go offense with Brian Thomas Jr. But fun fact here, guys, when was the last time the Rams made a first round pick? Do you guys remember that?
Jared Goff, right?
2017 or what was it?
Jared Goff was their last first round pick. So it's been a while. So we'll go ahead, Jordan.
Oh, I'll just tell you. I mean, Danny, I know Danny doesn't totally. Not that you don't agree, but Johnny Newton's my top defensive tackle. I know I'm a little bit unique in that way, but that would not be a bad solution. I'm not. You said Aaron Donald.
I guess we'll find out. The Los Angeles Rams have made their selection, and they are taking Jared Verse. So as you guys both surmise, Jared Verse will be heading to Los Angeles, their first round pick in what seems to be 6 decades. But Danny, I'll start with you. Good fit in Los Angeles as they actually get to make a first round pick this year.
Yeah, I think this is my second highest rated player on the board right now available. Talk about Jared Verse. He's a guy that started his career off at Albany, went to Florida State. Actually, was thought about coming out last year. And I thought last year, if he came out, could have possibly been an end of the first round, top of second round kind of player. He's a guy that obviously doesn't have the bend like the elite pass rushers do in terms of the ankle flexion around the corner, but he does have the quick twitch. He's more of a straight line athlete. He's got tremendous knockback power in his hands. He's a guy once he converts speed to power, can bully offensive linemen right back into the quarterback. So he's a guy that will come back, will give you about 8 to 9 sacks this season. So match with Byron Young, who was a good find for them last year. I think it gives him a nice compliment there. Again, he's a guy for me was more of the 3 top guys, more of the well-rounded in terms of overall player. Your guy plays run very well. You saw a lot of times him penetrating the backfield and dropping the running back for a loss. So again, gives you some of that pass rush, but he's more of a speed to power kind of guy, straight line guy. I compare him to Montez Sweat, but he doesn't have the size and the length of Montez Sweat, but more in terms of that kind of ability to get after the quarterback, just kind of bully his way back into the backfield.
Jordan, what do you think versus immediate impact will be with Los Angeles? Is he going to be immediate? Is he an immediate game impact kind of guy, or is it going to take a little bit of time?
I do think he'll be an immediate impact guy. I mean, the reality is he jumped from Albany to Florida State, and there was really no drop-off, no adjustment period needed. He has experience going against the Graham Bartons, who we're going to see picked, ACC tackles. I mean, he's got a relentless motor. He gets off the ball extremely fast. He chases and has a good football IQ. He's a really powerful rusher. I've compared him to Brian Arakpo, the former Texas edge that played for the Washington Redskins at the time, the Tennessee Titans. So I think he immediately jumps in as a starter over a guy like Michael Hoyt and is going to he's a pocket crusher. He's going to get into the chest, long arm, use double swipes, and just be a pest, a nuisance, and really a guy that you have to pack a lunch for, pack a hard hat, because he's going to be into your chest coming after you all day, and the motor doesn't stop. So to me, he was you want to talk about a guy, if the Bears had to sit and pick somebody at 9 and it wasn't a Rome Odunze, it would have been very rich, but Jared Verse was the guy that I thought was the edge that most fit the Chicago Bears. And so to see him in that defense for the Rams, I think is exceptional.
Do either one of you two think that there could be another edge rusher taken in the first round here? You got Chop Robinson, Penn State, Austin Booker out of Kansas, even Chris Braswell out of Alabama. Any possibility that another one of those guys goes off the board?
Of those guys, I think Chop Robinson's got a chance, right? You look at towards the bottom of that first round, maybe like a team like Arizona. I could see him fitting in that scheme there nicely. A Chop that doesn't have the length that you want in terms of an edge guy, but man, he's got that first step quickness and the athletic ability. And talked about his ability in that Michigan game, like they couldn't block him, and then he was going after the quarterback. So I think he's a guy who's got a chance to go in the bottom half of the first half.
Yeah, and for me, John, I think this is one where Danny and I don't know how you feel personally about Chop, but he's probably I'm probably one of the most low people that you'll find on Chop. Not a big fan of his game, but to me, if there's one guy, I'll take Marshawn Nealand, specifically to a team like the Lions. I just think that they would get frisky and pick a hard worker, a guy that's a bull in a china shop, really brings power to his game. I think that would be, the edge that I would say if you're going to see one go off the board and it's not Chop Robinson, Marshawn Nealand would be the other option for me.
Well, let's move on to pick 20 because it's a team that I know a lot of Bears fans will be watching this year. It will be the Pittsburgh Steelers. And so they have a good amount of needs, one of which probably wide receiver. They've been linked to a Brandon Ayuk trade, whether those rumors have any credibility to them or not. But they could definitely use another wide receiver with Pickens as the number 1 and then a bunch of guys. I think they have Van Jefferson. I think they may have signed Cordero Patterson. Jordan, what do you think the Steelers go? I mean, they perennially like to draft defensive players, but do you think they could potentially go first round wide receiver here?
They could, John, and this one really kills me because if you're Omar Khan, I just don't think I can pass up Quinyon Mitchell here. You need another corner opposite Joey Porter Jr., and I understand how bad you want a wide receiver. Find a way to go get that guy in the second round. There's enough options there. You're not going to find a corner like Quinyon Mitchell, and you desperately need one to just kind of continue to bolster that secondary after a grand slam pick from Joey Porter Jr. from the Bears last year from that Chase Claypool trade that we all want to forget. But, to me, I think that you got to go corner over receiver here. As bad as you need receiver, take the defensive player.
Hey, what do you think, Danny?
No, I go offensive line right here. I think they need offensive line help, and I think Troy Fautanu from Washington fits right in there. A guy who can play left tackle and can play some guard for them as well. So I think you fortify that offensive line. If it's not Fautanu, I think you go with a Graham Barton, a guy that's played left tackle at Duke, but a lot of teams see him playing a center inside. I think you fortify that offensive line for either Russell Wilson or who I believe will be the quarterback is Justin Fields. So I think that's what you go ahead and do with the Steelers there. I think the receivers need, but I think Steelers always go second round with receivers, and they always hit home runs on those picks. So I think they push that need over to the second round with the receiver, and I think they do go ahead and take an interior offensive lineman. Now, corner is a need, and Quinyon Mitchell is my top rated player available. So if they do go best player available, it could be Quinyon Mitchell or Terrion Arnold as well. But I just have a feeling that they're going to go in and try and fortify the offensive line.
Well, I mean, lucky for the Steelers, or at least, I mean, maybe for Steelers fans, there aren't any linebackers that are ranked high enough, because we know how much they like to go out and get linebackers in the first round. So time will tell. I mean, they to Jordan's point, they certainly need a cornerback. And do you think, put on your GM hat for a second, if you think you're looking at your needs and you see the depth of wide receiver, and we've talked about this already, but the fact that there are so many of them that you could potentially go and get in the second or third round, and Pittsburgh, like Danny said, has a really good reputation of going and get those second and third round guys. Does that play into your decision making above, best player available, Jordan?
Yeah, it's tough, John, because correctly, I could be wrong here, but I do believe Dan Moore Jr. is still the starting left tackle there. They obviously just spent a first-round pick in Broderick Jones, so would they really go back to the well? Maybe. I'm not at all dismissing what Danny's saying. I think that at the end of the day, you need to build through the trenches, and Troy Fautanu is that guy that would offer some versatility, could play left tackle, came playing left tackle at Washington. I just think that at the end of the day, too, this is a Mike Tomlin team. They want to play defense. It is Blitzburg. It is Omar Khan, who came from the Kevin Colbert regime. So they do need secondary. And at the end of the day, I also think that they're another well-run organization that doesn't draft just based on need. They try to draft.
We're about to find out. The Pittsburgh Steelers have selected Fautanu, as we talked about offensive line help. Danny, you called this one. How do you think he fits in?
Perfectly. This is a road grader. This is a Steelers player. Right? This guy's got some nastiness. He's that guy that's gonna finish his blocks. He's gonna pound people into the ground. I think Steelers fans are gonna love this guy. He played left tackle at Washington. Actually played left tackle and left guard. He's a 2-year starter, 2-time All Pac-12 member. I put in my notes here. People mover. This guy will move people up against the will. Good lower body strength, and it's a drive. He can drive defenders off their spots. Solid in pass pro sets. I think there's some questions in terms of. He's got the height is not there at 6'3", but he's got the arms at 34 and a half inch arm length. So he could play left tackle if they want to keep him out there. Jordan mentioned Dan Moore is out there. He's got a hit or miss kind of in terms of left tackle. Hasn't really done a great job in terms of solidifying that position. So I think if they want to try Fautanu there at left tackle, they could do that. They could start him off at left guard and see what happens there. But this is a guy, athletic as heck, quick out of his stance. If you want to pull, power, anything you want to do, this guy can do it for you. And like I said, brings a nasty disposition on offense. And I love my offensive lineman that finish. And Troy Fautanu was one of those bad boys that will finish his blocks.
Yeah, Jordan, we were talking about they need cornerback help, potentially wide receiver help, but they go offensive line to help keep maybe Russell Wilson or Justin Fields upright. How do you feel?
Yeah, it's not a bad pick, and kudos to Danny here for really nailing it. And at the end of the day, Troy Fautanu makes a lot of sense. This is a Pittsburgh Steelers type of player. He's a nasty dude. He's always looking for work, and he's certainly going to shore up that offensive line. And if you're Justin Fields or Russell Wilson or Arthur Smith for that matter, you're happy to get a left tackle that certainly can play it. He can play guard. I honestly think he could probably play center if you needed him to. But I'd try him out at left tackle and see how he fits. Like I said, corner's a need, but you're also talking about, Omar Khan, who maybe he's a little ballsy in the sense that, well, I got Joey Porter the second last year. Who knows what I can get there? And they'll find a way to patch it. But at the end of the day, too, it is about building in the trenches and to get I don't want to call him a franchise left tackle. We'll see what he turns out to be. But a really useful player for this Arthur Smith scheme is helpful.
We talked about his versatility, where he may play. We have a clip from Emery Hunt, who's from Football Game Plan and CBS Sports, suggesting not to move Fautanu from tackle. Let's see what Emery has to say.
Yeah, he is outstanding. And, you heard a lot of people talk about kicking him down inside. But it's funny because when you're watching his tape at Washington, you're watching him versus the edge rushers at UCLA. You're watching him versus the edge rushers at Utah. You're watching him versus the edge rushers at Oregon. You're watching him versus that defensive front at Oregon State. It's like, damn, he's playing excellent at tackle against all these guys that's probably going to go in the first round. Like, leave his butt at tackle, right?
So you have that opinion there. Danny, how do you feel about that analysis? Leaving him outside, just letting him do his thing.
Yeah, I love the fact that it gives you position versatility. He can play left tackle, he can play left guard. And I think eventually his best position is going to be inside a guard. And the reason I say that is because there was a couple times, I saw him in terms of pass pro sets that he struggled a little bit in terms of getting to his success spot on time. And also there was times that he kind of struggled with, some counter moves. So again, are those coachable things? And he's only been a 2-year starter. So, there could be something that you could, kind of coach out of him. So left tackle is a more premier position. So if Dan Moore is not filling the need there and you want to put him in there and try him at left tackle, I would go ahead and do that. But if you're happy with Dan Moore and you want to give him another shot and you want to start this kid as a rookie, I think you put him in left guard. You can always move him out to left tackle when you want. But I think it gives you that position versatility where, you can play him either spot, and I think you'll be okay with it. And again, just that temperament, the football character he's got, and then nastiness. I just love this kid, and I love him on my offensive line.
Jordan, are you okay kicking him inside and then potentially moving him back out, or would you like to see some stability there?
Yeah, you could, but I mean, John, to me, I'm like, let him fail inside. Let him start at tackle, and if he fails, then push him inside. And so to me, I look at it, Dan Moore's not a problem, and this is why I thought you could get by with him if you want to go corner. But now that you've made the pick, try him at left tackle. And I think the thing, it's a little bit of a different set, but we were talking about Joe Alt, who's a lot of people's offensive tackle 6'9". I know that sounds attractive. That isn't necessarily what you want at tackle. You want a guy that's going to be harder to get into his chest. He's going to have a lower center of gravity to anchor down. And at a shorter, he's Danny, correct me if I'm wrong, he's 6'3". He's got, like 34.
6'4", 317 with 34.5-inch arm length.
Yeah, it's a situation where he's really compact and densely built, and he's got these arms that he can just lock out on people. And then you add in the nasty demeanor, the bad intentions. It's hard not to like the player. And I think my only real negatives about him is I just like to see him calm his feet down a little bit in pass pro. He had a tendency to kind of overset, and as Danny was alluding to, getting countered inside. So, and it's not because he can't move. He moved like a linebacker at the combine, and I don't think that was just for the combine. He moves like that traditionally. It's just a matter of, can you settle your feet, calm down, don't be so frenetic in your movement, and just trust yourself to be able to win this battle every rep. And outside of that, I just think he overly relies on a snatch technique, which works a ton. But I'd like to see him he's the one that doesn't use single hands very often. He is a kind of a two-hand puncher, and then he looks to snatch.
So one thing, I know we're talking back and forth here, but they just announced the pick and they announced him as a guard. So the Steelers put the pick in as a guard. So that tells you where they're going to play him. They're going to play him at guard.
Yeah, so I literally noticed that right as you were saying that the graphics said he was a guard, and then if you're looking on NFL.com under the prospect list, you go to he's not under the tackle list as far as I can see. So
yeah, a lot of scouts said that this guy could be. They want like a more guard. Some of that technique stuff that we talked about, Jordan, I touched on it that bother them, and obviously 6'4" is not the ideal height. 6'5" and taller is what they like, but I agree with Jordan. I think he could play at left tackle, but I think he's gonna be even better player at left guard inside.
To your point, Danny, I think the situation is you astutely pointed out, you get rid of all those concerns by putting him in a phone booth, by putting him in a more condensed area where he can't get overly frenetic. He can just kind of settle in, and then he's still going to be a nasty demeanor, get after people in the run game. He's going to be looking for work at guard. He's certainly going to, if he's uncovered, he's going to look to his tackle and give a rib shot to the edge, help his center out. So, again, I think that you might as well, if you're going to take a player that high, try him at tackle, but I certainly get it. Omar Khan's going to have his standards of what he wants his tackles and guards to look like. And at the end of the day, it's nice to even have it in your back pocket, to know that if we needed him into an emergency, pop back out to tackle, he could do it.
Guys, it's been a big draft class for offensive linemen, and we're only at pick 21. If for a team that's still looking to get a little bit of help up front on the offensive line, who could potentially still be out there? Is it Guyton from Oklahoma? Is it Blake Fisher from Notre Dame? Who could potentially still fall into these last 10 picks?
Well, if you're looking for a tackle, Guyton's probably the next guy on the board there. But if you're looking for interior guys, Graham Barton is a guy that I mentioned earlier. Very athletic, love his temperament, play left tackle, and at Duke, but he's going to kick inside to guard or center. I think center might be his position. And if you're looking at the team next on the clock here, it's Miami. Connor Williams is their center, who I believe that he hasn't resigned, so he's out there. So they're looking for a center. He fits that scheme right now. He's an athletic interior offensive lineman who can move his feet, who can move laterally. I think this is a perfect fit here. If Dolphins want to go with an interior offensive lineman, I think Graham Barton would be the guy here. The other thing that you can keep an eye on, and the depth chart, I can't remember, but I think Xavier Howard is gone. He's not on there anymore. I don't know, they still have Jalen Ramsey, I believe. So, could a corner, Quinyon Mitchell, Terrion Arnold kind of interest them. And the other thing is, Mike McDaniel, and I like speed. And the guy with the fastest combine speed is still out there, Xavier Worthy. And that's a name that you kind of heard bandied about with Miami that intrigued Daniel because of the fact that he could get another burner to go with, Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle out there. So that could be. So I think it's either Xavier Worthy, Graham Barton, possibly as here or maybe one of the corners.
We're about to find out. The Miami Dolphins at number 21 have selected Chop Robinson. Hey,
totally off. I was totally off on that one.
Hey, but you know what? We were talking about Chop Robinson earlier about where he might fall. Will he go in the first round? And sure enough, he goes at pick 21. I'm going to start with you, Jordan, because you were the one who said that you weren't really in love with his game. So what do you feel about him going 21st overall to Miami?
Yeah, John, this is going to be one where I'm going to sound like the Bad News Bears are real negative, and I hate to be that guy, but I'm not a fan of Chop Robinson's game. He's a guy that I think is incredibly specialized. So you're talking about a designated pass rusher, and I know that that's not necessarily a nasty word to some, but this is a guy that, despite having an incredible get-off, which is there's no denying that, and he's a feisty player. He tries to play the run. He was maximized in Penn State's defensive scheme under Manny Diaz as a weak side defensive end where he was constantly lining up at a 9 technique. And sure, when you're playing a natural guard in Carson Barnhart at Michigan or playing against some of these Big Ten offensive linemen, when you're so far lined out that you naturally have a advantage as an angle, sure, that's going to work. But I don't think that lines up in the NFL. And I think that at the end of the day, he's so specialized in the situational role. I just think this is rich. And the guy I've comped him to, and I know this may be nasty, is I look at him like a Vic Beasley Jr. Another guy that was drafted high that didn't necessarily pan out because he just is a unique player. Sure, he's athletic, but where's the production with that? And I understand you draft on traits, but at the end of the day, I don't think he does anything exceptionally well other than show a good 10-yard split to get off the ball and win off special angles, but he's also not playing in an even front. He's playing under Anthony Weaver, who's bringing over a version of that Mike McDonald defense for the Dolphins.
Danny, how I know you're a little bit higher on Chop Robinson. How do you think that his game will translate into the NFL game and specifically with the Dolphins defense?
Well, the one thing was there's a lot of questions in terms of is he a hand in the ground defensive end? Is he a stand-up 2-point stance kind of outside linebacker? So curious to see how they utilize him there in Miami. But his first step quickness, his athleticism off the edge, the bend. That's what you look for in terms of premier pass rushers. And I know the production wasn't there, but also I know some of the injury stuff was also some concern as well. So athletically, I think he fits it. The length is not what I like in terms of arm length. I think it was on command like 32-inch arm length. So I think that's something you have to question. So that's why there are a lot of people like, can he stand him up as a 2-point stance and be an edge rusher? The new defensive corner, obviously Vic Fangio is gone, but I believe it's Shane Bowen is a new defensive corner. He kind of runs, I believe, a 3-4 scheme, maybe a little bit of a hybrid scheme. So I think they might stand him up and utilize him from a 2-point stance. So they have Jaden Phillips coming back from I believe it's an Achilles injury, and then the other guy, the guy they got from Denver a couple years ago,
Bradley Chubb.
Chubb also has come back from injury as well. So they had a need for an edge rusher. So I think he was the next best available edge rusher, pure pass rusher. So how they utilize him will be curious. But yeah, I mean, I didn't see him going to Miami. I thought they'd go more offense in terms of maybe receiver, maybe interior offensive lineman. But it'll be curious. I mean, the production wasn't there for Chop Robinson, but the film, there's no doubt his athletic ability, his first step get off is there, and his bend ability is all there. So a lot of defensive line coaches and defensive coordinators like that kind of stuff from their edge rushers.
And to color this in a little bit more, and Danny, not trying to actually here, but Shane Bowen is the defensive coordinator for the Giants. I like Shane Bowen.
Sorry, you're right.
No problem. Anthony Weaver is the defensive coordinator for the Dolphins. If I'm going to try to color this a little bit brighter for Dolphins fans, I need to come across this, is that Anthony Weaver is a defensive line trained and coach. It's where he came from. That's his background. That's what he coaches in and specializes in. And he was actually the defensive line coach back when it was J.J. Watt and Jadeveon Clowney back in that Crennel defense in Houston. So I'm not saying that you're going to necessarily expect a ton. I'm not changing my initial feelings on the pick. But if there's a guy that you're hoping would maximize Chop Robinson and maybe uncover what he didn't do in college, Anthony Weaver makes a lot of sense as being a guy that could potentially do that.
Thank you for that, Jordan. Yeah, you're right.
So we're moving on to 22, which is the Philadelphia Eagles, who have been, pretty haven't made any noise yet with Howie Roseman. But is this a potential where they can say, hey, we need a replacement for Jason Kelce? We're gonna go get Graham Barton. Is that a possibility there, Danny, or where do you think they go there?
I think they go corner. I mean, the top two corners are out there and available. So Quinn Mitchell could be there, Terrion Arnold could be there. Or I heard Tyler Guyton is an Oklahoma guy. Lane Johnson's getting up there in age, and Howie Roseman always goes offense or defensive line in the first round. So Tyler Guyton from Oklahoma could be a guy here because I heard he's been training with Lane Johnson. Obviously, the Oklahoma connection there. So I said Guyton at tackle, right tackle, or possibly Quinn Mitchell or Terrion Arnold, the corners.
Jordan, that defense needs a lot of help. What do you think they do go with this pick?
I'm going to spice it up a little bit just because I think Vic Fangio – no, don't get me wrong. I think corner Quinyon Mitchell and Terrion Arnold may be too tantalizing to pass up. But I also am going to get a little sneaky here and think, what does Vic Fangio do with a Cooper DeJean in his defense? A guy that's really versatile, a guy that he can maximize. And, again, still feels a need in the secondary. Still can play some corner, still can play some nickel, can play some safety. And I think that Vic Fangio would find a way to weaponize and utilize a Cooper DeJean. And the only one thing that I will say about Cooper DeJean that adds more value than a guy like Quinyon Mitchell or Terrion Arnold at this point is that he adds value in the return game. He's a weapon with the ball in his hands, and that's the thing. Don't get me wrong. Quinyon Mitchell found a way to have a ton of pass breakups in a lower division of football. Terrion Arnold found his way to the ball, and he's a Nick Saban coach defender, and he's got some safety background. But Cooper DeJean can play it all and is special with the ball in his hands.
The only thing with Cooper DeJean is they got back the guy from Detroit. They left for Detroit, and Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. They get him back. So yeah, I see Cooper DeJean in some of that kind of a role there. A guy that can play some safety, a guy that can play some nickel corner. So I wonder if that's going to be more of a duplicate. I think they might want a premier guy on the outside if they do defensive back, because the talk was they're looking to trade up for the top corner in the draft, and lo and behold, both of the top corners, at least for my board, are still sitting there staring them in the face. So, but Howie Roseman has a history of going offense or defensive line in the first round and taking other positions later on. So we'll see how he goes here.
Well, I can tell you one thing: they're probably not going to take a wide receiver because they just signed. They have Devontae Smith, and then they just sent a big extension. I get the guy's name, AJ Brown, for 3 years, $96 million. So I don't know if they're going to be loading up at wide receiver. But if you're watching the ESPN broadcast, they're showing the War Room right now. Howie Roseman on the phone. I can really see them taking a cornerback here, just because I live near the Philadelphia area, and if you listen to Eagles fans, all they do is talk about how awful the defense is and how they need to throw all these assets into the defense. So we'll see where they go with that.
I'll tell you, John, it's really unique because it's hard to find many blemishes in Howie Roseman's resume. And he's often early, being savvy, taking players like A.J. Brown, extending him before his contract gets too costly, finding a way to get Jalen Hurts early on the extension. One of the few blemishes is that he decided to bring back those corners last year in James Bradbury and Darius Slay because the market wasn't necessarily as robust for them. It was a little bit diminished, and it actually burned him. At the end of the day, I'm surprised because I trust Howie Roseman. He obviously thought that there was more athletic ability, and they weren't near running off the cliff. And what you saw last year, maybe it was a 1-year blip, but Darius Big Play Slay and James Bradbury just weren't the same players that they were the year prior. So that was a unique blemish or misstep by Howie Roseman.
Yeah, the Eagles pick is in. They're showing all the Eagles fans. They're showing out in Detroit, which, by the way, there's like 5 million people in Detroit tonight. Did you see the aerial coverage of the amount of people that were in Detroit tonight? I don't even know how you navigate through that place. It's like it looks like in New Year's Eve in New York City. You can stand there, but that's all you can do. You can't move anywhere. So I mean, it seems like it's a absolute. And at number 22, the Philadelphia Eagles have selected Quinyon Mitchell. As we were talking about the cornerback, he goes from Toledo. He goes to Philadelphia to address a much needed area of need. So what do you guys Jordan, we were talking about it right before. What do you think? Mitchell going to Philadelphia makes sense, right?
Yeah, I love Quinion Mitchell. It's hard to deny. I mean, at the end of the day, when you're talking about lower level college players, what you're looking for is when you watch their tape, are they the best player on the field? Do they stand out? And Quinion Mitchell showed that year in and year out. I mean, he's got a phenomenal game. It's a couple years back where he had 4 interceptions in one game. He finds a way to the ball. He has an enormous amount of pass breakups. He's got the size, weight, and speed. This is a guy that I'm sure Howie Roseman loves. It's hard to misjudge on a player with these skills, these traits, these archetypes. And so really, the last thing I'd add is that my comp for him, and this is kind of a throwback and maybe not too exciting, but he reminds me of Drayton Florence, the corner that played for the Buffalo Bills for so long, as athletically, but then he plays with the mindset of Chris McAllister from the Ravens. And I love just kind of that makeup, and it's a big move for the Eagles.
Danny, I assume since he was your highest rated quarterback, you like this pick.
Yeah, he was my last player still available in my top 10 in terms of overall top 100. It was number 9 overall, and he's my top corner at 6 feet 195. He's a guy that you heard about earlier in the year in terms of this kid from Toledo. You can play some corner, put on some of his tape, and I saw a lot of off man stuff. I'm like, well, this guy cover some press, can come up there and jam, and you see some of that in his Toledo tape. But I mean, he goes to these Senior Bowl, and he was a shut down corner in that Senior Bowl. I mean, any receiver that went up against him, he shut him down. And I think he kind of heard some of those rumors in terms of, can this guy press? Can this guy play some man-to-man? And I think that's really went there with the mission, and he kind of showed out there. Like I said, was phenomenal. Goes to the combine and continues that trend in terms of improving his stock. Ran a 4.33 40, had a 1.5 10-yard split, 38-inch vertical at 6 feet 195. Jordan touched on earlier, and this guy's a ball hawk. He got 45 pass defense in his career, 6 interceptions. So Vic Fangio is a guy there, is a new defensive coordinator, and he's gonna love these guys that come off off man cover. They can come down quickly, they can transition quickly, plant and come down and make tackles. And Quinion Mitchell is a hell of a pickup there. Howie Roseman was calling to try and trade up and get this kid or get a corner. I'm assuming it was this kid. He just sits there back there and he falls right to him in his lap. And I think that this is a home run pick for Harry Roseman and the Eagles.
Danny, you mentioned Vic Fangio, and Bears fans are very familiar with Vic Fangio. What can we expect that he will try to do with a rookie cornerback like Mitchell? How will he be used? Is he going to be a press guy? Is he going to be fall back in his zone? How do you think he'll be utilized in that Fangio system?
I think he'll be utilized in both ways. I mean, just the way we saw them utilize, the corners here with the Bears in terms of, being out, playing a lot of off man, being able to transition, come down, get anything in front of you. There's a lot of zone. He plays a lot of zone, disguises a lot of his coverages. So I think you'll see a lot of zone coverage there, but then I also see some press coverage as well. So when the time calls for it. So Vic Fangio is still one of the better defensive coordinators in my mind in the NFL. Obviously things didn't work out with Miami the last couple of years, but goes out to Philadelphia now. And I think they're just going to give him talent. Obviously, up front they have some of the best pass rushers there up front, and I think this guy's going to come in here and possibly be a week 1 starter here with Quinion Mitchell.
So we move on to pick 23, which is Jacksonville, who already moved back once because we thought they were going to potentially take Mitchell at their original pick, but now they're on the clock at 23. Jordan, do you think another cornerback still in play for the Jaguars?
It's a need, and it certainly could be. And this is what I was saying earlier before they traded out and let, I believe, the Vikings come up and get Dallas Turner. But Trent Baalke is kind of chalk. He likes his players from big programs, and he loves Alabama players, loves Georgia players. And Terrion Arnold is a corner from Alabama. He's going to be coached well. It makes a lot of sense. I just also can't get over the fact that they need to replace Calvin Ridley. You've got Gabe Davis, the tight end, Evan Ingram, Brenton Strange, and I really couldn't even tell you the next wide receiver. I guess Christian Kirk. Yeah, you're missing. I'm sorry, but you're missing a player. And yes, could you do that maybe in the second round? Absolutely. But I do think at this point, a guy like Brian Thomas at 22, A.D. Mitchell, Keon Coleman, those are guys that I'm okay with at this point, because at this point, all blue chippers are gone. You're trying to do your best to select traits and production capability. And I think that if it's not Terrion Arnold, look for a wide receiver.
Yeah, Danny, as they're trying to, really take Trevor Lawrence to another level, and perhaps another weapon would be good, as they're going to have to extend him at some point if they're sure that he's the guy. Which, if I ask me, I assume they are going to extend him at some point. But do they address the need at cornerback, and then fall back on the depth of wide receiver, or do they go get their guy now if they like somebody?
I think corner. I think Terrion Arnold is the highest rated player right now on my board. I think that's the way you go. It's a need. It fits right there for him. I mean, I had him taking a corner at 17. They dropped back to 23, and then one of the top two corners is still out there. So I think corner is the way they would go. Brian Thomas Jr. is tantalizing. The one thing that came out yesterday, I was not able to confirm it though, but it was a report that Brian Thomas Jr. may be dealing with a labrum issue in his left shoulder. So that's something that I believe he played with towards the end of the year. I'm not sure if he got it during training or whatnot, but so that's something that could be something to keep an eye on with Brian Thomas Jr. If you see him fall down the draft board, that could be an issue. Now, I think that the report came out and said that he could play through it, but he would need surgery eventually. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, I mean, I think for me right now, I think corner would be the way to go for Jacksonville.
Yeah, I mean, Jordan, to your point, because you brought it up, like there's a hole there at wide receiver where it used to be a strength with Calvin Ridley and Christian Kirk, and that was seen as a very formidable duo. To now Christian Kirk and Gabe Davis, who is about as inconsistent as they come, unless it's in a playoff game. So, what would you take a wide receiver here?
I think I would, just because I think that some of the talent is really it is tantalizing. And yes, I like Terrion Arnold, I really do. But I do think that, you're looking at guys like Max Melton and Nate Wiggins that could potentially Kool-Aid McKinstry that could be there for you in day two, and other guys that make it. And to me, I just think at the end of the day, when you look at the Jaguars offense, they don't have a skill set of a guy that could fit that X mold, whether that's an A.D. Mitchell, whether that's Keon Coleman, or Brian Thomas Jr. So when I think about these X wide receiver archetypes, Gabe Davis really isn't that. He never wasn't that in Buffalo. He was more of a Z. Christian Kirk is your slot player. They often work better on the move. You have to kind of find ways to not get them to beat press. And I just think not necessarily that Brian Thomas has showed an ability to beat press, or Keon Coleman for that matter, or A.D. Mitchell, but these are guys that scare you with their speed. Mitchell and
we'll see who they pick. The Jags take Brian Thomas Jr., wide receiver out of LSU. They do.
I don't even know. Aldo's excited.
We got it. Pick us in. We got it, Aldo. We got it.
Do it again. I don't care. So they do go the wide receiver route. They go Brian Thomas Jr. So they do go wide receiver. Danny, was this the right one to take?
He was a big player out there right now. I mean, at 6'4", 195, he's a little bit different in terms of a receiver type. He's a big guy, but he's more of a speed threat. He's a guy that challenges the field vertically, right? Ran a 4.33 40, at the combine, 38.5-inch vertical. It's again at 6'3", 209 pounds. That's very impressive. Now he's a guy that for me he's about a 1-year wonder. This last year he had over 1,100 yards, averaging 17.3 yards a game. And got 17 touchdowns. I believe that led the SEC last year. So, again, big play potential. A lot of these, when you're watching Jaden Daniels tapes, a lot of the deep shots down the field. Yeah, there's some Malik Nabers, some out there, but there's also a lot of Brian Thomas Jr. And again, for me, he's still developing in terms of as a route runner. I think right now he might be a one-trick pony, just a guy that makes big plays down the field. But you guys talked about some of the other receivers they have there. I think he's a nice complement that comes in there and works with some of their other guys. And the one thing that bothers me with him is he's a good hands catcher. He can extend away from his frame and reel in the ball, but a lot of times he allowed the ball into his chest, and a lot of times there are some drops there because I wanted him to just go ahead and use his hands. Use your hands, catch the ball. You have the hands. You've proven it. That's the only thing. But again, that's more of a developmental thing, but definitely a talented kid. I think he goes this slow. We talked about maybe that medical, report that came out on him. That could be why he went this slow. And also, again, still developing, 1-year wonder, but definitely a talented guy with 4.33 speed at 6'4". That's impressive.
Jordan, we've seen dual wide receivers out of LSU pan out in the first round before with Jefferson and Jamar Chase, but do you ever think there's a bad, or there's a reputation of, well, he was playing opposite of Nabers and he had Jaden Daniels throwing the ball, so who knows what he's going to do at the next level if he has to be the guy? Is there any concern about that?
John, I do have some concerns about that. I didn't. Now, again, a big thing with Thomas is it because they didn't ask you to, or is it because you can't? And I didn't see a ton of route diversity in his route tree that he ran. He does have the ability to take the top of the defense. He's freaky fast. My comp for him is, and I know this is probably not a name that a lot of people remember, but it's Justin Hunter, the wide receiver from Tennessee that actually went to the Titans, and injuries kind of cut his career short. And he had an ACL in college. That's the big difference. But to me, Brian Thomas reminds me of a lot of that player that he can be a ball winner. He's got the size, but he is a little bit more finesse at this point. He is looking to take off the top off of the defense. But to me, this is why I think it fits. That's going to open up guys like Christian Kirk and Evan Ingram and Gabe Davis to win underneath. And if you end up sleeping on a guy like Brian Thomas, Trevor Lawrence can absolutely get the ball deep to a guy like Thomas. And so I do think absolutely, John, he is absolutely a product of that LSU offense. But I also think that it would be a mistake to assume that he doesn't have any skill. He's just a benefactor of having Nabers and Daniels. I think that he provides an interesting skill set if you can really shine him up and develop and refine him.
The one thing, though, Jordan, watching him is I love the skill set. I love the talent. I love the speed. I just, of all the receivers, he's the one that gave me some potential bust vibes, right? He's a guy that, again, not there yet. 1 year wonder, a guy that doesn't necessarily run the cleanest routes. We talked about his limitation in terms of the route tree. So he's a guy that's got some of that bust factor, and I just kind of felt it. Again, I could be totally wrong, and he could go on and be a Pro Bowler, but I just, like, of all the top receivers, he was a guy I had a little bit hesitant in terms of where I put him. I think overall on my board, I think he was in the he was at 20th overall on my board. So even with that, I struggled a little bit in terms of but I just, the production, the speed, the height ratio, he was going to go high. He was going to go in the first round, so I put him a little high. But of all the guys, he gave me some bust vibes potentially.
Hey, we're on the subject of wide receivers, so let's go to a question out of the chat room from Vince. He says, Jordan and Danny, is Xavier Worthy just a pure speed guy, a la Raiders James Jett, or is he a legit receiver? Seems like a quintessential Kansas City pick.
Legit receiver. He's a legit receiver. Yeah, Xavier Worthy is a legit receiver. He's not just a one-dimensional speed guy. He's a guy you can get the ball in his hands. He's got punt return ability as well, so get him the ball in the open field, jet sweeps or whatnot, slip screens. He also can run routes. He's got solid hands. He's got to work on that area of his game. There's some concentration drops there as well. But no, the only good thing about him is his slight frame. A lot of times when watching his tape, he could get rerouted on his routes by a more physical corner. If you're playing him at the next level, you're probably gonna have to scheme him open. If you're going to line up on the outside and he gets pressed, I'd see hard pressed to get off of a jam. But you put him in a slot, you move him in motion, whatever you can do to free him up. He's the guy to get the ball in his hands. He could be electric. So that 4.21 speed, that is legit speed.
You feel the same way, Jordan?
Mostly, yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, I do think he's not, if he's being framed as a guy that's just, your Will Fuller, a guy to take the top off a can opener type, I don't necessarily believe that that's his skill set. He can do that, but I do think he has much more refinement to his game, a la an actual legit wide receiver. But I do think that he doesn't like contact. And to Danny's point, I don't want any DB putting hands on him because he can't fight through press. So immediately he's a Z receiver, if not a slot. I have to have him off the ball. And really, I don't know how Danny feels about that. It's not that his 10-yard split was bad, but I've seen him, I'm thinking about TJ Tampa. That was the game I was watching where I watched him run a drag on a mesh concept and TJ Tampa's catching him from behind. And so that's a concern to me with a guy with this much speed where I almost feel like I need to get him moving. I need to get him in motion, getting that built-up 4.21 speed to then drop the ball to him. And to his credit, I will say Quinn Ewers didn't really maximize his skill set, missed on a lot of deep throws, didn't give him the opportunities. So I do like Worthy a lot more than what people may have tried to typecast him as, but I do think there are some concerns with his usability and how you can deploy him.
Since we're on the subject of wide receivers, there are 9 picks left. The next pick belongs to the Dallas Cowboys. Let's just go through real quick and simple yes or no of whether or not you think that that team could potentially draft a wide receiver. We'll start with Dallas. Danny, no? Jordan?
No, I think that you need to build into that offensive line. You just lost Tyron Smith, and Tyler Smith can play left guard, can play left tackle, but you have a hole, and then you did just lose Tyler Biotish as well to the Washington football team. So I do think that you're looking for a Graham Barton would make a lot of sense here. He can play tight end, he can play center, he can play guard. And if you needed to, and again, I don't think this is where he should play, but if you had to put him out there in an emergency, he could play tackle if you absolutely needed him to. So to get that type of versatility here would make a lot of sense.
We have a trade.
And we have a trade. And what is it, Danny? Because I can't see it. The Cowboys have received trading interest.
Trade. I haven't been told who it is yet.
So the Cowboys are trading out of 24.
Yep, trading out of 24. And they probably saw that glut of interior offensive linemen there because I'm going to agree with you, Jordan. The only other position, maybe Tyler Guyton from the right tackle. Maybe you can go there as well. But I know they got Steele signed for long term, so left tackle is more of the need there. But Graham Barton would be a nice pick here. the kid from Oregon, Powers Johnson, could be a pick here as well. So I think trading down, it depends on where he went here. So, but I think they saw the glut there of interior guys, and I think they felt comfortable moving back a little bit, and then coming back. Zach Frazier, the center from West Virginia, also is a guy that fits that scheme nicely too. So we'll see what they do here. But yeah, I think they saw that glut there, saw some opportunity to move back. I think that's where they're going. Oh, Detroit's moving up here, so interesting to see what Detroit's going after. Interesting. I wonder who Detroit's going. You think Cooper DeJean? Is that who they can come after?
Cooper DeJean, Johnny Newton, Marshawn Nealand, or Terrion Arnold. I think it's defense. They did acquire Carlton Davis, but they did have to cut Cam Sutton. So Terrion Arnold would make a lot of sense if they're looking to bolster that secondary. Like we've talked.
Darius Robinson, Missouri.
Yeah, I mean, he's a Lions fan. Like, I do think that they want to add more to that defensive front. Levi Onwuzurike didn't quite pan out. Lee McNeil's turned the right way. They did get DJ Reader, so I don't necessarily know if it's going to be an interior defensive lineman. But you could talk about, these edge players, Darius Robinsons, Marshawn Nealands. Those are going to be kind of your edge options here. And you may be trying to jump them in ahead of a team like, the 49ers or the Ravens that could be potentially looking to add edge help as well.
You're looking at a receiver. Could you be looking at a receiver here for Jared Goff and company?
Maybe.
Looks like we're going to find out here momentarily that Lions are getting up from 29 to 24, and they will select Terrion Arnold, the cornerback out of Alabama. So some of that speculation you guys were throwing out there was correct. Jordan, I'll start with you. Good pick for Worth moving up 5 spots to go and get this guy?
Absolutely. At the end of the day, he's a top flight corner in this class. I love the kid, love the makeup. Takes tough coaching. You want to talk about a team that's about all grit, biting kneecaps, playing football the right way. Aaron Glenn, this is probably like, exactly the dream type of corner. I wouldn't tell you he reminds me of Aaron Glenn, but I can see why Aaron Glenn would probably be chomping at the bit to get a guy like Terrion Arnold. He has some safety background as well. Not that I think he's going to play there, but he's versatile. He's coached hard, plays well in phase, stays in phase, found a way to get his hands on the ball. And this is really the benefactor of teams saying, we don't really want to test Kool-Aid McKinstry, and Terrion Arnold stepped up to the plate. And so you certainly don't want to test me either. And so to be able to kind of acquire Carlton Davis, who plays a different style of ball, and then combine him with Terrion Arnold for what I'm sure was a pretty reasonable price to move up. Guys, the NFC North is having a killer night tonight. Like, all we need is Cooper DeJean to go to Green Bay, and I'm just going to lose my mind.
Oh boy.
Yeah, Danny, they move up 5 spots. They take Arnold. Worth, in your opinion, worth moving up from?
Yeah, he was my top-rated player, John. 16th overall. I think this guy's got potential to be a blue-chip player. A 2-year starter at Alabama. Jordan, you touched on the makeup. I love this kid's makeup. His football character, off the field character is top notch. You hear nothing bad about this kid. Led the SEC this past year with 5 interceptions. Can play corner, can play safety. It gives you that position versatility. I like him more in off man coverage than I do in press man coverage because of the size limitation. Only 6 feet, 189, shorter arms, but the kid's a terror in terms of coming downfield, planning and transitioning and getting and wrapping up and tackling. So he's a guy that I like better than Kool-Aid McKinstry. I think McKinstry is a little more overrated, and I think this is a guy that kind of stole the show there. And obviously he goes before Kool-Aid. So I got a 2nd-round pick on Kool-Aid. So we'll see where he goes. But yeah, definitely like this kid. Obviously, Jordan hit it on the head right there. NFC North. Let's see what the Packers do, right? I mean, so far the Bears, I love the first 2 picks. I think Minnesota did well tonight. This is a really good pick for Detroit. Let's see what Green Bay does here. I mean, they're all kind of stacking up here in terms of offensive weapons, defensive players. So, if the Bears come out of this thing with a couple of edge or interior defensive linemen, I think that's, we'll see what they get, but definitely looking positive here. And
Danny brought up something that's really, I agree with you, Danny. I don't love him as much in press man, but you know who is pretty good in press man? Who's their other corner? Carlton Davis. Carlton Davis loves to get busy with you in the paint, if you will.
Bigger, more physical corner. Yep.
Put hands on you, and this is gonna. Again, I'm not trying to oversell it, but Aaron Glenn has 2 really, real forces on the perimeter now to play corner, and then you add in a pest like Aiden Hutchinson, Aleem McNeil, DJ Reader is now there in the middle of that defensive line. Like it's strengths on strengths there, and Aaron Glenn's got to just be sleeping well tonight, knowing that he's getting a Saban-taught defender like Terrion Arnold. Fantastic pick.
You guys both talked about seeing what Green Bay is doing. They draft at 25. They're picking next. So do you think in Detroit's mind they're thinking, hey, we got to get in front of Green Bay because they might take Arnold? Or do you think that there was any kind of angling there to get in front of the Packers there, Jordan?
I do think so. And the reality is that they lost Darnell Savage this year. And I'm not saying that Arnold was going to be a safety, but they didn't use Savage as a safety. They used him as a nickel corner and really kind of flipped him around. And so I do think that they could have seen a guy like Terrion Arnold and found a way to play him, because the guy from Georgia that they drafted, and the name is escaping me, unfortunately, he hasn't really panned out as well. And Jair Alexander's fantastic. Eric Stokes is who I'm thinking of. But the reality is, too, and this is why now we're on the Cooper DeJean thing, is if you can't quite get the corner that's really, really good character, has looser hips than Cooper DeJean, now I have the other guy, which can play. He's versatile. He can play safety. He can play nickel. He can play outside corner. And boy, oh boy, isn't Cooper DeJean just kind of built like a Green Bay defender? I don't know about you guys, but it just kind of feels that way. And Brian Gutekunst just can't help himself. I feel like he's going to run that card.
Yeah, he went last year with first round pick Lucas Van Ness from Iowa. Could go back to the well here with Cooper DeJean. Yeah, I mean. Cornerback was a need for the Packers. Obviously, left tackle is a need as well, in my opinion. It could be a linebacker, could be a need for them as well. So corner was, if you're looking why Detroit traded up, maybe it was to get ahead of Green Bay and take Terrion Arnold, because they felt he wouldn't get to him at 29. Plus, the Bills also could go for a corner as well. So,
Ravens, 49ers. I mean, yeah, there's options there.
Yeah, because now there's still 8 picks left, and there's still a plethora of first-round grades out there. But you guys are consensus that Green Bay could be addressing the cornerback position? Is that how? Is it because Bears fans are going to be paying attention to this pick as well, because that's another divisional rival, the biggest divisional rival. Jordan, do you think that they address the defense on this pick?
I have to assume that. Tackle that right here.
I guess we'll figure it out.
If it's Guyton, then you're going to have to transition him to left tackle. And is it Barton?
No.
Well, okay. We got the alert, but I don't know if we have the pick.
Jordan Morgan.
Okay. Jordan Morgan. Okay. So Green Bay goes Morgan. Jordan, a little bit of a shake of the head there for you. What do you think about that?
I like Jordan Morgan. I'm not trying to downplay him. I have a second round grade on him. I think he is one of the better left tackle options. I just think that he reminds me a lot of Brian Bulaga, and I'm not saying they're the exact same, but this kind of feels the same way when they picked up Brian Bulaga, as a guy that doesn't have necessarily the requisite length to stay at tackle. You could certainly move him into guard. I just don't, you lost Sean Runyon to, forgetting where Runyon went, to the Giants, I believe. So it's a situation where maybe you move Jordan Morgan inside, but I just don't know how I feel about putting him out at left tackle. Though I will say, Danny's one of Danny's top edges in Laiatu Latu. Jordan Morgan held him off extremely well, so he's a good player. I just think that it feels a little rich to me at 25.
Yeah, how you feel, Danny?
I love this kid. I love him. He's a captain, team captain. He played left tackle. He did have an ACL injury a couple years ago that held him back, but he's a guy that. The only thing about keeping him at left tackle is Jordan touched on it, is in terms of his arm length. He's got 32-inch arms. That typically is right away, guard material. So I don't know if they're going to kick him inside or they're going to keep him left tackle. Some teams I like him at left tackle because he's got the athletic build. He's got the feet to be able to play left tackle. He's got the size in terms of height, but he just the length is not there. So curious to see what they're going to do. I know they need a left tackle. Obviously, Bakhtiari is no longer there. So we'll see where it goes. But I mean, if he's a left guard or a left tackle, I think he's a good player. It's a good player they got. Because right now, I mean, he's a guy who could play left tackle. Like I said, the arm length just kind of worries me. But the other option right now is Tyler Guyton, and he's a right tackle. And I don't think they needed a right tackle. Now you could have gone Cooper DeJean, you could have gone another corner or whatnot. But Jordan Morgan is a good player. I just don't know where they're going to play him right now.
I'm curious, Danny, if you think that maybe they'd move Elton Jenkins out to left tackle, because he could certainly play it. He's kind of a 5-tool player, and then they slide Morgan into that spot. Yeah. I want to be clear. I like Brian Gutekunst's philosophies. I don't. It's not like I hate the pick. I just think that it's a little bit of a mystery right now in how you're going to deploy him.
I think Brian Gutekunst has took a big beating when Aaron Rodgers was there, right? And I think he's come out of this. Him and Matt LaFleur has come out of smelling like roses, right? Because of they know what they're doing in Green Bay, right? Gutekunst knows how to draft, and LaFleur knows how to coach. And I think it's a good player. Morgan's a good player, so we'll just we'll see how they utilize him. But I just don't know if it's tackle or guard. But I think anyway, I think he's going to be a starter this year.
He fits what they want to do too. They run a zone offense, and he can move.
Exactly.
And he was Noah Fafita's the quarterback from Arizona, his blindside protector. They really trusted him to kind of be the leader with a super young quarterback leading that offense there in Arizona. So again, as you start to break it down more, it makes a little more sense. I just think, I can't, forgive me, fellas, I want the exciting pick like Cooper DeJean where I'm going, wow, look at what they've done. But they've added to that defense year over year over year. It's time to bulk up for Jordan Love.
I want to get back to that because when the Minnesota pick came in, you got a little giddy there. All right. So are you a Vikings fan?
So we can, if you don't mind having a little bit of weird dead airspace here, it's going to be hard for me not to root for the Vikings. It's not just because of JJ McCarthy. That was a big deal. I said wherever JJ McCarthy would go, I would be rooting heavily for that team. But then you add, I love Brian Flores. This is not a secret. He is my favorite defensive mind in the game. Jordan loves Brian Flores. Exactly. That is what it is. And I've seen them be able to equip him with actual talent. They've got Harrison Smith, one of my favorite defenders in the NFL over the last 10 years. You had the best wide receiver in the game. Kevin O'Connell looks like a QB whisperer. I don't want to call him the second coming of Sean McVay, but while you were gone, Danny, previously earlier, I was talking to John about when we're talking about the NFC North battle of maybe it's media fabricated of Caleb Williams versus JJ McCarthy and the Bears versus the Vikings in this new era. Who do you feel more confident in based on the history of organizational structure?
Green Bay, hands down. It's Green Bay. It's Green Bay.
Minnesota.
Minnesota. It's Detroit now. I mean, the Bears. Tonight is an exciting night because of Caleb and the potential of Rome Odunze, but Bears have a long way to go. It's Matt Eberflus, their head coach. I mean, past this year, right? So we got. That's a lot. That's a big question mark for me there as well. So,
Danny, here's the thing: if the Bears don't do well this year, is Eberflus out?
Yes.
If he does, and if Caleb Williams is a star, is Shane Waldron out? Probably.
Yeah, I mean,
the thing is, worry about that in Minnesota. I never
want to get into this conversation now, but if you're going to do this, Brian Poles, if you're going to go get the quarterback, get the whole new offensive staff, get a whole new coach, get a whole new head coach, because I don't think this guy is going to be your head coach if you want to win championships, if you want to take back the North, as you said, you've proclaimed in the past. So.
Danny, we got plenty of time to don't worry about that. But after the Packers, I mean, we've already talked about their picks. Now, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers will be on the clock, and that's kind of they extend Baker Mayfield. They made an improbable playoff run last year. Where do they go? Where Jordan? What do you think some areas of needs are for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers?
Linebacker would be interesting, but it feels rich here. And I do think that you could really use interior offensive line help. And you have guys like Graham Barton who have no business being available this late. You have guys like Jackson Powers Johnson, who's an athletic freak and reminds me a lot of the way that Ryan Jensen played, who's no longer in the NFL. So I think that, and when you're talking about extending Baker Mayfield, as good of a year as it was, the thing that troubles these shorter quarterbacks, and we'll see if it's a problem for Caleb Williams, he navigates the pocket well, but we'll see how it looks like at the pro level, is when you allow pressure up the middle, it creates havoc and it short wires these smaller, more diminutive framed quarterbacks. And so if you can shore up the interior offensive line and give Baker more time, presumably that's going to fare better for you in Tampa Bay.
Yeah, Danny, what do you think the Bucs do here?
For me, a guy to keep an eye on here is Darius Robinson from Missouri. I think he's a guy with the head coach there in terms of the way he likes to utilize his defensive line. I know they went Khalid Kanti last year. But Robinson gives you some versatility. He can play some hand in the ground defensive line, maybe a 5 technique for that system, maybe a scheme, maybe stand up as an edge rusher as well. So edge is a need for them. He's my highest rated edge guy still out there available. Differing opinions on Robinson. Is he better at edge? Is he better at inside? I think he could do both. That's someone to keep an eye on. The receiver could be a need, right? I know they may sign Mike Evans. I know Godwin's there as well, but they could go for another receiver. Do you add a speed element like an Xavier Worthy? Do you like an A.D. Mitchell out there as well? So give Baker Mayfield some weapons. So I think that's something to keep an eye on there. But defensive mind, head coach, I lean towards defense. You talk about they traded Carlton Davis over to Detroit. Corner could be a need there as well for them. I don't remember if they signed anybody in free agency. Jordan, help me out if you remember that.
No, I don't recall. And they did ship Carlton Davis to the Lions. So right. Kool-Aid McKinstry makes a lot of sense. Cooper DeJean, if they want.
No pun intended, but TJ Tampa could be a good pick for Tampa as well there. I mean, Cooper DeJean could be out there as well. But I know Tampa is more of a cover 2 kind of corner, and I know that their defense likes more of aggressive press coverage. So we'll see how they go there. But there's options here for Tampa Bay. I think Darius Robinson would be a guy to keep an eye on here real quick.
Yeah, they could definitely, and the pick is in. We're just waiting for it to be announced but we're getting down to the nitty gritty here. We're at pick, I think 26 right now. So guys, any big surprises so far? Guys that you don't like, Jordan, you were talking about some guys that haven't been picked yet, or guys who should have been picked that haven't been picked yet. What's your biggest surprise so far?
I mean, certainly there's a ton that I think deserve to be picked, but this night is going to go down, and I hope it works out for them, but I do not think it's going to look favorable in the future. Michael Penix at 8 is wild. It's just I don't know how true it was, but there was like some background video footage of what looked to be Terry Fontenot trying to explain the pick to the owner. Like this is, I'm sorry, like you're not going to get me to buy it. And look, Danny, I know you don't love JJ McCarthy. He's not the 5th quarterback in this class. He's just not. Like you're talking about a maxed out.
All right. Let's go to the Buccaneers pick at 26. They take Graham Barton. Well, that's a very high quality pick right there. Good value, Graham Barton. Danny, most likely going to play center?
Yeah, center or guard. And I love this kid. This is a guy 6'5", 314, 32 and a 7/8 arm length. And that's where I kind of hurt him in terms of playing tackle. But he's a guy that started, a 3-year starter for Duke. He's a guy that's played left tackle, has played center, first team All-American. He's athletic. This guy's got some nastiness in him as well. This guy, I think, is a day one plug and play starter. He was my last rated blue chip player on my board here, my top 100. And again, I think this guy's a plug and play guy. It's potential Pro Bowl capability, the flexibility he gives you, in terms of can play guard, like I said, center, can kick out to left tackle in a pinch, in an emergency. So absolutely love this pick. I love this player. And I think Tampa Bay got a future Pro Bowler here with this pick.
Jordan, you talked about Graham Barton had no business still being available at this point at 26. How good of a value is this for the Tampa Bay Bucs?
I love this. We talked about Troy Fautanu having positional versatility. Graham Barton truly has. Now, again, I really don't think you should play him at tackle, but I truly believe he has 5 position versatility. Brian Bulaga is a name I mentioned earlier. That's interesting. I certainly think you could talk about him, but he actually reminds me, and it kills me that the name escapes me, the Kansas City Chiefs left guard, Joe Thuney. Joe Thuney from NC State, that is my pro comp for Graham Barton. He's a guy that Joe Thuney's had to play left tackle in a pinch, and he's got out of it serviceably when he was with the Chiefs. And so I think Graham Barton is that same type of player. Not that you don't need to. You have Tristan Wirfs, you have Luke Gadecki, but he's a guy that really is going to be maximized inside at guard or center, and you have options there. And just as a little kind of cherry on the top, go watch the tape of Florida State, Jared Verse versus Graham Barton, and they certainly gave each other some warts. There was times where Jared Verse found ways to win, but Graham Barton, a guy that should be pinned inside, was holding his own against one of the best edge rushers in this class, in Jared Verse. So
we got the Buccaneers go ahead and take Graham Barton. Like I said, great value there, as now the Arizona Cardinals are on the block. They're on the clock. It's been we're at 3 hours and 20 minutes. And now let's announce the pick. Who are the Cardinals taking it? At 27, the Arizona Cardinals select Darius Robinson out of Mizzou. Danny, initial reactions on this for the Cardinals going up and getting Robinson?
Yeah, I like this kid a lot. Obviously, we talked about him. He had a great Senior Bowl week. The talk about him is he an edge? Is he an interior guy? I like him inside as a 3 technique possibly, but I think in terms of the Bears scheme, he could have started at end and kicked inside on passing situations. Curious to see how they utilize him there in Arizona. But 6'5", 285, 34-inch arm length. Is a guy that really came on this past year. Had 8.5 sacks, 14 tackles for loss. Really physical at the point of attack. I talk about that arm length. He utilizes as well in terms of pressing offensive lineman off his chest. So really a versatile defensive lineman. I think it's going to be a solid building block up front on the defensive line for the Arizona Cardinals.
Jordan, initial reaction to Robinson going to Arizona?
I love this pick, and it's because I'm a little higher on Darius Robinson than most others. This is actually a guy I had pegged for Brian Flores' defense at the Vikings, because I do think – I'm not saying he'd be maximized here, but I liken him to kind of the Kentucky edge rusher that went to the Steelers so long ago and was previously – Bud Dupree, yes, thank you. He reminds me a lot of Bud Dupree in the sense that he's a pocket crusher. I'd put him as a stand-up edge and just watch him eat tackles lunches for a living. And I don't think that's necessarily how he's going to be played, but they do have a unique player, Dennis Gardeck, who's been productive, but I certainly could see Darius Robinson if they wanted to stand him up in that defense at right outside linebacker. You could do that. Alternatively, too, they just paid Justin Jones, former Chicago Bear, and Bilal Nichols, another former Chicago Bear, a boatload of money to play those 5 techniques. But those guys are as good as they are. I still think Darius Robinson provides a different flavor and could be a starter at 5 technique. But again, if you wanted to, look, we spent the money on Justin Jones, Bilal Nichols. Boy, they have the Chicago Bears defensive line there. Kyrus Tonga is there as well. But if you wanted to keep those guys up front, I'd put him at outside linebacker. He's not dropping. I'm not asking him to drop. But I just want him just crushing and pushing offensive tackles into the laps of those NFC West quarterbacks.
We have some more analysis on Robinson. Ian Cummings of Pro Football Network, he had this to say about defensive lineman Darius Robinson out of Missouri. Let's check that out.
Seeing him tear up the Senior Bowl like he did was very impressive. But, I mean, 6'5", 286, 35-inch arms, right? He's got very good size and length, but at the same time, explosive, really good finesse, really good power component. The alignment versatility is there to be a 3-tech, a 5-tech, right? You know, he's got a ton of flexibility with how you can use him. I liken him to a Danico Autry at his maximum, right? And I think that kind of disrupted versatility.
Down by Darius Robinson, who...
Danny, you were on that show. You were talking to Ian. Do you agree with that analysis?
Yeah, I thought that Nico Autry was a nice comp to him, a guy that can kick inside, play some defensive end, play some defensive tackle in passing situations, and Darius Robinson gives you that physicality. We'll talk about the physicalness he plays with. Dominated the one-on-ones at the Senior Bowl. I mean, really was a man among boys. It looked like, you know, in those drills there. So really took off. Like I said, this past year, you put on the tape, whether it's against LSU or any other SEC, a competition or opponent. He's a guy that doesn't get overwhelmed. He's there at the point of attack. He brings physicality, brings, again, the ability to go ahead and press and get into the backfield. So very impressed. I'm just curious how they're going to utilize him there at Arizona. Jonathan Gannon, I think, did a pretty good job last year in terms of getting those young Cardinals players to play hard for him. Obviously, he comes from Philadelphia in terms of what he does, likes to provide pressure. So I think they're going to get creative in terms of how they utilize him. And Jordan, I do agree. I think at certain plays, you could stand him up from a 2-point stance and rush him out there. That's the kind of ability it gives you. Not a guy that drops back in coverage by all means, but again, that versatility, put his hand on the ground, stand him up, line him up over the center, over in the A gap, that kind of elephant type of rusher. He gives you that ability. That's why I was really intrigued with Robinson potentially in this Bears scheme.
Yeah, and now we're moving on to pick 28, which is about to be traded. The Buffalo Bills are moving out of 28. I thought they might stand put and maybe try to take a wide receiver there. We're about to see the details there. So the Buffalo Bills moving back. We'll see if they're moving back within the first round or if they're moving completely out of the first round. Guys,
I think I bet you a team in the second round is trading back up into the first round to get tackles, right? Teams like New England, teams like Washington. They need tackles, and I think the run on tackles right now. Tyler Guyton's out there, right tackles out there. Kingsley Sukumatea from BYU could be someone here and intrigues on team. So I looking for a team maybe trading back into the first round for a tackle.
Well, I believe New England does have 2 high second-round picks. So
Washington, yep.
So, yeah, either Washington or New England could be moving back up, who both of those teams just drafted quarterbacks in the first round, so they could probably use a little more protection and try to get a new, could try to get a protector for their new shiny toy back there. But while we're talking about quarterbacks, gentlemen, and I'll start with you, Jordan. With 6 quarterbacks being taken in the first 12 picks, what does that do for the rest of the class? Because it kind of takes away the need, unless you're maybe Las Vegas. What do you think that does for the rest of the Rattlers, the Prats? Where do they potentially fall with 6 guys off the board already?
John, call me crazy. I don't actually think it's going to change too much, just because the reality is all the quarterback needy teams, sure, outside of maybe the Raiders, all the stock's gone. The demand is been filled. And I really don't agree with the way it kind of went tonight. I'll tell you one thing. We can certainly, I promise you, we can look back 5 years from now and say that 6 guys were taken, and I'd be surprised if maybe 2 or 3 actually made it out. And that's just the unfortunate nature of landing situations, quarterback projection, and scouting in this league. It doesn't work out for a lot of teams. So I feel it's kind of crazy to think that 6 of them went in the top 12. So I don't think that the outcome's looking great. But the reality is, even if you're a team that needs it, what's the rush? What are you really going to skip me for? You're going to skip me for Spencer Rattler? I guess. I mean, I wouldn't feel comfortable hitching my wagon as Spencer Rattler is going to be the future of this franchise. So to me, I don't see a lot of teams getting itchy or feeling anxious about needing a quarterback because they've all been swooped up. There's nothing left there.
There's one team they left out there besides the Raiders, the Giants. The Giants were heavy into the quarterbacks. Brian Daboll went from coach of the year to a coach on his hot seat now, right? And he's got to show improvement. And if you're going to hitch your wagon to Daniel Jones, you got him an outside threat in Nabers. But is that the guy you're going to hitch your wagon to? Now, question is who's out there, right? And then the next guy is Spencer Rattler. Does Brian Daboll believe in Spencer Rattler in terms of his ability to, so that could be something where they may reach in the second round for a guy like Spencer Rattler, who I have a third or fourth round grade on. So that's something to keep an eye on. So it's the Raiders and the Giants really didn't fulfill their quarterback need. Everyone else, unless I'm missing a team here, pretty much has their starting quarterback in place and might be looking for some backups, some developmental guys. But I think those two teams are teams to keep an eye on.
Well, you also can look at teams that are maybe trying to find an heir apparent who have aging quarterbacks, like the Jets with Aaron Rodgers, who's going to step in after him. The Rams, we talked about potentially trying to find a guy to bring along behind Stafford, but that I don't necessarily think they would address that in the second round. But if they really love a guy, maybe. But that's why you see Spencer Rattler maybe fall, or Plumlee out of UCF, or even Jordan Travis out of Florida State. Like one of those guys will most likely go in the second round, just because that's the nature of the beast. Somebody will, feel like they need to take one. But and Danny, I'll ask you, does that, if you're not in one of those top six, it's kind of a bad year to be a quarterback because your value kind of just got trounced because there's not really a need to move up and get one of those guys, right?
Right. I mean, in terms of what's available, I think Spencer Rattler is the highest rated quarterback available right now. And I know he came out of the Senior Bowl looking really, really, really good. A lot of guys liked him. A lot of teams liked him because of the fact that, his ability to he's got some mobility. He's got a lot of career starts under his belt. He's got a quick release, got a good arm strength. Doesn't have a great arm strength. He's not the greatest athlete, but he's a solid athlete. And I think he played in a pro style system last year with Legette, the receiver from South Carolina. So I think he's the next guy in line. You mentioned a guy, Jordan Travis, that I like a lot. I think he's one of the more underrated players in this draft class. He's not a second round guy. I think he's more of a late day 3 guy. He's coming off that injury. I know he's able to work out here recently, so we'll see what happens there. But yeah, I mean, after Spencer Rattler, Michael Pratt from Tulane is a guy that some teams like, but some people I'm talking to said he's just particularly just only a backup. They don't see him other than just a backup material. So, but Spencer Rattler is a guy that some teams have intrigue on. So Giants, Rams, you brought up, John, that's a good point. And the Raiders, I think those are, one of those 3 teams might reach for a guy like that in the second round because, like you said, the options are gone. Or do they just punt this year and just, all right, we'll see what happens next year? Yeah,
and Jordan, you look at some of these guys who had pretty big. Hold on, because we got a pick, and the Bills traded the 28th, 133, and 248, and to the Chiefs. The Chiefs are the ones. Let's see who are the Chiefs taking. We're about to find out.
Xavier Worthy.
So they go up and they get the wide receiver.
I'm not surprised.
Makes all the sense in the world, doesn't it, Jordan?
Yeah, I'm not surprised. At the end of the day, I thought, you lost L'Jarius Sneed, you traded him away. You do have a need at corner, but I also understand that Spags kind of develops his corners out of thin air, presumably. So to me, this is it's understanding that Rashee Rice is probably going to be facing a suspension. And I don't want to say Tyreek Hill's a very special beast, but this seems like kind of a callback to we had a really unique thing going when we had a ultra speed threat like Tyreek Hill. And can we try to rekindle some of that magic with an Xavier Worthy? It provides a return element. And Travis Kelce, as good as he is, isn't quite the same player. So you're going to need a guy to command attention, take the top off of the defense to open up those underneath zones for Travis Kelce.
I didn't think
don't forget.
I didn't think the Bills wanted to do business with Kansas City, and all of a sudden they trade them the pick so they can go up and get their guy. I thought that I didn't think they were in the business of helping out Kansas City, who now Worthy's probably going to be the one who burns them in the playoffs for 200 and some yards. But Danny, how do you feel about Worthy going to Kansas City?
Yeah, I think it's a solid pick here. There are other receivers I had a little higher. A.D. Mitchell, his teammate at Texas, I think could have been a nicer pick here. He's more a bigger, more physical receiver. Also runs a 4.34, so he's no slouch there. He's not a 4.21 guy, but he's not slow either. So A.D. Mitchell would have been a guy I would have considered here. Keon Coleman gives you a nice big physical presence there on the outside. Remember, because they already signed Hollywood Brown. to a 1 year deal. So they have Brown now. They have Xavier Worthy, faster, quicker guys, but slighter in terms of size. Worthy came in at 5'11", 165 with sub 32-inch arms at the combine. So, but again, he brings that speed element, and we talked about earlier in terms of the guy. He's not just a one-trick pony. He's a guy that can run good routes. On those crossers, he's quick as a cat. Get him out in space. Gives you some punt return ability as well, so it gives you some special teams value there too. So obviously they felt strong enough to trade up and get him. I'm just curious, other than the Bills, the Lions traded back with was it the Eagles they traded back with or the Cowboys? So maybe I don't know if they felt the Cowboys or the Ravens would jump them and take Worthy, but so that they traded on the 49ers as well. So they felt like they needed to go up and get him, so that's what they did.
Yeah, and so that to your point, Danny, they move up and get him, but who would have drafted him? Jordan, did you think there was a possibility of him going before that?
Not necessarily. And just to give you some context, he's my last rated receiver in the second round. And that's, behind guys like Ladd McConkey, Ricky Pearsall, Malachi Corley, Roman Wilson, Xavier Legette. And I understand why, when you have a special trait like his speed, I understand that's why you see the elevation. But I like Worthy. I'm not trying to dismiss him, but that tells you I didn't like him nearly as much as his compadres that you could have found in the second round. So I really just think, and this is, to be very clear, this is off character and off brand for Andy Reid. He doesn't spend first round picks on wide receivers. Didn't do it in Philly, didn't do it in Kansas City. And so this is really uncharacteristic, but I understand and maybe I'm selling my fan fiction, but trying to recreate that speed element that's frankly been missing since Tyreek Hill, that's the only way I can really parse this together and say that's why you'd move up. And we haven't even talked about the Bills side, but that's the one thing I will add is I love this move for the Bills. The Bills are in a unique spot where they need to transition. They need to acquire picks. They need to rebuild that roster. They're in the second phase now that Josh Allen's making $1 gazillion. And so the reality is, how are you going to move forward?
And it looks like we got another pick. We'll wait for that. And Tyler Guyton goes to, I don't even know who was picking at this point. I didn't even keep track of the goes to Dallas. All right. It's been a long night, fellas, 3.5 hours. But okay, Tyler Guyton goes to the Dallas Cowboys at 29. That makes sense, right, Jordan?
Yeah, it's at the end of the day, I still think that I would have preferred interior offensive line, but guys like Graham Barton are gone. And I do think it's a little rich when you're talking about guys like, Austin Powers Johnson or Zach Frazier. Tyler Guyton's a freak. He's a freak athlete. He doesn't have a ton of experience playing tackle. He's a right tackle. You already have Terrence Steele there. So I do think this is going to be a little bit of a project projecting him over to the left side. But again, I think that this is Will McClay is one of the best in the business. And I know he doesn't get a ton of talk because it's all about the Jared Jones show. But at the end of the day, I think that if you can get some development out of Tyler Guyton, the upside's tremendous.
Yeah, this is a guy that needs to be developed. He's still raw. He's not, in my opinion, he's not a day one starter, week one starter, but he's got talent. He's 6'8", 322, 34 and 1/8 arm length. This is a guy that was a defensive lineman and also started as a basketball player in high school. Went to TCU, collegiately, played offensive line, also played some H-back. So that's the type of athletic ability this kid's got. Transferred over to Oklahoma in 2022. He's played in 20 games with 14 starts for the Sooners. He had one start at left tackle, but he's been predominantly a right side guy. And they have Steele at the right tackle, so I'm not sure what his contract status is. But could you potentially see this kid playing left tackle? Sure, he's got the athletic ability, he's got the feet, he's got the length to play left tackle. So I wonder if that's where they're going to groom him at. But yeah, again, McClay, the personnel or the scouting coordinator for the Cowboys is one of the best guys in the business. So, if they see him as a left tackle, I can see the traits there, but he's been predominantly a right tackle. So we'll see how it goes. But athletic guy developing, another guy that's weaker in the core, gets bullied a lot in terms of speed to power guys, push him back into the backfield, but plays with a little bit of attitude, has a little nastiness in him. You saw some of the competitive nature at the Senior Bowl one-on-ones where he got beat a couple times, came back the next time and really just kind of took that guy to task. So, it's a solid pick. He's a guy that was supposed to go maybe higher in the round, but he's my next best available tackle prospect. So Cowboys had a need there to fill it with Tyler Guyton.
Yeah, Jordan, did you think they could maybe go another route there, or did they need to get bigger up front?
You do need to get help up front. I just think I would have probably transitioned to, and I know this isn't sexy, but Zach Frazier is almost like a sure bet at center. And you just lost Tyler Biotish, and you can just plug him right away. And even though he's a center-only prospect, and I get we're looking at positional value and traits and skill sets, and Tyler Guyton has all that. But at the end of the day, I just think one of the issues, and I'm sure Danny agrees with this, is Tyler Guyton doesn't know what he doesn't know on the football field. That's how inexperienced he is. So it's the reality is, who's your left tackle tomorrow? Who's your left tackle if you're playing a game tomorrow? I don't think I can say that Tyler Guyton is that. So I understand the bet on the traits and the upside. You just better hope that you're able to develop him. And what is the plan between then and now?
And so we move on. Go ahead, Danny, real quick.
If I just cut totally off topic here, and earlier we talked about, I don't have a chance to chime in, but you talked about surprises so far in the first round. Obviously, I think Atlanta was the biggest surprise. Just curious, Mike Garafolo from NFL Network tweeted out from Mike McCarthy, the agent for Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins had no idea this was happening.
Yeah, it's
and so this is something that blindsided him as well. So, he's an 8th overall pick on a guy that might be too high for him, and the guy you just gave guaranteed money to had no idea what was coming. So just FYI.
He got Mike Glennon. Oh, man.
He got Mike Glennon. Right, he got Mike Glennon.
Just that, if I could just chip in real quick, the issue, and this is going back to the Vikings, they wanted to keep Kirk Cousins. One of the big issues was that not only did he have a market and he wanted a ton of money, but he was not willing to re-sign there without the promise that you're not going to bring in my replacement and cut me after a year or trade me after a year, because and this was the whole premise, I want enough guaranteed money that it's prohibitive for you to cut me after a year if you do take JJ McCarthy or whoever. And that was really the crux that ended the deal there. You signed this mega deal in Atlanta, and this is the problem, is it's enough where they can't get rid of Kirk. And I'm not saying that they want to, but this is the whole problem, is I can't get rid of Kirk. If Kirk's good, then Michael Penix doesn't see the field. So when is Michael Penix going to see the field? When he's 28 or 29?
The one thing I want to add to this, and I believe his contract was guaranteed, but I don't know how many years are guaranteed. The one thing I do want to add to this, right? The NFL is investigating tampering, but done by the Atlanta Falcons, right? That's something that they're gonna get severely punished. So, and I'm just throwing this out there. Is there a possibility NFL could void the contract that Kirk Cousins had after this year? So. Now they're back, and he's back as a free agent, and they're going. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there. Could be something in their thought process.
Well, Danny, that's actually the funny thing is that's why I thought that Atlanta stood the best chance to trade out, because I shouldn't say without a doubt, but it seems really likely that you're going to get a slap on the wrist. Now, how severe of that slap is a different story, but usually that results in you giving up picks. Mm-hmm. So why not trade back? Let a team like the Vikings get desperate to trade out for JJ McCarthy at 8. You recoup some of the picks that you're inevitably going to end up forfeiting to Minnesota because you decided to tamper with Kirk.
I agree with you. And I mean, the only thing that Adam Schefter reported was this is going to be a severe punishment. And they were just talking about maybe they losing the 8th overall pick and drop them down to 32. That's how severe it was. So if that's going to be the case, and the NFL pushed it off this draft to after the draft, I should say. So that wasn't going to be taken away from them. So could it be that they're going to void the contract? I'm not sure if they could do that legally and CBA and all that stuff, but just thought process kind of jumped in my head, like, why would you do something like this where you just sign this guy for a guaranteed contract? And like you said, Penix is not a young guy. If you get if you judge a JJ McCarthy who's 21, 22, he can stick for 2-3 years behind Cousins. Then that makes more sense, right? This is an older quarterback. Like you said, to your point, I mentioned it earlier as well. He's going to be 27, 28 when he starts, when Cousins actually retires. So just things that kind of popped in my head. It was just a strange pick. So I'm thinking, like, what could be going on in the background that we don't know about yet?
Yeah, who knows if something went haywire before they did that, like whatever they thought was going to play out didn't play out. And so it was a panic of, we got a really high grade on this quarterback, let's just go get him kind of thing. Or maybe, I don't know what Kirk's contract, all the details are, but maybe he's trade bait after a year. So you get a good year out of a tutelage, and then you trade him after a year and you recoup something. You got another pick. At number 30, the Baltimore Ravens take Nate Wiggins out of Clemson. Jordan, I see you smiling, so I'll throw it to you first. You like this pick?
I love Nate Wiggins. Nate Wiggins is my second corner overall. I know that's higher than a lot of people. You're certainly betting on traits here. This is one of those Ferrari athletes I talk about where he's got incredible traits, incredible speed, but he can sometimes redline that motor, and I worry about his durability. But he is incredible. I mean, this is a guy I really thought highly of. Josh Downs was one of my favorite receivers, actually was my top receiver last year. I watched him square up and clamp down on Josh Downs last year. He's got reps playing press. He's got reps playing off. He stays in phase. He's got recovery speed. He chases down these touchdown-saving plays against Miami and North Carolina. He's a guy that I know this is rich praise, but this is how highly I think of him. And I'm ready to be burned if I'm wrong, John and Danny, but he reminds me a lot of Champ Bailey coming out. And again, that's not because of the production. That's because of what his body, his archetype, his traits are. I am in love with this player, and Baltimore always finds a way to kind of snatch up one of those incredible players just because they waited patiently and he fell to him.
How do you feel about
Well,
Danny?
I'm going to disagree with your Champ Bailey assessment vehemently here, Jordan.
I know.
And this is a guy that I wanted to like. I mean, you see the athletic ability. He's twitchy. This guy is quick. Plant transitions downhill. But at 6'1", 173 with sub 31-inch arms, I just saw a lot of missed tackles and inability to wrap up. Now, there are times where he attacks them the ankles and he gets them down, but it's just for me, he got beat a lot in coverage. He's a guy that's not sticky in coverage. He can make some plays. He's got some hustle. You talk about those hustle plays versus North Carolina where he tracked down the ball carrier. He's got 24 passes broken up in the last 2 years, so he gets his hands on the football, which is good. But I just at 173, that worries me, man. That worries me. That one of these bigger running backs comes down and next thing he lowers his shoulder and bam, he's out with the separated shoulder. So that's what it was hard for me to use a first round pick on him. That's why he's got a second round grade for me. But in terms of athlete, quick, twitched, good solid, height in terms of 6'1", but the 173 and the sub 31-inch arms really kind of worried me at the next level. Bigger guys are going to be able to kind of sky over him and make plays. So we'll see how it turns out. But again, Ozzie Newsome, I just saw that on TV. He's in that at War Room, even though he's retired. He's still an advisor in there. And the Ravens always seem to hit on these picks. So we'll see how it turns out for Nate Wiggins.
Johnny Wilson, Keon Coleman, Josh Downs, Tez Walker, Jamari Thrash. I'm sure I'm missing others. This is a guy that's locked them all up. And I'm not telling you that all those guys are first-round picks, but he doesn't.
Tez Walker beat him a couple times in that game against North Carolina. That's all. So.
And every time, this is the thing is every time he's beat, I find that his recovery speed is incredible if he has an actual chance to get to it. And I'm not saying we have to agree on every pick.
There's one guy I think we disagree on vehemently, I believe.
Yeah.
Well, it took pick 30 for that to happen. So we're
moving
on. Yeah.
You got me halfway to JJ McCarthy. I wasn't up there with you, but I was halfway there.
That's fair. So we're up to San Francisco on pick 31, a team that has a pretty stacked roster, but they're going to have to start, depending on what they do with Brock Purdy's contract and how some of these other things unfold. What are some of the needs here? Jordan, I'll start with you.
I would be so upset if I was John Lynch and the 49ers because Colton McKivitz is not the guy at right tackle, and you just watched the right tackle and Tyler Guyton go off the board. So that hurts me. I know that they'll find other options. I like Roger Rosengart, not here, but they can find him later as a right tackle option. But to me, I think that offensive line is a need, particularly at tackle. You may be looking to move out of one of these receivers if you do ship off Ayuk or Samuel, so you could be looking to potentially add receiver help there. Outside of that, what the reality is defensive edge, you're going to always need some further assistance. They're trying to piece it together with Drake Jackson. Obviously, you have Nick Bosa. There's a few other options there, but I do think corner, edge, or offensive tackle. And Kingsley Suamataia wouldn't be a bad option here. He's a left tackle. You're also trying to plan forward for Trent Williams whenever he's gone. So I do think that, at this point, though, there's not a ton of options at offensive tackle. So if you're looking outside of Roger Rosengart and Kingsley Suamataia, I'm looking down my board, and I guess maybe a Patrick Paul, maybe a Blake Fisher, but this is too rich for those guys.
Yeah, Danny, we're at the last two picks of the first round, which is like the last two players that you can have a potential fifth-year option on. So, where do you think that they, it's got to be strategize that properly? Where do you think they go?
Corner could be a need here as well for them. Cooper DeJean, I'm not, again, is he at corner? Is he safe? It depends on how you see him. I think receiver with the whole thing with their Brandon Ayuk situation still hanging out there. Could they kind of protect themselves here with a receiver? But again, receiver class is deep, so you could get one possibly in the second round. If they do go receiver, Keon Coleman is a guy here you could look at. A.D. Mitchell is a guy you could look at here as a receiver. Linebacker they're pretty good at. Jack Frazier, Jackson Powers Johnson, interior guys. I can see fit nicely in their scheme. So, but tackle, Jordan's right. Tackle is right. The only thing with Kingsley Suamataia, he's played both right and left tackle, so he can play both. So if you do need a right tackle, I think he could come in there. And again, he's a 5-star prospect. The cousin of Penei Sewell and the Bears, Noah Sewell, the linebacker. But he's got NFL pedigree. But he's a guy that really he needs some more seasoning. He's a guy that just got the traits, got the size, got the athletic ability. Maybe more right tackle and left tackle in NFL the next level. So we'll see if that's an option here. But there was a guy that when you asked me yesterday, who could be one of the guys that today could surprise you, get into the first round. Kingsley Suamataia is a guy. So if they're go tackle, he's a guy to keep an eye on as well.
Jordan,
real quick, if you're pinning me down, if I have to pick one, it's Kool-Aid here. I'm looking at their depth chart. You have Charvarius Ward, and then your other corners, Isaac Yiadom, Ambry Thomas, and Darrell Luter. And I wouldn't be surprised if most people don't know who Darrell Luter is. Ambry Thomas you may have heard of, and you probably don't know who Isaac Yiadom is. So at this point, you need an outside corner, and Kool-Aid is right there for you.
I was literally going to ask you what are the odds that Kool-Aid gets picked here, because if they need a corner, that might be the one that fits them the best. So we're waiting. They're still on the clock. We're waiting for that pick. But the guys, there's
if you want it, I got the pick.
Oh hell, why not, Danny? Throw it out there. Who are the San Francisco 49ers?
Jordan, get dizzy. It's Cooper DeJean.
I love it. I know that this wouldn't have fit, but back when Eddie Jackson was looking like he was the one out, if there was one player I wanted the Bears to draft, it was Cooper DeJean, just because I thought that he has just freaky skill. At this point, I'm incredibly excited to see how they use him. He certainly can play, and this wouldn't be surprising to me. He's a great zone corner. You put him, let him play everything top down. If you wanted to play him in cover 3, cover 2, he's his own guy. I don't like him in man coverage nearly as much. He's got tight hips. But at this point in the draft, I mean, let's be clear, with everything he adds, return value, positional versatility, tough kid, even tried out some offense for Iowa. At 31, this is just crazy value to me.
Yeah, how you feel about that, Danny?
Yeah, multi-sport athlete coming out of high school. This guy was, he led her in football, basketball, baseball, track as well. State champ in the long jump. And this is a guy that for me, it was more like, is he a corner? Is he a safety? And I'm there with Jordan in terms of, that tightness in his hips, but, you could see him being off coverage, a guy that plays a lot of off coverage corner, come down in transitions quickly, wraps up and tackles, very aggressive in terms of his tackling ability. I also see him as a safety as well. So I'm curious to see how they utilize him here at the next level. But right away, he's going to give you some punt return ability. And I think they lost Ray McLeod. I believe he was their punt returner last year. He went to the Falcons, so he can come in right away and play some special teams and be a returner for them. So we'll see how that works out. But yeah, my only question with him is he a safety? Is he a corner? So we'll see how they look at him here, project him at the next level.
So one more thing, if I could add, John, I'm just thinking about how they fit. They actually had to move Diamador Lenore from boundary to nickel, and that's where he played well. But I wouldn't at all be surprised if they don't, for some reason, like Cooper outside. They could put Cooper inside at nickel. He can fit the run just fine. He's a tough player. And then move Diamador Lenore back outside to boundary, and that would be an option for the 49ers as well.
So we move to the last pick of the first round. We're nearly 4 hours in, and it's the Buffalo Bills.
I stand corrected. It's not Cooper DeJean.
It's not Cooper DeJean?
No, I was told it was Ricky Pearsall.
So we got
receiver from Florida.
So they do go receiver. Okay, so we thought it was Cooper DeJean, and now it's So we'll wait for the graph to come up here, but around pick 31, you never know. So
I love this guy. I mean, this is one of the guys I fell in love with at the Senior Bowl. Ran a 4.3 40, tough receiver. I think he can line up in the slot. He can line up outside. Great hands. A guy that can go up and make a play on the football. This is a guy was at Arizona State with Jane Daniels and goes to Florida. Really took off again at the Senior Bowl, and I just kind of his trajectory was going high. I had about a second round pick on him, but I'm not surprised that he went into the first round here. So yeah, that looks like that's what they got. Now, is he a Brandon Ayuk replacement? A little bit different player. He's got some of that deep speed as well, but he's not as shifty as elusive as Ayuk is in the open field. So we'll see how that goes. But right away, I think he plays a slot receiver for them, and I think obviously helps their quarterback and their offensive system there.
Yeah, Jordan, you talked about this potentially being is Ayuk out? Is he going to hold out? Is it going to be an issue? So they go out and they get a receiver in the first round, Ricky Pearsall out of Florida. How do you feel about that fit?
I like Ricky Pearsall. Similar to Danny, I had him in the second round, probably towards the 50s or 60s. And so this feels a little rich, but I feel like no player's seen a rise of his stock more than Ricky Pearsall, other than maybe Uncle Penix, as we're seeing after tonight. But I mean, the reality is that Ricky Pearsall, I'm curious to see how he's used in that Kyle Shanahan offense. Let's make it no bones about it. Kyle Shanahan knows how to weaponize his offense, so I'm sure that Ricky Pearsall will find a way to make plays, whether that's, at slot. I like Jawan Jennings, though, and Jawan Jennings shows up when they need it, so I just don't know exactly where he fits, but this certainly seems like potentially a future option. And what I like about him is that, and I like him more than, I like him more than Xavier Worthy for this reason, and I like him more than Ladd McConkey, is that he's a guy that plays incredibly strong. He's strong at the catch point. He's a fighter, if you will. That's why I like his game. He is speed. He is fast. He is, technical. But I'm interested to see how they deploy him in this Kyle Shanahan offense.
Also has punt return abilities as well too, so he gives you some of that juke and some open field stuff as well. So yeah, I mean Debo and him, and then Brandon Ayuk. If they keep Brandon Ayuk, that's a formidable, three-headed monster there in terms of the receiver. And then Juwan Jennings, we talked about too.
And guys, we just got a trade last pick of the first round. The Carolina Panthers, who didn't have a first-round pick because they went to the Bears, have traded into the first round with the Buffalo Bills. So the
Buffalo trades completely out, right?
Yeah, so they've traded completely out of the first round. They must like the depth there at wide receiver. So now the Carolina Panthers, maybe guys, going to get a weapon for Bryce Young.
You'd have to assume. I don't know why else they would do this. And to your point, I mean, who knows, John? Maybe it's not this, but I have to assume Dan Morgan couldn't help himself but thinking, why not get a fifth-year option? Why else would you move up one spot? You're literally moving from 33 to 32. That, the reality is you want that fifth-year option for whatever receiver you're taking.
If you're going receiver, A.D. Mitchell is my top guy on the board. Now, local guy, Xavier Legette from South Carolina is also out there, like a mini DK Metcalf, if you will. Physical, chiseled guy. But also a one-year wonder. Prior to this year, he was just a returner, and this year he goes out and has a great year. And now he could go potentially here bottom of the first round. But Xavier Legette and A.D. Mitchell are my top receivers if they go receiver here. Jalen Polk is a guy I love out of Washington, so don't be surprised if he goes here somewhere well. But could he go offensive line? Maybe fortify the offensive line in front of. I know they've got the guards.
Yeah, well, Taylor Moton's the right tackle, and they're trying Ike Ekwonu at left tackle. So I mean,
receiver is probably the way they go. Is my guess.
No love for Lad McConkey, huh?
I think, John, I think that's who I have to assume that they're going to go with, just because maybe it's just chalk. It's been who's been mocked forever. But, the interesting thing is they got Deontay Johnson. And one thing that Deontay Johnson can do is separate. So I'm not sure how much – that was the argument last year, is they didn't have anybody that could separate and show open to Bryce Young. Deontay Johnson, that's one thing he can do. Maybe not catching the ball all the time, but he can separate. So that may eliminate the need for another separator in Lad McConkey. I would love to see them, because I know Adam Thielen's there, but Adam Thielen also has not been this guy. I'd love to see kind of a real X receiver, and to me that's A.D. Mitchell, that's Keon Coleman, a guy that Bryce Young could throw it to with confidence, and they're going to attack the catch point. And Bryce Young is much more – I know people are down on him for after last year, but he's a dart thrower. He will put the ball where it needs to go, and if you have a receiver that he feels he can trust to go up and win, that to me provides a different asset than what they have now with Mingo, who's a little bit more of a power slot F receiver. And then if you have Deontay Johnson, that's your Z. Go get an X. Go get a big X receiver.
And the three guys you named, Mitchell, Keon Coleman, and Xavier Legette, all can play that X position out there. So I think either one of those guys will be an upgrade. Obviously, maybe Keon Coleman. That's a guy I absolutely love. Again, that 4.61 40 at the combine really dropped his stock, but he does not play at a 4.61.
Yeah, so the compensation basically was for Carolina to move up one spot. They traded their 5th-round pick for Buffalo's 6th-round pick. So there's a pick swap that Buffalo gets to move up around from the 6th to the 5th, and Carolina gets to move up one spot to control the 5th-year option on somebody.
Yeah, so Buffalo gets the Xavier Legette. There you go. It's the local guy from South Carolina there. So this is a bit of a gamble for me. Only because, again, he's got the chisel physique. He's the guy you want to come off the bus early on, and he's the guy that goes up, makes plays on the ball. He's a one-year wonder. He's a guy that didn't do much. He was just a returner in the previous seasons, just turned on this past year. Big size, runs a really good 40. So guys that deep play, big play potential. But, I mean, for me, A.D. Mitchell, Keon Coleman, I think I had a little bit higher rated than Xavier Legette. So, but this means Buffalo has a first pick tomorrow. The guys on their board they already liked, and they basically got a 5th-round pick for a 6th-round pick, so they got a little bit more, bumped up around there as well. So maybe Keon Coleman, maybe A.D. Mitchell are probably guys who look to go tomorrow, and top of that 2nd round.
So Buffalo's how many times did they trade back today? Was it twice?
It's twice now. Yeah, they traded completely out of the first round.
Yeah, so I mean they're trying to stockpile mid-round picks, and to Jordan, to your point, they're trying to rebuild some of their roster while still having Josh Allen in his prime, so they'll have plenty of cracks at it tomorrow. Are they going to be heavy in the wide receiver market tomorrow?
They probably will be, but on top of that too, this also provides Brandon Beane the freedom to move and navigate the board, because you got to think, not only is it all the trade back picks that he's acquired today, he had the Ryan Bates trade, he has the Stephon Diggs trade. I think that may have been future years, but he's got enough ability to now navigate up and down the board. If he wants to sit and pick and take 12 players in the draft, he can, but he can also package and bundle and move, and I think that's really savvy by him.
They came in with 11 or 12 picks, some of the most picks. Yeah, so I think they're going to put that. But you're good point. Like if they see a guy in the 3rd round, they want to jump up from the 4th round. They can hit a bunch of picks to a team to go up. But now again, this is a top-heavy draft. Remember, after the 5th round, you're pretty much kind of picking guys that you probably had listed as priority free agents or 7th round guys. So you get all you guys in the first 4, maybe 5 rounds. I think that's where it goes. But yeah, to me, obviously they have a guy in mind. I think they figured out there's value in him dropping down, and tomorrow they're going to have the pick of the litter. They might even get calls tomorrow for another trade because they're going to have the first pick in the draft. And a lot of teams go back and take a look at the boards overnight and see, who dropped, who's available. And I think we'll see what happens tomorrow. But yeah, I mean, obviously they didn't like it. And both times they traded back guys, the teams that they traded in got receivers, right? The Chiefs jumped up, got Worthy, and now the Panthers jumped up to get Xavier Legette. And everyone said Buffalo needs a receiver, so, and they said, no, we'll drop back and we'll get a receiver tomorrow.
It wouldn't surprise me, though, if they felt like, and this is, I mean, again, it's a guess, but I couldn't help but imagine that Brandon Beane must have felt very similar about these guys or had some inside info that, Chiefs want Xavier Worthy, Panthers want Xavier Legette. But I think that you probably, in order to make those trades, you feel really confident that we like or have a lot of these guys graded in the same manner. And so the chances that we're going to end up at 32, 33 without one of those guys is really rare. So I like the moves by Buffalo. Real quick, if I could, because I just didn't get to break down the Xavier Legette pick. To me, Xavier Legette with the Panthers, I don't have a huge issue with it. I'm willing to bet a little higher. He's the top receiver in the 2nd round for me. So again, you're splitting hairs here, taking him 32. I'm willing to bet on the 1 year of production. I think his story coming up is a little bit unique, and it's possible that his best days are behind him, and you are betting at traits here at the bottom of the 1st round. But the only thing I will say, and they're not the same player, but he has a lot of John Mingo to his game, Jonathan Mingo from Ole Miss. And so it's a little bit of a unique story where, yeah, he can play your X, and yes, he has speed, and yes, he's powerful at the catch point, and he can return some balls. But I don't know how much you're really getting a refined ball winner at X to run the backside routes on 3x1. So it's a unique ad because, I just think it's a little bit samey with Jonathan Mingo, who's going to be your power slot.
Well, gentlemen, that concludes the 1st round of the 2024 NFL Draft with just a shade under 4 hours on this broadcast. So we talked about it's pretty obvious that the biggest surprise was Michael Penix at 8. But real quick before we get out of here, who's the name that you were surprised didn't go? Is it Cooper DeJean? Is it Kool-Aid? Is it one of the receivers? Jordan, I'll start with you.
Cooper DeJean by far. I mean, he was a blue chipper in this class to me, one of my favorite players. I think when you just add things like his return ability, the value he adds in that, his versatility, the fact that he's a all-star kid in a sense. Kirk Ferentz will stand by that type of player. He's willing to come up and hit. He's instinctive. There's so much to like about Cooper DeJean that the fact that he wasn't taken is surprising to me. I can't help but wonder, though, if maybe that surgery, maybe that injury that he took, I believe is a broken fibula or tibia, one of the broken bone. I think that could have been a real concern with maybe it didn't heal right. Maybe people are concerned about his medicals.
Danny, how about you?
Yeah, looking at my top 100, he's the only one that I had a day 1 grade on that didn't go. So Cooper DeJean is my top rated player still available. So I concur there with Jordan. In terms of that injury, that was a broken leg, but he did come back and run a 4.42 40, I believe, at his pro day. So it looks like he may have recovered from that. But yeah, that who knows what. And again, the position, right? Is he a safety? Is he a hybrid? Is he a corner? Again, that question, I think, not knowing where to play him, I think could also attribute it to him dropping out of the 1st round. So, but I mean, in terms of he's one there. Johnny Newton's still available from Illinois, defensive tackle. Keon Coleman, we talked about. A.D. Mitchell. A guy that Zach Frazier, Jackson Power Johnson, who was the talk of the Senior Bowl. They're talking about this guy's going to go in the mid-1st round, and he's dropped out of it. So, McKinstry, I already had a 2nd round grade on him, so I knew he wasn't going to. I didn't feel like he was going to go in the 1st round. A guy that I like a lot, and it's Jalen Polk, this receiver from Washington. I know the Bears already have a receiver, so it's probably not going to be some area to go at. But keep an eye on Jalen Polk in terms of someone that's going to develop at the next level. And in terms of the Bears, right, we're looking at defensive linemen and edge rushers, right? So we'll see who drops. We're going to be sitting at tomorrow in the 2nd round and just kind of hoping these edge rushers and these defensive linemen drop, and that one of them lands in the laps of the Bears tomorrow. So interesting to see what. That's the only thing that sucks is about you have to wait now a whole round and something to go ahead and see what happens. But that there's a lot of good players still available. So we'll see what happens.
We started off hot, that's for sure. 1-9 definitely got this off to a good start. Gentlemen, before we wrap this up, don't forget tomorrow at 9 a.m. Central Time, Greg Gabriel will be evaluating the Bears draft. Also, Aldo Gandia will jump on for draft coverage tomorrow with Danny and Jordan also chiming in for days 2 and 3. Guys, before we get out of here, because we're about to hit 4 hours, and we appreciate everyone who's tuned in for the entire time, for a halftime, for a minute or so. Let's go around and have final parting shots on what we thought of this first round. Jordan, I'll start with you.
Electric, really personally pleasing. I like the way that things turned out for me as a McCarthy fan, Brian Flores fan, NFC North fan. And I know this is a Bears-centric podcast for the Bears. I don't think that you could have walked out with a better scenario. I understand everybody wants to trade down, and maybe the reason you don't see as much love from me is just because some of it's chalk. You're getting an electric player, Caleb Williams. Everybody knew you were going there, but make no mistake, he's a phenomenal player. I called him a QB virtuoso. And then to be able to kind of just magically have Rome Odunze fall into your lap, and you know what Danny thinks of him. He's called him Devontae Adams. I think he's my wide receiver too. I think he's an incredible talent, perfectly fits what a good organization does, preparing for the future. You don't have to rely on him immediately to be your star player. He kind of grew at his own pace. There's a relationship there with Caleb Williams. I really don't think you can argue, and I'd be hard pressed to find anybody that faults the way that tonight worked out for the Chicago Bears.
Excellent. Danny, takeaways for this first round with the Bears and otherwise, just overall themes.
Yeah, offense was a takeaway from this first round. I mean, first defensive player went in the mid-teens, right? So the quarterback, Michael Penix Jr. going to Atlanta, that was a huge shocker, even to Kirk Cousins, who they just signed to a long-term contract. So that's the big takeaway. And for the Bears, I think last night I talked with Matt Waldman on Draft on Tap, and we said, just keep it simple. Don't get too tricky. Don't get cute there, Ryan Poles. You took Caleb Williams number 1. If Rome Odunze is there at number 9, go ahead and take him. And don't mess around. And he did that. I think the Bears got 2 potential blue chip players here. This offense now is so much more powerful in terms of just potential, right? With Rome Odunze and Keenan Allen and at DJ Moore, and then now you have obviously the tight end Cole Kmet and Gerald Everett. I mean, you have weapons now for the quarterback to go and throw. Obviously, you hope to protect them. Do they solidify the offensive line tomorrow? I hope they attack the defensive line tomorrow with their 2 picks. Maybe they trade up, maybe they trade down. We'll see what happens, but. This first round, they kept it simple, didn't get too cute, and in my opinion, they got 2 blue chip players here with these first 2 picks.
Well, keeping in your theme, Danny, I'm going to keep it simple. I just want to thank everyone who tuned into this broadcast, whether you were here at the beginning and stayed for an hour, or you're here for the entire time, or you just checked in during the Bears picks, or if you're listening to this tomorrow morning or whenever you're listening to the audio version, the video version. This has been an incredible night of broadcasting. I learned so much from these 2 guys. I'm not a draft aficionado, but I feel like leaving here tonight, I learned a heck of a lot about some of these prospects. So I'm just so happy that I was able to be part of this. Thank you, Jordan. Thank you, Danny. The stamina that's needed for this 4-hour broadcast is nothing short of amazing. So I appreciate you. And Aldo Gandia working the sticks behind us, just the best in the business. Having the graphics ready, having the videos ready, having everything on point. Just you can't ask for anything better as far as a production crew and some teammates. So
don't sell yourself short, man. Every good team needs a good point guard, and you passed out the assist, and you scored when you needed to score. So thank you to you. Great job.
Hey, I let the playmakers make the plays. I'm just here along the ride. But we got so much more coverage from the draft coming up in the next few days. So we appreciate each and every one of you, whether it's your first time, 55th time, 1,000,000th time, audio version, video version. We appreciate you. But that will wrap up day 1 of draft coverage here on the Barroom Network. Make sure you tune in tomorrow. But that'll do it. For Danny Shimon and Jordan Silveira, I'm John Buffone. We'll see you later.